Hello my friends. We're travelling back in time tonight, not to a dusty museum exhibit, but to the vibrant, muddy, gloriously chaotic world of ancient Mesopotamia in its prime. Yes, I did say muddy. You'll see why soon. So before you pull up that blanket and adjust your pillow, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. Also, please let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now turn off those lights and let's ease in together as we always do here. Now, shut your eyes and visualize yourself floating slowly through centuries of history until you gently land in what is now Iraq, circa 2100 BCE. The smell is what hits you first, not the sight. Baking bread, river water, and yes, a lot of livestock. Welcome to the first real neighbourhood in civilization, where people made the decision to settle down and stop aimlessly wandering around like lost tourists. The Tigris and Euphrates are two rivers that would make any real estate agent cry with delight. These rivers are not just any rivers. They are the ancient world's version of having fresh groceries delivered to your door and Amazon delivery. This area was known to the Mesopotamians as the land between rivers, which sounds far more poetic in their language than it does when you're trying to explain it to a dinner party guest. You may be asking yourself why anyone would decide to live in what is effectively a massive floodplain. Imagine having soil that is so dark and rich that, with a little encouragement, you could probably grow tomatoes. Every year when these rivers flood, they leave behind a thick layer of the most fertile mud on the planet. It took the rest of us millennia to realise what the locals had discovered. Sometimes the greatest things in life have a small mess associated with them. You wouldn't recognise the cities that are rising all around you from contemporary urban planning. This place lacks tidy suburban grids and straight lines. Rather, visualise organic growth, akin to a coral reef composed of human ambition and mud bricks. Narrow streets wind between houses like old hiking trails, and houses cluster together as if they are having a never-ending neighbourhood conversation. Another thing that strikes you as being very antiquated is the lack of electrical hums, the quiet of engines, and the absence of any traffic that resembles rush hour. Rather, there's the soft splatter of irrigation channels, the steady thud of grain being ground, and the sporadic snarling of a donkey that's obviously upset about something. Modern people spend a lot of money to experience this type of tranquility at wellness retreats. However, this quiet does not imply inactivity. The first large-scale urban living experiment in history is what you're seeing. In essence, these individuals are inventing as they go along, resolving issues that have never been encountered by any human. How do you manage thousands of people in one location? How do you ensure that everyone eats? When your neighbour's goat keeps eating your barley, how do you keep things from going completely out of control? As you will see, the answer combines a remarkable amount of ingenuity, practicality, and what can only be called the first bureaucracy in history. Yes, paperwork was a part of paradise. As you become more accustomed to this ancient world, you start to notice something that would cause any contemporary city planner to either run screaming back to their zoning maps or cry with envy. These Mesopotamians have produced a system of ordered chaos that somehow manages to keep everyone fed, housed, and comparatively content, even though it shouldn't work. Let's begin with the irrigation system, which is the most amazing engineering achievement you will ever witness that does not require electricity. Imagine a vast system of canals connecting every field, garden, and drinking well, nature's equivalent of the internet. You know what? Instead of just accepting this water when you feel like giving it to us, we're going to convince you to share it on our schedule, the Mesopotamians said, glancing at their rushing rivers. The end effect is a network of watery highways that would make the roads of ancient Rome appear straightforward. Individual fields are directly irrigated by water flowing from the main rivers into primary canals, secondary channels, and smaller ditches. It's similar to having running water, but it goes to your barley patch rather than your kitchen sink. In addition, unlike your contemporary plumbing, if this system fails, the city as a whole loses lunch in addition to water pressure. Massive collaboration is needed to manage this liquid lifeline, which has never been done before in human history. One farmer cannot choose to use more water for his fields, while his neighbour's crops are dying. It is impossible for someone upstream to construct a dam without taking downstream residents into account. People must look beyond their immediate needs, their tribe and their family for the first time in human history. Things start to get interesting at this point. The water schedule must be overseen by someone. Who gets what and when must be decided by someone. When Farmer B insists his irrigation ditch was there first, and Farmer A accuses Farmer B of stealing water, someone has to resolve the inevitable conflicts, presenting the first middle management in history. Since clipboards won't be invented for several thousand years, these water managers are more than just bureaucrats with clipboards. They combine elements of weather forecasting, engineering, diplomacy, and refereeing. They must comprehend not only the flow of water but also human thought, crop growth, and how to stop neighbours from igniting generation-long feuds. The good news is that it does work. You're witnessing thousands of people successfully arranging their daily schedules around common resources. Every year, the harvest arrives, the fields turn green at the appropriate times, and the irrigation ditches run according to plan. When the irrigation schedule becomes complicated, everyone is contributing labour, water rights, and a willingness to not strangle their neighbours. It's like watching a huge, antiquated version of a neighbourhood potluck, except instead of bringing casseroles. This system's success has a significant impact on human society. Some people are able to quit farming when they can consistently produce more food than they require for survival. Additionally, some people can start doing other things once they are able to stop cultivating food full-time. Interesting things. Revolutionary actions. This is how your first devoted priests, your first full-time artisans, and your first qualified administrators come to be. It's how you get people who don't have to worry about whether there will be enough grain for the next harvest to spend their days thinking about astronomy, mathematics, or how to make better beer. You're seeing the emergence of expertise along with specialization. People can now become exceptionally skilled at one thing for the first time in human history, as they are no longer forced to be mediocre at everything in order to survive. You might be surprised to learn that these Mesopotamians are born business people as you continue your leisurely exploration of this ancient world. They have established what may be the first startup culture in history, complete with competition, creativity, and the occasional spectacular failure from which everyone gains knowledge. For example, metalworking. You see people who have discovered that they can create bronze, a more durable and practical metal than anything they have ever used, by heating specific rocks to the ideal temperature and combining them with other rocks. This is the beginning of the technology industry, not just a development in technology. There is collaboration among the bronze makers. They require traders who can transport tin and copper from hundreds of miles away because they are necessary. They require individuals who specialize in the production of charcoal because they require fuel for their furnaces. They require a market that is sophisticated enough to discern between a mediocre bronze tool and a truly exceptional one in order to attract clients who value quality metalwork. Before you know it, supply chains are in place, you have quality control. Yes, the best metalworkers build reputations, and people begin to request tools made by particular artisans, so you have brand recognition. It's the antiquated version of Yelp reviews, except instead of posting them online, people tell their neighbours which blacksmith produces harvest season tools that don't break. However, the true innovation taking place here is economic rather than technological. The modern concept of commerce is being created by these individuals. They are determining how to fairly trade goods and services between people who have different needs, how to plan for future needs while managing current resources, and how to assign value to goods and services. Think about the difficulties. You need a new plough because you grow barley. The toolmaker needs copper for his next project, not barley, but he wants payment. In order to trade up north, the copper trader needs wool, not barley. The shepherd needs barley, but he has wool. How can this be made to work? Their solution is sophisticated in its intricacy. Like water through their irrigation channels, they establish a system of credit and debt that enables value to move throughout the community. In exchange for your promise to pay him with barley after the harvest, which he can then exchange for supplies for his next project with the copper trader, the toolmaker agrees to make your plough right away. It's credit without credit cards and banking without banks, and it all depends on reputation and trust. Writing is a seemingly straightforward but revolutionary requirement for this system. Not just any writing, but every day. Useful writing that can document who is responsible for what, when payment is due, and what happens when someone fails to fulfill their end of the agreement. You're witnessing the creation of business records, receipts, and contracts. In addition to being works of ancient literature, the cuneiform tablets found throughout the cities are the earliest business documents ever created. Purchase orders, tax records, loan agreements, employment contracts, and inventory lists. All of it is here, compressed into clay with marks in the shape of wedges that symbolize the beginning of bureaucracy, Indeed, you're also witnessing the development of accounting. All of these promises, transactions, and credits and debts moving through the community must be monitored by someone, even though the early accountants worked by lamplight, with clay tablets and reed styluses, rather than in contemporary offices with computers. They were addressing the same issues that accountants do today. The inventiveness of these solutions is astounding. They're creating economic systems from the ground up and learning by trial and error how to make complex societies run smoothly, rather than simply replicating what worked elsewhere. You're going to see something that will make you appreciate human ambition even more as you continue your cozy exploration of this ancient world. These Mesopotamians aren't satisfied with merely resolving pragmatic issues like trade and irrigation. They're aiming for something greater, something that appeals to the basic human need to build monuments to their own creativity. You're witnessing the construction of ziggurats, which are enormous stepped pyramids that resemble old-fashioned skyscrapers and rise out of the level terrain. However, referring to them as buildings is an understatement. These are assertions, proclamations, and architectural justifications for human potential. People say, we can move mountains of earth, and we can do it one basket at a time, when you watch one being constructed. The logistics alone are astounding. Millions of mud bricks must be made, dried, and transported to the construction site for a large ziggurat. No trucks, cranes, or mechanized equipment are present. Everything is propelled by animal strength, human muscle power, a complex network of ramps and levers, and unwavering willpower. The planning, however, is what really sets it apart. To prevent the entire project from collapsing into a heap of costly debris, someone must determine how many bricks they will need, where to obtain the raw materials, how many workers are needed, how to feed all of those workers, where they will sleep, and how to coordinate their efforts. You're witnessing a level of project management that won't be seen again until the building of medieval cathedrals. With hundreds of workers, dozens of specialized trades, and supply chains spanning the entire known world, the ziggurat builders are effectively managing the biggest construction company in the ancient world. Contrary to what Hollywood may have taught you, the workers themselves are not slaves. Consider it the most complex community service project in the world. They are citizens carrying out their civic duties, seasonal workers, and skilled artisans. People donate their time to building projects that benefit everyone during the agricultural off-season, when the fields don't need to be tended. This desire to create something greater than any one person could on their own has a very human quality. In addition to their utilitarian functions as temples, administrative hubs, and grain storage facilities, the ziggurats are also symbolic. Look what we can do when we work together. Look how high we can reach, they say. Surprisingly complex engineering is needed. The builders must comprehend the structural integrity, weight distribution, and composition of the soil. They create methods for building sturdy foundations in muddy ground, avoiding water damage, and guaranteeing that the structure will endure for many generations. These are not archaic individuals fumbling through building projects. Rather, they are demonstrating extraordinary ingenuity in resolving intricate engineering problems. Consider the challenge of producing millions of identical bricks. To guarantee uniformity throughout large production runs, they create standardized molds, quality assurance protocols, and drying methods. They determine the ideal brick sizes that strike a balance between handling ease and structural strength. They develop production techniques for assembly lines that will not be used again until the Industrial Revolution. Even more impressive than the engineering is the coordination that is needed. Consider overseeing a project in which some employees are producing bricks, others are moving them, and still others are arranging them in progressively intricate designs as the building rises. Everyone needs to be motivated, supervised, supplied, and in sync. It's similar to conducting an orchestra, except that hundreds of construction workers are used in place of musicians, and architecture that will outlast empires is used in place of music. You come across something that may appear less dramatic than enormous construction projects, but is actually far more revolutionary as you continue your peaceful journey through this amazing civilization. You're seeing the beginning of formal education, mathematics, and what we might call science, the point at which humans started to think methodically about thinking itself. Something extraordinary is taking place in tiny buildings dotted across the cities. Young adults and children are congregating to learn rather than to labour in workshops or fields. The lessons they are learning at the first schools in history will have a lasting impact on human civilization. These are not informal teachings that parents impart to their children. This is formal education, complete with learning objectives, standardized curricula, and qualified teachers. In addition to learning mathematics, astronomy, literature, and law, students also practice writing by copying out traditional texts. They are becoming literate in the art of knowledge acquisition, as well as in their native tongue. Your high school algebra teacher would be ecstatic about the mathematics being developed here. These individuals are dealing with ideas that appear to be nearly contemporary: geometric principles, place value notation, and mathematical relationships that are still utilized by architects today. They're finding abstract mathematical truths that exist apart from any real-world applications, not just counting things. What's amazing, though, is that they're using a number system based on 60 rather than 10. They're thinking in base 60 while you're counting on your fingers and working with powers of 10. This sounds really strange until you realise that 60 is more divisible by numbers than 10 is. For many mathematical operations, their system is actually more adaptable. It's similar to learning that a better wheel was created, but thousands of years later, we're still using the subpar one. There is more to this mathematical sophistication than meets the eye. The same individuals who divide circles into 360 degrees, yes, that's where that originates, are also conducting astronomical observations, which call for exact measurement and documentation. They're making calendars that align agricultural activities with astronomical events, tracking the motions of planets, and forecasting eclipses. It is truly astounding how much astronomical knowledge is being amassed here. These observers have discovered that there are recurring patterns in the movements of the planets. They can predict when Venus will show up as an evening star as opposed to a morning star. They have developed mathematical models to forecast astronomical events and identified zodiacal constellations. Most impressive, though, is the way they're tackling these issues. They are searching for underlying patterns, formulating hypotheses, and testing predictions in addition to merely gathering observations. For another few thousand years, they would not refer to what they are doing as science, but they are. This methodical approach to knowledge is not limited to astronomy and mathematics. Students are learning how to evaluate court cases, write poetry in accordance with formal guidelines, and comprehend historical precedents in the classroom. They are discovering that knowledge itself can be methodically arranged, classified, and passed down from one generation to the next. You're witnessing the creation of intellectual life as we know it today. For the first time in history, some people are able to devote their lives to comprehending the fundamentals of the world's functioning, rather than just finding solutions to pressing practical issues. What are numbers, really? Why do the planets move the way they do? And what makes a good law different from a bad one? Are some of the questions they can pose. The ramifications are astounding. People whose job it is to think about abstract problems begin to draw connections between various fields of knowledge. The mathematician understands that architecture is governed by geometric principles. The astronomer learns that natural events can be predicted by mathematical models. The legal scholar is aware that using reason to settle disagreements is a more equitable approach than merely adhering to custom. Let's take a break from our travels and become accustomed to the mild routines of this amazing society. You're about to learn that revolution can sometimes be whispered through the everyday moments that comprise human existence, rather than always being announced with great fanfare. A typical Mesopotamian family wakes up as the small, high windows of their house let in the first rays of the day. The first thing that strikes you is how different their everyday worries are from yours, yet they feel surprisingly similar. The mother is organising meals that will stretch resources throughout the week and keeping an eye on the household's grain supplies. The father is going over his to-do list in his head, including which irrigation channels require upkeep, which tools require repair, and which neighbours he needs to work with in preparation for the harvest. Their kids are getting ready for school, and yes, they probably whine about it as much as kids do. Young Enlil claims he already knows enough mathematics to assist with the family business, and little Shamet refuses to practice her cuneiform writing exercises. It appears that certain aspects of human nature never go out of style. However, these everyday occurrences contain innovations that continue to shape our lives to this day. In order to trade fairly with her neighbours, the mother uses standardised weights and measures when she measures out grain for breakfast. The father uses a filing system that arranges data in ways that any contemporary office worker would recognise when he looks through his business records from the previous day. The breakfast itself demonstrates the sophistication of technology. Yeast cultures, a biological technology that turns simple grain into sustenance that can support complex societies, have been preserved and passed down through the generations to make the bread. The beer, yes, they have beer for breakfast, which makes sense given the dubious quality of ancient water supplies, represents fermentation processes that call for exact timing and temperature control. You're watching the infrastructure of civilization in action as the family go about their morning routines. Thousands of people are served by the distribution system that provides them with the water they use. Sewage disposal stops disease outbreaks that would otherwise render big cities uninhabitable. Agricultural systems that can sustain populations much larger than the actual workers in the fields are the source of the food. You're witnessing the beginning of expert craftsmanship when the father leaves for his workshop. He's not just producing, he's also upholding standards, creating methods, and establishing a reputation for excellence that goes well beyond his local area. His goods will be traded over great distances, spreading the fame of his city to locations he will never be able to visit. Mother's Day is equally noteworthy. She's in charge of a household that serves as both a place of residence and a business. She's handling family finances, preserving social ties that are the foundation of community life, and processing food for preservation. She's teaching kids not only useful skills, but also social norms, cultural values, and the information they will need to navigate a complex society as adults. You're seeing something that would be entirely familiar to any modern family when the evening rolls around, and they all sit down to their main meal. But it's also utterly revolutionary for its time. They are sharing food that has been prepared, preserved, and processed in ways that enable them to eat healthily, even in the absence of fresh ingredients. They're talking about the day's activities in a way that helps kids comprehend how they fit into the larger community. Most astonishingly, though, they're at ease. They are not fighting for basic survival, even though they live in what we might consider primitive conditions. People can now enjoy their lives, plan for the future, and pursue interests beyond their immediate needs thanks to advancements in agriculture, commerce, and social organisation. There may be games, storytelling, or music after supper. Another revolutionary idea is that people have leisure time. Human culture can thrive in previously unthinkable ways when survival is safe enough for people to devote their time to pursuits that have no immediate practical value. In addition to sleeping off the day's labour, the family is refueling for tomorrow's involvement in humanity's first complex urban living experiment. They will awaken tomorrow and once more play a part in preserving the systems that enable thousands of people to coexist in harmony, prosperity, and productivity. One of the most remarkable accomplishments of Mesopotamian civilization is revealed as you delve deeper into this ancient world. They managed to manage sizable, diverse populations without everything collapsing in anarchy and conflict. And they accomplished this by combining religious authority, common sense, and what can only be called the first all-encompassing legal system in history. Imagine the difficulties these people encountered. There are thousands of people, each with their own goals, passions, and unavoidable conflicts with their neighbours. You have competing religious traditions, diverse ethnic groups, economic classes, and the inherent human propensity for short-sightedness and selfishness. How do you design a system that accomplishes goals while maintaining a reasonable level of satisfaction for all? The complexity of the Mesopotamian solution is elegant. At the top is a king who represents both religion and politics. His authority has a weight that purely political power could not match, because he is not only making executive decisions, but is also channeling the will of the gods. The king is expressing divine will when he issues a law, not just his own preferences. However, this is not a tyrant's capricious rule. The king's authority is limited by custom, religious law, and the pragmatic requirement to retain the backing of the different factions that sustain society. The priests, merchants, artisans, and farmers who truly govern the society will find a way to replace a king who continuously makes poor choices, so he won't hold the position for long. You have an advanced administrative structure beneath the king that would astound any contemporary bureaucrat. Tax collection, irrigation management, trade regulation, military organisation, and legal disputes are all handled by officials. Every administrative level has clear duties and accountability to both superior and subordinate authorities. Perhaps their most remarkable governmental innovation is the legal system they create. These individuals draft thorough legal codes that aim to cover every potential conflict or offence. Nearly 300 laws, ranging from business disputes to marriage contracts to property rights, are included in the publicly visible Code of Hammurabi. However, the sophistication of these laws is even more impressive than their comprehensiveness. They distinguish between various property types and social classes. They make a distinction between accidents and deliberate crimes. Instead of just exacting retribution, they offer proportionate penalties meant to bring the world back into balance. To a degree that would be progressive in many societies thousands of years later, they defend the rights of women, children, and even slaves. Unprecedentedly, a professional judicial system is needed to enforce these laws. Records that keep track of court rulings, judges who are knowledgeable about the law, and court procedures that guarantee fair hearings. You're witnessing the emergence of jurisprudence, the belief that disagreements can be settled by logic and facts, rather than solely by the person with the most military might or political clout. Most significantly, though, this legal system is open to the public. The laws are visible to everyone because they are engraved in stone. This indicates that people are aware of their rights, expectations, and the repercussions of different behaviours. Law ceases to be arbitrary and becomes predictable for the first time in human history. This government is backed by an equally advanced tax system. There are set rates, collection processes, and even provisions for tax relief during hard times, as opposed to just taking whatever the king wants. People are aware of their obligations, when they are due, and what they get in return, including public works projects, military protection, infrastructure upkeep, and judicial services. The result is something that can be identified as the rule of law, a system that treats people fairly in accordance with established standards, offers procedures for settling conflicts amicably, and fosters incentives for collaboration rather than conflict is probably more desirable than perfect justice, which is probably unachievable. Stability is the outcome. Due to their reasonable confidence in the stability of the legal and social framework, people are able to make long-term plans. Because they believe they will be able to reap the rewards when those projects mature, they are willing to put time and effort into endeavours that won't yield results right away. The intricate irrigation systems, intricate trade networks, educational institutions and architectural projects that take generations to complete are all made possible by this stability, which in turn lays the groundwork for everything else we have been investigating. Without governmental structures that can uphold continuity and order over decades or even centuries, none of these would be feasible. As you continue your exploration of ancient Mesopotamia, you may be surprised to learn that these pragmatic, engineering-minded individuals are profoundly spiritual, but not in a way that separates the sacred from the secular. They don't practice their religion during special ceremonies or on the weekends. It permeates every part of their lives, from how they plan their cities to how they go about their jobs. However, this is a faith that sanctifies practical activity and finds the divine in human achievement, not the kind of spirituality that demands people reject the material world. Mesopotamian gods are strikingly human-like, but in the most positive sense. They are individuals with preferences, knowledge, and continuous engagement in worldly matters, rather than impersonal abstract ideals. Enlil is in charge of the wind and storms, which bring fertility as well as destruction. For those whose civilization relies on both intelligence and irrigation, Enki's rule over fresh water and wisdom makes perfect sense. Since passion and conflict are essential components of the human experience, Inanna stands for both love and war. The most fascinating thing about these gods, though, is how they serve as examples of the kind of collaboration that enables civilized life. The myths describe gods cooperating on cosmic building projects, exchanging resources and expertise, and reaching mutually beneficial agreements. People who take part in religious rituals are not only worshipping, they are also honing the social skills necessary to maintain the smooth operation of their own communities. Each city is dominated by temples that are much more than just places of worship. They are a combination of social service agencies, educational institutions, and economic hubs. In addition to carrying out rituals, the priests who work in these temples also oversee agricultural estates, run educational institutions, care for libraries, and offer welfare assistance to members of the community who are struggling. A society where religious life supports rather than contradicts the values required for successful urban living is the result of this remarkable fusion of spiritual and practical functions. A good worshipper possesses the same qualities as a good neighbour, such as honesty, dependability, and a willingness to help out with community projects. There is no conflict between serving the community and the gods, or between being pious and succeeding in business. The religious calendar organises daily life in ways that promote economic activity, rather than interfere with it. Religious celebrations take place during agricultural seasons, offering opportunities for communal gatherings when people have the means and leisure to take part. In addition to providing funds for public works projects, the religious mandate to support temple operations establishes a social safety net that supports people during trying times. Most significantly, this religious system offers purpose and meaning that transcends personal achievement or failure. Contributors to the construction of a ziggurat are not merely taking part in a building project. They are also helping to construct a monument that will benefit their community for many generations and a place of worship for the gods. Maintaining the irrigation channels is more than just routine maintenance. It's a way to contribute to the divine order that sustains life. Ordinary labour becomes sacred when it has this sense of purpose. The merchant facilitating trade between distant cities, the farmer producing food that feeds the community, and the craftsman crafting beautiful objects are all part of the divine plan that creates civilization out of wilderness, abundance out of scarcity, and order out of chaos. However, this spirituality is also incredibly useful. Though the methods of consultation, reading omens, interpreting dreams, and examining the patterns of oil on water require careful observation and logical analysis, the gods are consulted on everything from military campaigns to business endeavours to marriage decisions. Practical intelligence and religious wisdom complement rather than contradict one another. The end result is a society in which individuals accept personal responsibility for their contributions to the welfare of the community, while feeling supported by forces greater than themselves. Despite staying rooted in the pragmatic demands of everyday life, they feel that their work has cosmic significance. Spirituality is not an escape from human achievement, but rather an enhancement of it. You start to understand how all of these inventions work together to form something far greater than the sum of their individual parts as you carry on your cozy exploration of this amazing civilization. You're seeing the emergence of networking effects, which are the processes by which various developments reinforce one another to cause a sharp acceleration of human progress. Think about how Mesopotamian society is changed by writing in every other way. Because engineers can document effective techniques and learn from past mistakes, the irrigation system becomes much more sophisticated once information can be permanently recorded. Because precedents can be documented and consulted, legal systems become more equitable and consistent. Because contracts can specify precise terms and conditions, trade becomes more complicated. Because knowledge can be systematically transmitted and preserved, education becomes more effective. However, writing also opens up new possibilities that no one had foreseen. You can learn mathematics once you can record numbers. Astronomical science can be produced when observations can be preserved. Chemistry and medicine can be developed once experiments are documented. Every advancement creates opportunities for even more advancements in unpredictable ways. In the realm of economics, the networking effect is the same. Once food production is stable, some people can focus on crafts. You can create better tools and methods once you have talented artisans. With improved tools, agricultural productivity can be increased, freeing up even more workers for specialised labour. Every improvement increases the likelihood and ease of the subsequent improvement. The social innovations have an equally strong network. You can start projects that need long-term planning and coordination once you have an efficient governance system. People gain confidence in group action after large-scale projects are completed successfully. People are willing to invest in even more ambitious projects once they have faith in group efforts. In ways that exponentially speed up progress, success breeds success. The Mesopotamians are experiencing the fascinating discovery that human communities can generate value that far surpasses what individuals could produce working alone. You're witnessing what contemporary economists refer to as increasing returns to scale. Every new member of society increases the productivity, security, and ability of everyone else to accomplish their objectives. The networking of technology is equally impressive. Mining, transportation, and trade networks are all necessary for the production of bronze in addition to metallurgy. The effectiveness of the entire system increases with each advancement in any of these areas. Mining is more productive with better tools. Raw materials are less expensive when transportation is more efficient. Access to better quality inputs is made possible by expanded trade networks. However, the cultural networking effect may be the most significant. People start to have bigger dreams after realizing that prosperity and security can be achieved through human effort. They are more inclined to trust strangers and engage in larger communities once they realize that collaboration can produce outcomes that are impossible for individuals to accomplish alone. They are more inclined to rely on others for products and services that they could potentially produce themselves once they have seen the advantages of specialization. This is a revolutionary change in culture. People are choosing to become interdependent instead of self-sufficient for the first time in human history. They're coming to the conclusion that working together is more advantageous than relying on other people. They're risking everything that human societies can be more than short-term convenience alliances. You're seeing networking effects that extend beyond the borders of specific cities or geographical areas. Mesopotamian innovations influenced events throughout the ancient world by way of trade routes, diplomatic contacts, and migration patterns. Greek philosophy is shaped by the mathematical ideas created in Babylon. Roman law is influenced by the legal precepts developed in Ur. From Egypt to India, population growth is made possible by Mesopotamian agricultural innovations. You're witnessing the emergence of what contemporary academics refer to as world systems, networks of influence and interaction that link far-flung societies and enable innovations to proliferate well beyond their original locations. For the first time, human advancement turns into a cooperative endeavour in which several civilizations cooperate, often unknowingly, to address shared problems. You are left with a deep respect for the accomplishments of these extraordinary people as our leisurely tour of ancient Mesopotamia comes to an end. You return to the comforts of the present with a fresh perspective on how much we owe these pioneers of the past. The golden age you have witnessed was golden not because it was flawless, but because it was the first time that humanity had successfully attempted to build sophisticated societies that boosted rather than depleted human potential. With creativity, teamwork, and an incredible belief in human potential, these individuals overcame obstacles that no other generation had ever faced. Their solutions weren't coincidental or short-term fixes. Thousands of years later, we are still using modified versions of the institutions, systems, and ways of thinking they established because they were so successful. You are building on the foundations established by these ancient pioneers each time you use mathematics, read a written contract, engage in democratic governance, or profit from specialization and trade. Perhaps most significantly, however, they illustrated a feature of human nature that still holds true today. When people are confident enough to look beyond their immediate survival, when they have incentives to work together rather than engage in destructive competition, and when they have faith that their efforts will be fairly rewarded, they collaborate to create amazing things. The Golden Age of Mesopotamia serves as a reminder that the greatest human civilization is about fostering an environment in which each person can use their special gifts to promote the well-being of the group, not about controlling nature or outperforming rivals. It involves creating systems that are both robust enough to offer security and adaptable enough to foster creativity. It involves figuring out how to respect both individual success and the well-being of the community. As you fall asleep, consider how human advancement is still fueled by the same cooperative impulses that created ziggurats and cuneiform writing. The spirit of ancient Mesopotamia endures every time individuals decide to work together rather than fight, every time someone lends their expertise to projects bigger than themselves, and every time communities make investments in infrastructure that will benefit coming generations. Even though the cities are now covered in desert sand and the irrigation channels are dry, the human ability to bring order out of chaos, abundance out of scarcity, and meaning out of life's basic materials still flows like those ancient rivers between the Tigris and Euphrates. Rest easy knowing that you're a part of a story that started with the first cities and goes on with every technological advancement, every act of human cooperation, and every instance in which people decide to build rather than destroy. Mesopotamia's golden age serves as a reminder that our best times are never truly over. Rather, they are always just getting started, and are waiting to be shaped by the next generation of people who are prepared to cooperate in order to achieve common goals. The same mathematical patterns that the ancient astronomers found still govern the way the stars wheel overhead. The human urge to create, collaborate, and strive for something bigger than personal survival is still as strong as the fires in those old bronze workshops. And tomorrow we carry on the work they started, the never-ending optimistic endeavour of creating civilizations deserving of human potential in both minor and major ways. Sweet dreams, fellow time traveller. Take comfort in the fact that you are a part of the greatest success story in human history, one that is still being written, one day at a time, by people who recognise that the greatest monuments we can erect are those that enable others to rise just a little bit above their own potential. Imagine those old voices carried on the wind during the quiet moments before sleep really sets in. Farmers in Mesopotamia discovered that a floodplain could become a paradise if they banded together. The artisans who realised that specialised work could elevate simple survival to creative success. The administrators demonstrated that, at its best, bureaucracy is just structured to serve the interests of the community. Even though their ziggurat has fallen apart, their wisdom can still be heard in every public library, contemporary hospital, and infrastructure project that enhances the lives of people the builders have never met. Even though their cuneiform tablets are now museum artefacts. Their belief that knowledge should be shared and preserved endures in every book, website, and classroom where new information is learned. Their understanding that abundance comes from cooperation rather than competition is evident in every successful business partnership, community garden, and instance where neighbours choose to support one another rather than compete. The irrigation channels they dug have long since filled with sand. Above all, they introduced us to the radical notion that people can build societies that are superior to the sum of their parts, that chaos, conflict and scarcity are not necessary for human existence, that we can create worlds where everyone has enough food, enough security, enough purpose, enough beauty to make life worthwhile, if we are patient, creative, and willing to trust one another. Therefore, as you drift off to sleep, remember not only the accomplishments of these ancient people, but also the quiet assurance that the same inventive, collaborative spirit that created the first cities is still creating a better world today. Every tiny deed of compassion, every instance of putting empathy ahead of judgment, and every contribution to a cause greater than yourself keeps the good work going. Mesopotamia's golden age was a beginning rather than a destination. The story's most lovely aspect is that it isn't yet over. It persists in every heart that selects cooperation over rivalry, hope over fear, and building over destruction. Rest easy knowing that you are both the inheritor of their wisdom and a part of its continuous development. Maybe you will hear the soft splatter of old irrigation channels in your dreams, delivering vital water to gardens that will reopen tomorrow. Good night, civilization builder. Good night, ancient dream heir. Good night, participant in the world's greatest ongoing endeavour, the patient, optimistic endeavour to build a world that lives up to our highest hopes. As a reminder that some things, beauty, truth, and the human capacity for wonder, really are eternal. The stars that led those early astronomers continue to shine down on you in the same timeless patterns they found. Get enough sleep. Have a lovely dream. Wake up tomorrow prepared to carry on the never-ending joyful task of bringing the world closer to the paradise they saw between two rivers so long ago. Picture yourself stepping off a time machine into ancient Rome, circa 100 AD. The first thing that hits you isn't the grandeur of the Colosseum or the marble majesty of the Forum. It's the smell. That peculiar cocktail of unwashed bodies, fermented fish sauce, and something you can't quite identify but suspect involves bodily functions, mingles with incense and olive oil in ways that would make a modern nose surrender immediately. You'd think a civilization that built aqueducts spanning hundreds of miles and invented concrete that still puzzles engineers today would have figured out basic hygiene. Well, they did. Sort of. The Romans had their own ideas about cleanliness, and some of them would make you grateful for antibacterial soap and indoor plumbing. Take their approach to bathing, for instance. The Romans not only bathed, but also transformed it into a social gathering that could rival any local book club. The public baths, or thermae, weren't just places to get clean. They were community centres, gossip hubs, business meeting spots, and occasionally places where you might actually encounter water and soap. Think of them as ancient shopping malls, except instead of Orange Julius, you had pools of varying temperatures, and instead of Spencer's, you had rooms where people scraped oil and dirt off each other with metal tools. But here's where it becomes interesting. Romans believed that hot water opened your pores to let the bad spirits out, while cold water snapped them shut to keep the good spirits in. This wasn't just folklore, it was medical theory endorsed by their most respected physicians. So your typical Roman bath experience involved a carefully choreographed dance between the caldarium, hot room, tepidarium, warm room, and frigidarium, cold room, like some ancient version of a Swedish sauna routine designed by committee. The wealthy Romans had their private baths at home, complete with hypocaust heating systems that channeled hot air through the walls and floors. Imagine having heated floors in 100 AD while most of the world was still figuring out how to make fire reliably. Yet these same innovative people thought that sharing bath water with dozens of strangers was perfectly hygienic. The water in public baths was changed infrequently, sometimes only once a day, sometimes less. By afternoon, you weren't so much bathing as marinating in a human soup that would horrify any modern health inspector. And then there were the slaves whose job it was to help with the bathing process. These weren't just attendants handing out towels. They were skilled craftspeople of cleanliness, wielding strigils, curved metal scrapers that removed the oil, dirt and dead skin that accumulated on Roman bodies. The wealthy would coat themselves in olive oil, then have slaves scrape it all off, taking the grime with it. It was effective, sure, but imagine explaining to your modern dermatologist that your skincare routine involves having someone scrape you down with what amounts to a medieval back scratcher. The Romans also had some fascinating ideas about dental hygiene. They brushed their teeth with twigs. Specifically, they chewed on aromatic twigs until one end frayed into a brush-like texture, then used that to clean their teeth. The good news is that the technique actually worked reasonably well. The troubling news is that their favourite toothpaste was made from powdered mouse brains, crushed bones, and sometimes human urine. Portuguese urine was considered particularly effective, which raises all sorts of questions about ancient trade routes and quality control standards. But perhaps most puzzling of all was their relationship with perfume. Romans doused themselves in scented oils and perfumes with the enthusiasm of teenagers discovering body spray for the first time. They had different scents for their hair, arms and feet. Walking through ancient Rome must have been like navigating a cosmetics section in a department store, except with more togas and considerably more creative interpretations of what constituted pleasant fragrance. Now let's talk about something that every Roman had to deal with, but no one particularly wanted to discuss at dinner parties: using the bathroom. If you found Roman bathing habits to be communal, you might be interested in learning about their approach to toilets. Roman public latrines combined engineering marvels with social awkwardness. Picture a long marble bench with round holes cut into it, positioned over flowing water that carried waste away. So far, so good. It's basically an ancient sewage system. But here's the catch. There were no dividers, no doors, and no privacy screens. There was just a row of holes where Romans would sit side by side, conducting business, and presumably discussing the weather or the latest gladiator match. The arrangement wasn't considered strange or embarrassing. In fact, it was another social activity. Romans would chat, conduct business deals, and catch up on gossip while attending to their bodily needs. Imagine trying to negotiate a grain shipment contract while sitting on a communal toilet with your neighbour. It puts a whole new spin on the phrase, getting down to business. The most interesting part is that they used something other than toilet paper, which was invented a millennium later. Romans used a communal sponge on a stick called a xylospongium. Yes, you read that correctly, a shared sponge. After use, it was rinsed in the flowing water channel that ran in front of the toilets, then left for the next person. This system worked well enough from a hygiene standpoint, since the flowing water kept things relatively clean, but the social implications are staggering. You had to time your bathroom visits not just based on your needs, but on when you could psychologically handle using the community sponge. Wealthy Romans had their own private toilets, often beautifully decorated affairs with mosaics and frescoes. Some featured images of Fortuna, the goddess of luck, because apparently even bathroom humour was a thing in ancient Rome. These private facilities usually emptied into the same sewer system as the public ones, flowing eventually into the Cloaca Maxima, the Great Sewer, which was one of Rome's genuine engineering marvels and still functions today. But Romans had some peculiar superstitions about bathroom activities. They believed that evil spirits lurked in sewers and might emerge through toilet holes to cause mischief. To ward them off, many Romans wore amulets or muttered protective charms before sitting down. There's something endearing about a civilization that conquered most of the known world, but still worried about sewer demons sneaking up on them during vulnerable moments. The really wealthy took bathroom security seriously. Some installed elaborate wind chimes and bells near their toilets, believing the noise would frighten away any supernatural toilet lurkers. Others hired slaves whose job was essentially to be professional bathroom attendants, not just for cleanliness, but for spiritual protection. Imagine having toilet bodyguard on your ancient Roman resume. Personal hygiene after using the facilities was handled with scented oils and perfumes. Romans would clean themselves and then apply various aromatic substances to mask any lingering odours. These practices led to some interesting combinations. You might encounter someone who smelled like a mixture of rose oil, myrrh, and whatever had happened in the latrine 20 minutes earlier. Ancient Rome captivated the senses, often in unexpected ways. The Romans also had public urinals called phoracai, positioned throughout the city. These were simple stone or ceramic vessels where men could relieve themselves. The urine wasn't wasted, it was collected and sold to fullers, dry ancient cleaners, who used it to clean clothing and whiten togas. Urine contains ammonia, which is actually quite effective for cleaning, so the collection wasn't just gross recycling, it was practical chemistry. Still, imagine the job interview process for becoming a professional urine collector. Women had their own challenges with Roman bathroom culture. They were generally excluded from public toilets and had to rely on private facilities or chamber pots at home. This meant that Roman women rarely ventured far from home without carefully planning their routes around available bathroom facilities. It was an early form of urban planning that took biological needs into account, though not equally for all citizens. Roman society was built on rigid class distinctions, and nowhere was this more apparent than in their hygiene practices. Your cleanliness level wasn't just about personal preference, it was an advertisement of your social status, broadcast through scent, skin condition, and the quality of oil glistening on your freshly scraped body. At the top of the hygiene pyramid sat the wealthy patricians, who treated cleanliness like a competitive sport. These folks didn't just bathe, they orchestrated elaborate cleansing rituals that would make modern spa treatments look like a quick rinse in the garden sprinkler. A wealthy Roman's day might begin with slaves applying various oils and unguents, followed by a leisurely trip to their private baths, then more oils, a visit to the public baths for socializing, then even more oils and perfumes for the evening's entertainment. The oils themselves were a hierarchy of their own. The cheapest bath oil was made from olives, functional but hardly luxurious. Moving up the social ladder, you'd find oils infused with roses, violets, or other flowers. At the very top were exotic imported oils from India and the Far East, scented with spices that cost more than most Romans earned in a year. These premium oils weren't just applied randomly. Wealthy Romans had personal cosmete, slaves who specialized in the application of cosmetics and scented oils with the precision of ancient perfumers. But here's where Roman hygiene becomes really interesting. They believed that different scents could affect your personality and health. Lavender oil was thought to promote wisdom, while rose oil enhanced beauty and charm. Myrrh was considered especially powerful for warding off diseases, which led to some Romans smelling like they'd been embalmed. The really paranoid wealthy would layer multiple protective scents, creating personal aromatic signatures that you could smell coming from 3 blocks away. Middle-class Romans, the plebeians with decent jobs, had their hygiene strategies. They couldn't afford the exotic oils, but they made do with olive oil and local herbs. Many grew their own aromatic plants specifically for bathing. Mint, rosemary and thyme were popular choices. These Romans typically visited public baths several times a week, timing their visits for the hours when the water was freshest and the crowds were thinnest. They developed their own social codes around bath etiquette, including elaborate systems for sharing the limited supply of strigils and determining who got to use the best spots in each room. The working poor had the most creative approaches to hygiene. Many couldn't afford regular trips to the public baths, so they developed alternatives that ranged from clever to desperate. Some would collect rainwater for washing, heating it over small fires in their cramped apartments. Others would visit the baths during the cheapest hours, usually late in the day when the water was questionable but the prices were reduced. Many simply made do with quick washes at public fountains, using whatever soap they could afford or make themselves from animal fat and ash. Slaves occupied the most complex position in the Roman hygiene hierarchy. The house slaves of wealthy families often had better access to bathing facilities than free Romans of lower classes, but only because cleanliness was part of their job requirements. Nobody wanted a smelly slave serving dinner or handling expensive clothing. These slaves often knew more about cosmetics and hygiene techniques than their masters, having learned through daily practice. Some earned their freedom by becoming professional bath attendants or cosmeti, turning their enforced expertise into economic opportunity. The military had its own hygiene culture. Roman soldiers were required to maintain certain cleanliness standards, not just for health, but for discipline. Military camps included bathing facilities, and latrine systems that were often more advanced than those found in civilian settlements. Soldiers developed efficient group bathing techniques and shared resources for soap and oil. But they also had to adapt to campaign conditions where proper bathing might be impossible for weeks at a time. Military hygiene was about functionality over luxury, though successful generals often celebrated victories with elaborate communal baths for their troops. Even gladiators had their place in the hygiene hierarchy. These professional fighters were valuable property, so their owners invested in keeping them clean and healthy. Gladiator schools included sophisticated bathing facilities, and gladiators often had access to medical care and specialized oils for treating training injuries. But the irony wasn't lost on Romans. Here were slaves and criminals who had better hygiene facilities than many free citizens, simply because they were profitable entertainment. Roman medical theory regarding hygiene was a fascinating blend of practical observation, philosophical speculation, and what can only be described as enthusiastic guesswork. Roman physicians, trained in Greek traditions but adding their own cultural interpretations, developed hygiene practices that were simultaneously advanced and utterly baffling. The foundation of Roman medical hygiene rested on the theory of humours, the belief that human health depended on balancing 4 bodily fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. According to this system, different types of dirt and contamination could upset your humoral balance, leading to illness, madness, or worse. This meant that how you cleaned yourself wasn't just about removing grime, it was about maintaining cosmic harmony within your body. Roman doctors prescribed specific bathing temperatures for different ailments and personality types. If you were naturally choleric, hot-tempered, you needed cool baths to balance your excess yellow bile. Melancholic people required hot baths to counteract their cold, dry nature. But here's where it gets complicated. The same doctor might prescribe hot baths in the morning and cold baths in the evening, depending on the phase of the moon, the season, and what you'd eaten for lunch. Roman bath prescriptions could be more complex than modern chemotherapy protocols. The medical establishment also had strong opinions about sweating. Roman physicians believed that sweat carried away harmful vapours and corrupted humours, making it essential for health. This perspective led to some interesting treatments. Patients with certain conditions were prescribed sessions in the hottest rooms of the baths, sometimes for hours at a time, sweating out their illness. Others were given exercises designed to produce specific types of sweat: gentle perspiration for delicate constitutions, vigorous sweating for robust patients. There were even specialists who claimed they could diagnose diseases by examining and smelling a patient's sweat patterns. Oil played a central role in Roman medical hygiene theory. Different oils were thought to have specific therapeutic properties that went beyond mere cleanliness. Olive oil was considered warming and moistening, beneficial for dry skin conditions and cold humours. Rose oil was cooling and beautifying, prescribed for hot-natured individuals and skin inflammations. But the real medical stars were the exotic imported oils. Balsam from Judea was believed to cure headaches and promote wisdom. Nard from India was prescribed for depression and anxiety. These weren't just pleasant scents. They were considered legitimate medicines. Roman doctors also had elaborate theories about when and how to bathe for optimal health. Most believed that bathing immediately after eating was dangerous, as it could disrupt digestion and cause the food to corrupt in your stomach. The recommended waiting period varied from 2 to 4 hours, depending on what you'd eaten and your constitutional type. Some physicians prescribed pre-bath exercises to open the pores properly, while others recommended specific breathing techniques during bathing to ensure proper circulation of vital spirits. The relationship between diet and hygiene was considered crucial. Roman medical texts are full of warnings about foods that could make your sweat smell foul or cause your skin to break out. Garlic and onions were thought to produce corrupt humour that emerged through the skin. Fish sauce, beloved by Romans but notorious for its pungent smell, was believed to cause marine humours that required special cleansing techniques involving sea salt and specific aromatic herbs. Women's hygiene was subject to especially complex medical theories. Roman physicians believed that women's monthly cycles created special cleansing needs and opportunities. Certain herbs and oils were prescribed specifically for female patients, often with the goal of regulating their supposedly unstable humoral balance. Pregnancy brought its own set of hygiene rules, with detailed prescriptions for bathing temperatures, oil applications and cleansing schedules designed to ensure healthy babies and safe deliveries. Perhaps most fascinating were the Roman medical beliefs about mental illness and hygiene. Doctors genuinely believed that certain types of madness were caused by corrupted vapours rising from unclean bodies to affect the brain. This led to hygiene-based treatments for depression, anxiety, and what we might now recognise as psychological conditions. Patients were prescribed elaborate bathing regimens, specific oil treatments, and sometimes even therapeutic massages with aromatic substances designed to restore mental balance. The wealthy could afford personal physicians who would create customised hygiene protocols based on detailed examinations of their patients' constitutions, lifestyles, and health histories. These medical hygiene plans were very detailed, specifying when and how to bathe, what to think about, what prayers to recite, and how to breathe during cleansing rituals. Money talks in any civilization, and in ancient Rome, it spoke with a distinctly soapy accent. The hygiene industry, employing thousands of people in jobs ranging from respectable to eyebrow-raising, created economic opportunities that would not resurface until the emergence of the modern beauty industry. Let's start with the public baths themselves, which were massive commercial enterprises. A typical Roman bathhouse employed dozens of workers, furnace operators who kept the hypocaust heating systems running, water managers who maintained the complex plumbing, attendants who helped customers navigate the facilities, masseurs who worked out the kinks in Roman muscles, and security personnel who kept order among naked, relaxed, and sometimes intoxicated patrons. The larger thermae were like ancient shopping malls, with vendors selling everything from snacks to jewellery to good luck charms designed to protect you from sewer demons. The oil trade was particularly lucrative. Olive oil was the foundation of the Roman hygiene industry, and controlling olive groves could make you wealthy beyond imagination. But the real money was in specialty oils and perfumes. A single amphora of high-quality rose oil from Egypt could cost more than a skilled craftsman earned in 6 months. The perfume merchants who dealt in these luxury goods often became powerful political figures, using their wealth to buy influence and status. Import businesses thrived on Roman hygiene obsessions. Exotic ingredients came from across the empire and beyond. Frankincense from Arabia, cinnamon from India, amber from the Baltic regions, and silk for the finest bathing towels from China. The logistics of getting these materials to Roman consumers created entire industries of traders, shippers, and middlemen. Some merchants specialised in nothing but hygiene-related imports, building fortunes on Roman desires to smell better than their neighbours. The soap-making industry was sophisticated. While Romans didn't use soap the way we do, they did manufacture various cleansing compounds from animal fats, plant ashes, and mineral salts. The best soap makers were closely guarded trade secrets, passed down through generations of craftsmen. Some soap-making families became wealthy enough to own their own bathhouses, creating vertically integrated hygiene empires that controlled everything from soap production to the final bathing experience. Slavery was, unfortunately, central to the Roman hygiene economy. Thousands of slaves worked in bathhouses, oil production, and personal hygiene services. Some specialised in specific skills. There were slaves who could identify the best oils by smell alone, others who were experts at using strigils without causing injury, and still others who memorised complex recipes for custom perfume blends. The most skilled hygiene slaves could earn enough money through tips and side businesses to eventually buy their freedom, though this path to manumission required years of scraping other people's backs and memorising their scent preferences. The construction industry also benefited from Roman hygiene culture. Building a proper Roman bath required specialists in hypocaust heating systems, waterproof concrete, decorative mosaics, and complex plumbing. The techniques developed for bathhouse construction were later applied to other buildings, making Roman hygiene culture a driver of architectural innovation. Some construction families became wealthy by specialising in bath-related projects, travelling throughout the empire to build facilities for wealthy Romans in distant provinces. Then there were the support industries that emerged around hygiene culture. Laundry services cleaned the towels and clothing used in baths. Pottery makers produced the countless vessels needed for oils, perfumes, and bathing accessories. Metal workers crafted strigils, mirrors, and bathing jewellery. Even the food industry got involved, as many Romans liked to eat and drink while bathing, creating demand for waterproof serving vessels and special bath-appropriate snacks. The medical side of hygiene created its own economic opportunities. Physicians who specialised in hygiene-related treatments could charge premium fees, especially if they claimed expertise in exotic foreign bathing techniques. Massage therapists, aromatherapy specialists, and even professional bath consultants emerged as profitable professions. Some enterprising Romans made careers out of advising wealthy clients on optimal bathing schedules and customized oil blends. Regional variations in hygiene preferences created niche markets throughout the empire. Romans in Britain developed cold-weather bathing techniques that required different oils and heating systems. Romans in North Africa adapted their hygiene practices to desert conditions, creating demand for specialized sun protection oils and sand-resistant clothing. These regional specializations often became export industries, with local hygiene innovations spreading throughout the empire. The government also profited from Roman cleanliness obsessions through taxes and regulations. Bathhouses paid licensing fees, imported hygiene products faced tariffs, and luxury perfumes were subject to special taxes that helped fund public works projects. Some historians argue that Roman expansion was partly motivated by the desire to secure reliable sources of hygiene-related raw materials, making cleanliness a factor in imperial policy. Roman hygiene wasn't just about getting clean. It was about navigating a complex spiritual landscape, where supernatural forces lurked in every bathing facility, and evil spirits had strong opinions about your personal grooming choices. The Romans had managed to turn basic human cleanliness into a mystical adventure that required careful planning, protective charms, and occasionally professional supernatural consultation. The timing of your bath wasn't just a matter of personal convenience, it was a cosmic decision that could affect your luck, health, and spiritual well-being. Romans consulted calendars that indicated favourable and unfavourable bathing days, based on lunar phases, religious festivals, and the movements of various gods through the celestial sphere. Some wealthy Romans employed personal astrologers whose job included calculating optimal bathing schedules. Imagine having to verify your horoscope before deciding whether to take a shower. Water itself was considered to have spiritual properties that varied depending on its source and treatment. Spring water was thought to carry the blessings of water nymphs, while rainwater collected during thunderstorms was believed to have purifying powers that could wash away curses and negative luck. The Romans went to extraordinary lengths to obtain water with the right spiritual qualities for important bathing rituals. Some wealthy families maintained private springs specifically for ceremonial bathing, hiring priests to bless the water sources regularly. The direction you faced while bathing was considered crucial. Most Romans believed you should face east while entering the bath to welcome the blessings of the rising sun, then turn to face west while leaving to ensure that any evil influences washed away with the setting sun. More superstitious bathers would rotate through all four cardinal directions during their bathing session, creating a kind of mystical water dance that must have been entertaining to watch. Protective amulets for bathing were big business in ancient Rome. These weren't just decorative jewellery. They were considered essential safety equipment for anyone venturing into the spiritually dangerous environment of a public bath. Popular designs included images of Hercules for strength, Mercury for protection during travel, including spiritual journeys undertaken while bathing, and various household gods who specialised in bathroom-related protection. Some amulets were designed to be worn while wet, using special materials and construction techniques that modern jewellers would find fascinating. The Romans had elaborate rituals for entering and leaving baths that would make modern spa protocols look casual. Many would pause at the threshold to recite protective prayers, asking the gods to guard them from evil spirits, prevent accidents, and ensure that their bathing experience would be beneficial rather than harmful. Some would leave small offerings, coins, flowers, or drops of expensive oil, at shrine niches built into bathhouse walls specifically for this purpose. Shared bathing created its own set of spiritual concerns. Romans worried about picking up not just physical dirt from other bathers, but spiritual contamination from people with bad luck, evil intentions, or supernatural enemies. This led to complex etiquette systems designed to minimize spiritual risk while maintaining social politeness. You couldn't just ignore someone in the baths that might offend them and invite retaliation from their personal gods. But you also couldn't become too friendly with strangers whose spiritual status was unknown. The oil and perfume application process was ritualized to an almost ceremonial degree. Wealthy Romans would recite specific prayers, while different oils were applied to different parts of their bodies. Rose oil might be blessed to Venus while being applied to the face, while olive oil could be dedicated to Minerva while being used on arms and legs. The goal was to invoke divine protection for each body part while also ensuring that the gods approved of your grooming choices. Dreams about bathing were considered prophetic and required professional interpretation. Romans who dreamed about dirty bathwater might consult priests about impending spiritual danger, while dreams of crystal-clear pools were considered signs of divine favour. Some Romans kept dream journals specifically to track bathing-related dreams and their outcomes, creating a kind of ancient database of supernatural bath predictions. The Romans even had superstitions about soap and cleansing materials. Some believed that using soap made from animals that had died violently could transfer aggressive spirits to the user. Others thought that cleaning tools used by people who later suffered misfortune were cursed and should be avoided. Such beliefs led to complex systems for tracking the history and spiritual pedigree of bathing accessories, with some wealthy Romans employing servants whose job was to maintain detailed records of where their strigils, sponges and oils had come from. Seasonal bathing rituals aligned with the Roman religious calendar created additional layers of complexity. During certain festivals, bathing was considered either especially beneficial or particularly dangerous, depending on which gods were being honoured. The spring festival of Anna Perenna included ritual bathing that was supposed to ensure health for the coming year, while bathing during the Lemuria, when restless spirits roamed the earth, required special protective measures. As you settle back into your modern bathroom, surrounded by antibacterial soap dispensers and privacy walls, it's worth reflecting on what the Romans actually got right about hygiene, and what we might have learned from their more colourful mistakes. Their approach to cleanliness reveals something profound about human nature, our eternal struggle to balance individual needs with social expectations, practical health concerns with cultural beliefs, and the desire to be clean with the reality of what that actually means. The Romans understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern, individualistic bathing culture. Cleanliness was inherently social. Their communal baths weren't just about getting clean. They were about maintaining the social fabric that held their civilization together. In an age before television, the internet, or even widespread literacy, the baths served as information networks, business centres, and community gathering places. Romans didn't just wash their bodies, they washed themselves back into society each day. Modern hygiene science has validated many Roman practices while debunking others. Their emphasis on regular bathing, the use of oils to protect skin, and even their practice of scraping away dead skin cells were remarkably sound from a dermatological standpoint. The Romans understood that healthy skin required both cleansing and moisturising, though they achieved it through olive oil and metal scrapers rather than lotions and exfoliating scrubs. Their recognition that mental health and physical cleanliness were connected wasn't wrong. It was just expressed through theories about humours and evil spirits rather than modern psychology. The Roman approach to dental hygiene, while involving some questionable ingredients, was actually more advanced than what most Europeans would practice for the next 1,000 years. Chewing on aromatic twigs did clean teeth effectively, and some of their herbal mouth rinses contained ingredients that modern dentistry recognises as beneficial. The fact that they cared about dental hygiene at all put them ahead of many later civilizations that considered tooth care vanity rather than health maintenance. Perhaps most importantly, the Romans demonstrated that public health infrastructure could transform civilization. Their aqueducts, sewers, and public baths created living conditions that wouldn't be matched in European cities until the 19th century. The decline of Roman bathing culture after the fall of the empire coincided with centuries of reduced lifespans, increased disease, and general scruffiness that historians now recognise as preventable consequences of abandoning public hygiene infrastructure. The economic lessons of Roman hygiene culture are equally relevant today. They understood that cleanliness could be an industry, creating jobs and driving innovation in ways that benefited entire societies. Their willingness to invest public money in bathing facilities and sanitation systems paid dividends in public health and social stability that lasted for centuries. Modern cities still struggle with the same basic challenge: how to balance individual desires for cleanliness and privacy with the collective benefits of shared infrastructure and social bathing spaces. The Roman mistake of mixing hygiene with superstition offers its lessons. When cleanliness becomes too ritualized or culturally loaded, it can become a source of anxiety rather than health. Modern Western culture occasionally succumbs to similar pitfalls, transforming personal hygiene into competitive displays of status or moral superiority, rather than a means of maintaining practical health. The Romans remind us that it's possible to take cleanliness too seriously, investing it with meanings and expectations that have nothing to do with actually being clean. as you drift off to sleep tonight, clean and comfortable in ways that would amaze any ancient Roman. Remember that hygiene is always a work in progress. The Romans thought they had figured it out, just as we think we have figured it out, just as people 1,000 years from now will probably shake their heads at our primitive understanding of cleanliness and health. The pursuit of perfect hygiene is like the pursuit of perfect happiness, an admirable goal that reveals more about human nature than it does about soap and water. The Romans gave us the foundation for contemplating cleanliness as both a personal responsibility and a social virtue. They showed us that being clean could be pleasant, social, and even luxurious rather than just a grim necessity. Most importantly, they demonstrated that a civilization's approach to hygiene reflects its values, priorities, and understanding of what it means to live well together. So the next time you step into your private shower, with your individually chosen soap and your perfectly heated water, spare a thought for those long-dead Romans sitting naked on their communal toilets, sharing their communal sponges, and somehow managing to build an empire that lasted 1,000 years. They may not have understood germs or bacteria, but they understood something equally important, that taking care of your body and sharing that experience with your community was one of the things that made life worth living, despite the fact that it necessitated more public nudity and dubious medical theories than the majority of us would favour. Picture this. You're walking down a busy street when it starts to drizzle. Without even thinking, you reach into your bag, pull out that trusty umbrella and pop it open. It's just another Tuesday, right? But here's the thing that might blow your mind a little. That simple gesture connects you to one of humanity's most quietly revolutionary inventions. You see, umbrellas didn't just keep people dry. They accidentally rewrote the rules of civilization itself, and nobody really noticed it happening. It's the kind of story that makes you wonder what other everyday objects have been secretly running the world while we weren't paying attention. Let's start with your ancestors' funny and sad weather experiences. Catching the rain was a full-contact sport before the invention of umbrellas. People would sprint from building to building, dive under whatever shelter they could locate, or just accept their soggy fate and trudge along looking thoroughly miserable. But the real problem wasn't just getting wet, it was what getting wet meant for society. Rain acted as a significant impediment to civilization. Markets would shut down, construction would stop, people would huddle indoors, waiting for the sky to clear before they could get back to the important business of building the world. The ancient Egyptians were the first to crack this code, though they were actually trying to solve a different problem entirely. They invented the first umbrellas around 3,000 years ago, but get this, they were for blocking sun, not rain. Egypt isn't exactly known for its downpours, so they needed shade more than waterproofing. These early umbrellas were basically portable shadows, and they worked beautifully for that purpose. The funny thing is, these Egyptian umbrellas were also status symbols. Only the wealthy and powerful got to walk around with their personal shade makers. Common folks just had to squint and sweat their way through the desert heat, while the pharaohs and nobles glided along in their little circles of cool comfort. But here's where it gets interesting. The umbrella didn't stay in Egypt. Like all good ideas, it started travelling, and every culture that adopted it changed it a little bit. The ancient Chinese took the basic concept and made it waterproof, because unlike Egypt, China actually had rain to deal with. They used wax paper and bamboo to create the first real rain umbrellas, and suddenly, staying dry became a possibility for ordinary people. The Greeks and Romans adopted the umbrella trend, but were unsure how to use it. The Greeks mostly used them for sun protection, particularly for women. Roman women wore them as stylish accessories, while Roman men avoided carrying them. It's amusing to consider that carrying an umbrella was deemed unmanly in Roman culture. These individuals, who had conquered half of the known world, had a strict stance on staying dry. This gender divide around umbrellas would pop up again and again throughout history, and it's one of those cultural quirks that makes you realise how arbitrary our social rules can be. Something as practical as not getting soaked somehow became tangled up with ideas about masculinity and femininity, and it would take centuries for that to sort itself out. What's really fascinating is how the umbrella quietly began changing the rhythm of daily life. In places where people started using them regularly, you'd see something remarkable happen. Rain stopped being a reason to cancel everything. Markets could stay open. People could keep working. The weather became less of a dictator and more of a minor inconvenience. This may sound like a small change, But small changes have a way of snowballing into big ones. When people can move around regardless of weather, commerce improves. When commerce improves, cities grow. When cities grow, civilization becomes more complex and interesting. The umbrella served as a tiny key, enabling a more weather-independent way of living, and this was just the beginning. The umbrella's real impact on human civilization was still centuries away, waiting to unfold in ways that would surprise everyone. Now you might be wondering how a simple device for staying dry could possibly migrate around the world and change everything it touched. But that's exactly what happened, and the story gets more interesting when you realise that umbrellas didn't just travel. They adapted, evolved, and caused little revolutions wherever they landed. After the Chinese perfected the waterproof umbrella, the concept began its slow journey westward along the ancient trade routes. Picture merchants carrying these ingenious devices alongside silk and spices, probably not realising they were transporting one of history's most underrated game changers. The umbrella was like a technological sleeper hit, quietly impressive but not flashy enough to grab headlines. When umbrellas reached medieval Europe, they encountered a culture that was, frankly, pretty resistant to change. Europeans had been dealing with rain the same way for centuries, running, hiding, and generally accepting that weather was something that happened to you, not something you could do anything about. The idea that you could just carry weather protection with you was genuinely revolutionary, but here's where the story gets delightfully weird. The umbrella faced some serious cultural resistance in Europe, and the reasons were absolutely ridiculous. In many places, people thought umbrellas were somehow ungodly. The logic went something like this. God sends rain, so trying to avoid rainfall was like rejecting God's will. It's the kind of reasoning that makes you grateful to live in more practical times. The Catholic Church initially had mixed feelings about umbrellas. Some clergy embraced them as sensible tools, while others worried they represented human arrogance in the face of divine weather. Imagine having to get theological approval for your rain gear. It's almost endearing how seriously people took these things. Meanwhile, the umbrella was having a completely different reception in Asia. In Japan, umbrellas became integrated into daily life so seamlessly that they influenced art, literature, and social customs. Japanese umbrella makers developed techniques that turned umbrella crafting into a true art form. They created umbrellas that were beautiful enough to be accessories, but practical enough to actually keep you dry. The Japanese also figured out something that Europeans were still struggling with. Umbrellas could be both functional and fashionable. In Japan, your umbrella choice said something about your personality and social status, but it wasn't considered strange or ungodly. It was just practical style, which is a concept that Europe would take much longer to embrace. Back in Europe, the umbrella was slowly winning converts, but it was an uphill battle. The turning point came when some brave individuals decided to just start using umbrellas and ignore the cultural weirdness. These umbrella pioneers faced ridicule, religious criticism, and social ostracism, all for the crime of wanting to stay dry. When you think about it, they were basically the civil rights activists of weather protection. The breakthrough moment came in the 1700s when umbrellas finally gained acceptance among European women. This wasn't because attitudes had suddenly changed, but because women's fashion had reached a point where protecting elaborate hairstyles and expensive clothing from rain had become a real necessity. Usually practicality prevailed over prejudice, but European men were still holdouts. The gender divide, which had been prevalent in ancient Rome, persisted in 18th century Europe. Men would rather get soaked than carry something that might make them look feminine. It's one of those historical details that makes you realise how much energy people used to spend on completely arbitrary social rules. The umbrella's journey through different cultures created fascinating variations. In India, umbrellas became symbols of authority and power. Indian rulers would have elaborate ceremonial umbrellas held over them as signs of their status. The umbrella went from being a practical tool to being a piece of royal regalia. In Thailand, the umbrella became so culturally significant that it appeared in religious ceremonies and royal processions. Thai craftsmen developed incredibly ornate umbrella designs that were as much art as they were weather protection. These weren't just umbrellas, they were cultural statements. It's amazing how each culture made the umbrella their own. The Chinese focused on practical efficiency. The Japanese emphasized beauty and craftsmanship. The Indians turned umbrellas into symbols of power. The Thais made them into works of art. Europeans spent centuries arguing about whether they were morally acceptable. This pattern of cultural adaptation would become crucial to understanding how umbrellas, eventually changed civilization. They weren't just tools that people used. They were tools that adapted to each culture's needs and values, becoming more useful and socially acceptable with each adaptation. By the time umbrellas were ready to make their real impact on human civilization, they had been tested and refined by dozens of different cultures. No longer were they merely Egyptian sunshades or Chinese rain protection. They had become a truly global technology, ready to solve a problem that nobody quite realized was holding back human progress. If you want to understand how umbrellas really changed human civilization, you need to understand London in the 1700s. Picture the rainiest city in Europe, filled with people who had convinced themselves that carrying an umbrella was somehow embarrassing or unmanly. It was like watching an entire population choose to suffer for completely arbitrary reasons. London's weather was legendary for its ability to ruin plans. Drizzle, downpours, and a persistent mist constantly enveloped the city, soaking you without your awareness. Londoners had developed an entire culture around being perpetually damp, and they wore their weather-beaten stoicism like a badge of honour. But London's weather wasn't just inconvenient, it was economically devastating. Every time the rain became excessively heavy, businesses would come to a complete halt. Street markets would close, construction projects would stop. People would huddle in taverns and shops, waiting for the weather to clear enough to get back to their lives. Precipitation essentially held the city's economy hostage. Enter Jonas Hanway, a man who would unintentionally become one of history's most unlikely revolutionaries. Hanway, a philanthropist and social reformer, had travelled extensively to observe how other cultures dealt with rain. Specifically, he had witnessed the practicality and effectiveness of umbrellas. So in 1750 he decided to do something radical. He started carrying an umbrella through the streets of London. The reaction was immediate and brutal. Londoners were horrified. Here was this gentleman walking around with what they saw as a feminine accessory, completely unbothered by the social rules that everyone else was following. Hanway was mocked, ridiculed, and subjected to a level of public shaming that seems absolutely absurd now. People threw things at him. Children followed him around, laughing and pointing. Adults whispered about him in shops and taverns. But here's the thing about Hanway. He just kept walking. Day after day, rain or shine, he carried his umbrella through London streets. He was dry, comfortable, and completely unbothered by the social hysteria swirling around him. He had discovered a valuable insight. Prioritizing practicality over arbitrary social norms was crucial. The campaign against Hanway's umbrella was led by an unexpected group, London's hackney carriage drivers. These were the taxi drivers of their day, and they correctly realised that if people could stay dry while walking, they might not need as many carriage rides. Hanway's umbrella represented a genuine economic threat to their livelihood, so they organised a campaign of harassment that would make modern internet trolls proud. Carriage drivers would try to run Hanway down. They'd splash him with muddy water. They'd shout insults and make obscene gestures. The umbrella had become a symbol of economic disruption, and the old economy was fighting back with everything it had. But Hanway had allies he didn't even know about. There were other Londoners who had been watching this drama unfold, and they were starting to think that maybe the crazy umbrella man had a point. Why should people have to get soaked just to follow social conventions? Why should the weather control everyone's daily lives? Slowly, quietly, other people started carrying umbrellas. At first, it was just a few brave souls who were willing to endure the social consequences of staying dry. But as more people joined the umbrella movement, the social pressure began to shift. It became harder to mock people for doing something that was sensible. The turning point came when prominent members of London society began carrying umbrellas. Once respected businessmen, government officials and social leaders started using them. The cultural tide turned. It became acceptable, fashionable, then absolutely normal to carry an umbrella in London. What happened next was remarkable. London's economy began to change in ways that nobody had predicted. With people able to move around regardless of weather, commerce became more reliable. Markets could stay open in light rain. Construction projects could continue through drizzle. The city's economic activity became less dependent on perfect weather conditions. This had a snowball effect that transformed London into a more dynamic, productive city. When people can work and shop and travel regardless of weather, the entire pace of urban life accelerates. London was becoming a modern city, partly because its residents had finally figured out how to stay dry. The umbrella revolution also changed London's social dynamics. Street life became more vibrant because people weren't constantly ducking into buildings to avoid rain. Public spaces became more usable. Even during London's frequent light rain, people could enjoy the city's famous parks and squares. But perhaps most importantly, the umbrella breakthrough in London proved that cultural resistance to practical innovations could be overcome. Hanway had shown that one person, consistently doing something sensible despite social pressure, could eventually change an entire city's behaviour. London's umbrella adoption was being watched by other cities across Europe and beyond. If London, conservative, traditional, weather-obsessed London, could embrace umbrellas, then maybe the resistance to this simple but revolutionary technology was finally breaking down. The stage was set for umbrellas to spread across the developed world, and when they did, they would change far more than just people's relationship with rain. They would fundamentally alter how human civilization dealt with the unpredictable forces of nature. You probably never thought of umbrellas as industrial equipment, but that's exactly what they became during the 1800s. While everyone was focused on steam engines and factories, umbrellas were quietly solving one of the Industrial Revolution's biggest problems, keeping workers productive regardless of weather. Before widespread umbrella adoption, industrial productivity was still surprisingly dependent on weather patterns. Construction workers would lose entire days to rain. Dock workers couldn't effectively load and unload ships in heavy downpours. Even factory workers were affected, since many had to travel significant distances to work and would arrive soaked and miserable on rainy days. But here's where it gets interesting. As umbrellas became more common and socially acceptable, something remarkable happened to industrial productivity. Workers could travel to their jobs regardless of weather. They arrived at work dry and ready to be productive. Construction projects could continue through light rain. The weather became less of a factor in industrial output. The data clearly demonstrates this. Cities that adopted umbrellas earlier showed measurably higher productivity during rainy seasons compared to cities that resisted them. It wasn't a huge difference, but it was consistent and significant. Umbrellas were literally helping power the Industrial Revolution by making human labour more weather independent. This industrial connection led to the first mass production of umbrellas. Factories began producing affordable umbrellas for working class people, not just the wealthy. The Industrial Revolution created a need for weather-independent workers, and umbrellas filled that need perfectly. It's one of those beautiful examples of technology creating its own demand. The umbrella industry itself became a significant part of the industrial economy. Umbrella factories employed thousands of workers and developed sophisticated manufacturing techniques. They pioneered new materials, improved designs, and created distribution networks that reached every corner of the developed world. The umbrella had gone from being a curiosity to being a cornerstone of industrial society. But the real breakthrough came when umbrellas started changing urban planning. City planners began to realise that if people could move around comfortably in light rain, they could design cities differently. Pedestrian areas could be more extensive. Public spaces could be designed with the assumption that people would use them in various weather conditions. This shift in urban planning philosophy was subtle, but profound. Cities began to feel more livable because they were designed for people who had weather protection. Street layouts became more pedestrian-friendly. Public transportation systems could be designed with the assumption that people could walk to stations regardless of weather. The umbrella also played a crucial role in the development of modern retail. Department stores and shopping districts became viable because customers could browse and shop even during light rain. Before umbrellas, retail was much more weather-dependent. Storekeepers would lose entire business days to rain. But with umbrellas, shopping became a year-round activity. This retail revolution had enormous economic implications. Cities with good umbrella adoption developed more sophisticated commercial districts. Consumer culture could flourish because consumption wasn't limited by weather patterns. The modern shopping experience, where people casually browse stores regardless of weather, was made possible partly by umbrellas. The umbrella's impact on women's participation in public life was particularly significant. Before umbrellas, women's elaborate clothing and hairstyles made them especially vulnerable to weather. A sudden downpour could ruin an expensive dress or destroy hours of careful grooming. This made women more likely to stay indoors during uncertain weather, limiting their participation in public life. But umbrellas changed this dynamic completely. Women could venture out with confidence, knowing they had protection from sudden weather changes. This might sound like a small thing, but it contributed to broader changes in women's social participation. When women could move around cities more freely, they became more active in commerce, culture, and eventually politics. The umbrella also influenced the development of modern professional culture. Business meetings could be scheduled without as much concern about weather. Professional appointments became more reliable. The business world could operate with greater predictability because weather became less of a disruptive factor. Perhaps most importantly, umbrellas helped create the modern expectation that daily life should be comfortable and predictable. Before umbrellas, people accepted that weather would occasionally make them miserable. There was a fatalistic attitude toward getting soaked or overheated. But umbrellas introduced the idea that discomfort from weather was optional, not inevitable. This psychological shift was enormous. Once people realised they could control their comfort level in relation to weather, they started expecting that control in other areas of life. The umbrella contributed to the modern mindset that sees environmental discomfort as a problem to be solved, not a fate to be accepted. The Industrial Revolution is usually remembered for its big dramatic innovations: steam engines, railways, factories. But umbrellas were quietly enabling all of these larger changes by making human activity more weather independent. They were the unsung heroes of industrial productivity, urban development, and social progress. By the mid-1800s, umbrellas had become so integrated into industrial society that it was hard to imagine how civilization had functioned without them. They had transformed from exotic curiosities to essential tools of modern life, and their biggest impact was still to come. By the late 1800s, something remarkable was happening with umbrellas that would change the course of human civilization. They were becoming truly democratic. For the first time in history, protection from weather wasn't just for the wealthy. Anyone could afford an umbrella, and this simple fact had consequences that nobody quite saw coming. The democratization of umbrellas happened because of mass production, but its effects went far beyond just making rain gear affordable. When ordinary people could move around comfortably regardless of weather, the entire social structure of cities began to shift. Class distinctions that had partly depended on weather vulnerability started to blur. Think about it this way. Before cheap umbrellas, getting caught in the rain was a class marker. Wealthy people had carriages, covered walkways, and servants to handle weather-related inconveniences. Working-class people just got wet. But when everyone could carry an umbrella, this particular form of weather-based inequality disappeared. This levelling effect was more significant than it might seem. In societies where your social status was partly determined by how well you could avoid life's discomforts, accessible weather protection was genuinely revolutionary. An umbrella couldn't make you wealthy, but it could make you look and feel more dignified in public regardless of your economic circumstances. The psychological impact was enormous. People who had spent their entire lives accepting that weather would occasionally make them miserable suddenly had control over at least one aspect of their comfort. This sense of agency, the feeling that you could do something about your circumstances, had implications far beyond just staying dry. Women's rights activists of the era understood this connection intuitively. They saw that umbrellas gave women more freedom to move around cities independently. When you could protect yourself from sudden weather changes, you could participate more fully in public life. Umbrellas became symbols of women's increasing autonomy and social participation. The umbrella also played a surprising role in the development of modern democracy. When people could gather outdoors regardless of weather, political rallies and public meetings became more viable. Democratic participation increased because weather became less of a barrier to political engagement. You could attend a political rally even if it looked like rain, because you had your umbrella. This might sound like a stretch, but consider how many historical political movements depended on outdoor gatherings. The ability to assemble regardless of weather conditions was crucial to the development of mass democracy. Umbrellas didn't create democratic movements, but they made democratic participation more accessible to ordinary people. The economic implications were equally profound. Small businesses could operate more reliably because customers could shop in light rain. Street vendors could serve customers regardless of weather. The entire informal economy became more weather independent, which was particularly important for working-class entrepreneurs who couldn't afford covered storefronts. Urban culture was transformed as well. The weather no longer constantly forced people indoors, resulting in cities becoming more vibrant. Street life flourished. Public spaces were used more intensively. The rhythm of urban life became less dependent on weather patterns, which made cities feel more alive and dynamic. The the umbrella also changed fashion and social norms in unexpected ways. For the first time, people could dress nicely without worrying constantly about weather damage. This encouraged more elaborate and delicate clothing styles, which in turn influenced the development of modern fashion. When you can protect your outfit from rain, you can take more risks with style. But perhaps the most important change was in people's relationship with nature itself. For thousands of years, humans had seen weather as something that happened to them, a force they could only endure or hide from. Umbrellas represented the first truly portable weather protection that anyone could use. They were a step toward humans having more control over their environment. This shift in mindset was crucial to the development of modern civilization. Once people realized they could modify their relationship with natural forces, they started looking for ways to control other aspects of their environment. The umbrella was an early example of technology making humans more independent from natural conditions. The success of umbrellas also proved that simple, practical innovations could have enormous social impact. They weren't complex machines or dramatic scientific breakthroughs. They were just well-designed tools that solved a universal problem. Their success demonstrated that civilization could be advanced through accessible, democratic technologies, not just through elite innovations. By 1900, umbrellas had become so integrated into daily life that most people couldn't imagine functioning without them. They had transformed from luxury items to basic necessities, and in doing so, they had helped create a more egalitarian, weather-independent form of human civilization. The stage was set for umbrellas to play an even larger role in shaping the modern world. Their greatest impact on human civilization was about to unfold in ways that would touch every aspect of 20th century life. As the 20th century dawned, umbrellas had already changed human civilization in ways that nobody fully appreciated. But their most profound impact was still ahead, waiting to unfold in the rapidly modernizing world of the 1900s. What happened next would show just how much a simple piece of technology could influence the development of modern society. The automobile revolution might have killed the umbrella industry, but it actually did the opposite. As cars became common, people realized they still needed umbrellas for the walk from their car to their destination. Urban parking wasn't designed to protect people from weather, so umbrellas became essential accessories for the automotive age. They bridged the gap between private transportation and public spaces. This relationship between umbrellas and cars helped shape modern urban design. City planners began to assume that people would have portable weather protection, so they could design parking areas and public spaces with less concern about providing comprehensive weather shelter. The umbrella had become an integral part of the urban infrastructure, even though it wasn't technically infrastructure at all. The adoption of umbrellas also closely correlated with the rise of office culture in the early 1900s. Umbrellas partly enabled the modern expectation that workers would arrive at the office presentable and ready to work regardless of the weather. People could maintain professional appearance standards during their commute thanks to reliable weather protection. The economic implications of this revolution in professional culture were immense. Businesses could operate more predictably because their workforce wasn't constantly disrupted by weather. The reliability of meeting schedules increased. Umbrellas played a significant role in enabling the modern business world, which prioritizes punctuality and a consistent professional appearance. World War I demonstrated the umbrella's importance to modern military logistics. Soldiers needed to stay functional in all weather conditions, and umbrellas became important pieces of equipment for officers and support personnel. The war showed that even military operations could benefit from better weather protection for personnel. Adoption of umbrellas also influenced the post-war economic boom of the 1920s. Consumer culture flourished, partly because people could shop comfortably in various weather conditions. The development of modern retail districts with their emphasis on pedestrian shopping and outdoor displays was made possible by the assumption that customers would have weather protection. Another aspect of the umbrella's social importance emerged during the Great Depression. Even during economic hardship, people prioritized having weather protection. Umbrellas became symbols of dignity and self-sufficiency during tough times. They represented the idea that you could maintain your comfort and appearance even when facing economic difficulties. Hollywood and popular culture of the era embraced umbrellas as symbols of sophistication and urban life. Movies showed elegant people navigating city streets with stylish umbrellas, reinforcing the idea that weather protection was part of modern living. The umbrella had become a cultural icon representing humanity's triumph over natural discomfort. The post-World War II suburban boom created new roles for umbrellas. Suburban living meant more outdoor activities and more walking between cars and buildings. Umbrellas became essential equipment for the suburban lifestyle, helping people maintain the casual outdoor culture that defined post-war America. The development of modern air travel also relied on umbrellas. Airports were designed with the assumption that passengers would have portable weather protection for moving between terminals and aircraft. Transportation planning had integrated the umbrella so deeply that people took it for granted as an integral part of their toolkit. Adoption of umbrellas also contributed to the rise of the service economy in the latter half of the 20th century. Service workers needed to move between locations and meet clients in various weather conditions. Umbrellas made service-based businesses more viable by allowing workers to maintain professional standards regardless of weather. The women's liberation movement of the 1960s and 70s built on the foundation of independence that umbrellas had helped create. Women who could move around cities confidently, protected from weather, were better positioned to participate fully in professional and political life. The umbrella had been quietly supporting women's autonomy for decades. Umbrellas also played a crucial role in the development of modern sports and recreation culture. Outdoor events could proceed in light rain because spectators had weather protection. The availability of personal weather protection supported the modern expectation that recreational activities should be comfortable and accessible. By the end of the 20th century, umbrellas had become so thoroughly integrated into modern life that they were invisible. They had helped create a civilization where weather was a minor inconvenience rather than a major constraint on human activity. Accessible, portable weather protection laid the foundation for the modern world's assumption that people could function normally in various weather conditions. The umbrella had accomplished a remarkable feat. It increased human independence from natural forces without necessitating complex technology or extensive infrastructure. It was a democratic solution to an ancient problem, and it had quietly enabled much of what we consider modern civilization. Here you are at the end of this story, probably looking at umbrellas completely differently than you did an hour ago. What started as a simple tale about staying dry has revealed something much more profound. How a basic tool can quietly reshape the entire trajectory of human civilization. The most remarkable thing about the umbrella revolution is how invisible it became. By the mid-20th century, umbrellas were so thoroughly integrated into human life that people stopped thinking about them as revolutionary technology. They had become part of the background infrastructure of modern living, like sidewalks or streetlights, essential but unnoticed. This invisibility is actually the mark of the umbrella's complete success. The most transformative technologies are often the ones that become so natural that we forget they're technologies at all. You don't think about your umbrella as a sophisticated piece of engineering that represents thousands of years of human innovation. You just think of it as the thing that keeps you dry. But now you know better. You know that your umbrella connects you to ancient Egyptian pharaohs seeking shade, Chinese inventors creating the first waterproof designs, and brave souls like Jonas Hanway, who endured ridicule to prove that staying dry was worth fighting for. Every time you open your umbrella, you're participating in one of humanity's longest-running technological traditions. The umbrella's story also reveals something important about how civilization actually progresses. It's not just about dramatic breakthroughs and famous inventors. Sometimes the most important advances come from simple tools that solve everyday problems so effectively that they change how entire societies function. The umbrella proves that democratic innovations, technologies that everyone can use, can be just as revolutionary as elite scientific discoveries. Think about what umbrellas actually accomplished. They made human activity more weather independent, which sounds modest but turned out to be civilization changing. They enabled the development of modern urban life, professional culture, consumer society, and democratic participation. They helped create the modern expectation that daily life should be comfortable and predictable regardless of natural conditions. Perhaps most importantly, umbrellas demonstrated that humans could take control of their relationship with nature through accessible technology. They were an early example of how simple tools could make people more independent from environmental forces. This mindset, the idea that natural discomfort is a problem to be solved rather than a fate to be accepted, became fundamental to modern civilization. The umbrella revolution also shows how cultural resistance to practical innovations can be overcome. Remember all those people who thought umbrellas were ungodly, unmanly, or just plain weird? They were swept aside by the simple logic of staying dry. Good ideas eventually win, even when they face intense social resistance. Today, as you navigate a world shaped by umbrella adoption, you're living in a civilization that's more weather-independent, more democratic, and more comfortable than any previous human society. The modern world's assumption that people can function normally in various weather conditions is built on the foundation that umbrellas helped create. The next time you see someone struggling with an umbrella on a windy day, remember that they're participating in one of humanity's most successful ongoing experiments in environmental control. That flimsy piece of fabric and metal represents thousands of years of human ingenuity and determination to make life a little bit better. The umbrella story is still being written. New materials, better designs, and changing social needs continue to evolve this ancient technology, but its fundamental promise remains the same, that humans don't have to accept discomfort from natural forces when simple, practical solutions are available. So the next time you reach for your umbrella, take a moment to appreciate what you're holding. It's not just weather protection, it's a symbol of human adaptability, ingenuity, and the quiet persistence that has shaped civilization. You're carrying a piece of history that changed the world by helping people stay dry. And that's how umbrellas changed human civilization, not through dramatic revolution, but through the simple, persistent logic of making life a little bit better, one rainy day at a time. Sometimes the most profound changes come from the most humble tools, and sometimes the greatest revolutions are the ones that happen so gradually that nobody notices until they're complete. Now you know the secret history of one of humanity's most underestimated inventions. The umbrella didn't just keep people dry, it helped create the modern world. And every time you use one, you're participating in that ongoing story of human progress, one comfortable step. Picture yourself standing outside a towering Manhattan mansion in 1885, clutching a worn carpet bag and wearing your only decent dress. The marble steps stretch up like a mountain, but you're not headed that way. Your entrance is around back through a narrow door marked only by the constant stream of delivery boys and other working folks. Welcome to your new life as a housemaid in America's Gilded Age, where the rich got richer and you got to scrub their chamber pots. The servants' entrance opens into a different universe entirely. While the family upstairs lives surrounded by velvet drapes and crystal chandeliers, you're entering a maze of narrow hallways, steep staircases, and rooms that never see proper sunlight. The basement kitchen feels like a ship's galley, cramped, hot, and buzzing with activity. The downstairs is your world now, and it operates by rules as rigid as any royal court. Your first shock comes when the housekeeper, Mrs. Patterson, hands you a list of duties longer than your arm. Did you assume that housework only involved sweeping and dusting? Think again. You're responsible for everything from blackening the coal stoves before dawn to polishing door handles with such precision that the master of the house shouldn't see a single fingerprint. And that's just Monday. The uniform comes next. A grey wool dress that itches something fierce, covered by a white apron that must remain spotless, despite the fact that you'll be cleaning fireplaces, scrubbing floors, and hauling buckets of water up 3 flights of stairs. The little white cap perched on your head serves as both identification and humiliation. You're invisible until you're needed and needed until the job is perfect. Your bedroom is a closet-sized space under the eaves, shared with another maid named Sarah who snores like a freight train. The single window faces an air shaft, offering a view of absolutely nothing except the brick wall of the house next door. But hey, at least you get your own chamber pot, though you'll be emptying everyone else's too. The pay sounds decent at first, maybe $8 a month plus room and board. But then you discover the board consists of whatever leftovers the family doesn't want, served at a wooden table in the kitchen after the family has finished their elaborate meals upstairs. You'll eat a lot of bread and gravy, and you'll be grateful for it because jobs are scarce, and this beats the factory work that's slowly killing your cousin back home. What nobody tells you is how the hierarchy works below stairs. The butler rules like a king, the housekeeper like a queen, and you're somewhere near the bottom of the pecking order with the scullery maid and the boot boy. Everyone has a boss and someone else bosses them around. It's like a pyramid scheme, except instead of selling overpriced vitamins, you're all selling your dignity one scrubbed floor at a time. The strangest part isn't the work, it's becoming a ghost in your life. You dust around the family as they eat breakfast, invisible as furniture. You change sheets while they're at the opera, erasing any sign that you exist. You know intimate details about their lives, who's having affairs, who's losing money at cards, who can't sleep without laudanum, but they couldn't pick you out of a police lineup. Yet somehow, in this strange netherworld between upstairs and downstairs, you'll find a community. The other servants become your family, sharing gossip over stolen moments and leftover cake. You'll discover that Mrs. Patterson isn't as stern as she seems, and that even the stuffy butler once sneaked you an extra blanket during a cold snap. Your hands will become rough and red, your back will ache from bending over scrub brushes, and you'll fall into bed each night exhausted. But you'll also develop muscles you never knew you had, learn skills that would impress any modern efficiency expert, and gain a perspective on wealth and privilege that few people ever get to see from the inside. 5 in the morning marks the start of your day, with the world still in darkness and the house enveloped in a quiet that echoes with every footstep. You've learned to dress by feel, fumbling for your uniform in the pitch black, because lighting a candle would wake Sarah, and a cranky roommate makes an already difficult day downright miserable. The first task is creeping downstairs like a burglar in your workplace. Those beautiful hardwood floors that the family walks on so elegantly become your enemy in the pre-dawn hours. Every board seems designed to creak at the worst possible moment. You've mapped out the quiet spots like a criminal planning a heist, stepping only where the floorboards meet the joists. Once you reach the kitchen, it's time for the morning miracle, bringing the house to life without anyone upstairs knowing how it happens. The coal stove needs to be cleaned out, fresh coal added, and the fire coaxed back to life. Your hands turn black within minutes, and you'll spend the rest of the day trying to scrub the evidence from under your fingernails. But this temperamental iron beast is your lifeline. No fire means no hot water, no cooking, and no heat for the family's morning comfort. While the stove heats up, you're racing against time to complete what servants call the invisible ballet. Every surface that the family might touch needs to be perfect before they wake up. Doorknobs become polished until they gleam, carpets become beaten free of yesterday's dust, and windows are cleaned with a mixture of vinegar and newspaper that leaves your hands smelling like a pickle factory. The state of the bathroom warrants a separate narrative. Indoor plumbing is still a luxury even in wealthy homes, so you're dealing with chamber pots, wash basins, and the occasional newfangled water closet that breaks down more often than it works. Emptying and cleaning chamber pots becomes as routine as brushing your teeth, though considerably less pleasant. You develop a technique that involves holding your breath and contemplating literally anything else. Breakfast preparation happens in controlled chaos. The cook maintains strict authority in the kitchen, wielding a wooden spoon with determination to ensure that anyone who obstructs her efforts is swiftly dealt with. You're responsible for setting the dining room table with military precision. Every fork exactly 1 inch from the edge of the plate, every napkin folded into perfect triangles. The family's breakfast must be delivered upstairs as if by magic, hot and impeccably arranged, while you hastily grab cold leftover biscuits and hope your stomach remains silent enough to go unnoticed. The washing routine would make a modern person weep. Everything is scrubbed by hand with lye soap that could strip paint from a barn door. Bedsheets are boiled in large copper tubs and stirred with wooden paddles, reminiscent of preparing an exceedingly tedious stew. Your hands develop calluses in places you didn't know could grow blisters, and the constant moisture makes your skin crack like dried leather. Laundry day transforms the basement into a steamy jungle. Clotheslines stretch everywhere, creating a maze of damp linens and undergarments. You learn to navigate this textile obstacle course while carrying baskets of wet laundry that weigh more than small children. The air becomes so thick with moisture that breathing feels like drowning in slow motion, and your hair escapes from your cap in rebellious wisps that make you look like you've been struck by lightning. The ironing comes next, using heavy metal irons heated on the stove. These weapons of domestic destruction weigh about 5 pounds each and retain heat like tiny furnaces. You'll burn yourself at least once a week, developing a collection of small scars that mark you as permanently as any sailor's tattoos. The family's clothes must emerge crisp and perfect, while your own uniform looks like you slept in it, which some days you practically did. Between all these tasks, you're constantly running up and down stairs that seem designed by someone who hated servants. Your legs develop the strength of a mountain climber, but your knees start protesting before you turn 25. Each trip upstairs feels like scaling Mount Everest, especially when you're carrying heavy buckets or baskets of clean laundry. The morning routine ends around 9. when the family finally makes their grand appearance downstairs. By then, you've been working for 4 hours, accomplished enough tasks to exhaust a small army, and somehow managed to make it all look effortless. The family effortlessly navigates their morning routine, unaware that a team of servants has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure their comfort. The invisible line between upstairs and downstairs isn't marked on any blueprint, but it might as well be painted in neon. Cross it at the wrong time or in the wrong way, and you'll face consequences ranging from sharp words to outright dismissal. Learning to navigate this social minefield becomes as crucial as mastering the art of silver polish. Your training in invisibility starts immediately. When family members enter a room, you become a piece of furniture, useful when needed, ignored otherwise. You learn to dust around conversations about family finances, clean fireplaces while dramatic arguments unfold, and change bed linens while pretending not to notice the love letters hidden under pillows. It's akin to operating as a secret agent within your own organisation, yet the information you collect is utterly insignificant and could pose a threat if discovered. The bell system becomes your master. Every room has a cord that connects to a series of bells in the servants' hall, each with a different tone that you must memorise like a musical scale. The library bell sounds different from the morning room bell, which sounds different from the master bedroom bell. Every room is equipped with a cord that connects to a series of bells located in the servants' hall, each producing a distinct tone that one must memorise akin to a musical scale. The bell in the library has a different sound than that of the morning room, which in turn differs from the bell in the master bedroom. Should you make an error, you may find yourself in the position of having to explain why you delivered tea service to someone who actually desired their boots to be polished. Engaging in conversation with family members necessitates its own set of protocols. One should never initiate dialogue unless there is an urgent situation, such as someone's hair being on fire. Speaking to family members requires its own protocol. You should never start a conversation unless someone's hair is in danger. When spoken to, you respond with "yes sir" or "yes ma'am," followed by immediate action. Extended conversations are forbidden, even if the family member seems friendly. They might ask about your family back home or comment on the weather, but these aren't invitations for genuine human connection. They're just rich people being polite in the same way they might pat a well-behaved dog. The children of the house present special challenges. Little Master Timothy might be adorable in his sailor suit, but he's also a tiny dictator who's never heard the word "no" applied to himself. He'll demand that you drop everything to build him a fort out of dining room chairs, then cry to his mother when you explain that you need to finish your actual work first. The result? You'll build the fort and work twice as fast to catch up, because rich children's tears carry more weight than servants' explanations. Privacy becomes a foreign concept. Your employers expect you to see and hear everything while somehow remaining mentally absent. You'll witness family fights that would scandalise the neighbours, observe personal habits that range from quirky to disgusting, and overhear financial discussions that could tank stock prices. But you're not supposed to remember, discuss, or use any of it. The family's guests provide their own entertainment. Wealthy guests treat their servants like interactive wallpaper, discussing intimate details of their lives as if they've left you deaf and mute. You'll learn about affairs, business deals, and family scandals that would fill a dozen gossip columns, all while polishing silver or arranging flowers with the focused concentration of a monk. Meal service becomes a choreographed dance where one wrong step can ruin the entire performance. You must appear at exactly the right moment with the right item, serve from the correct side, and vanish before anyone notices you are there. Drop a fork and the entire table falls silent. Spill wine on a guest and you'll be lucky to find work cleaning stables. The family's schedule dictates your entire existence. When they decide to host a dinner party for 20 people, your schedule explodes into 16-hour days of preparation. They either pack you along like luggage or leave you behind to maintain an empty house when they travel to their summer house. Your needs for rest, social contact or personal time simply don't factor into their calculations. Yet within this rigid system, small rebellions bloom. Servants develop their own communication networks, passing information through a complex system of glances, gestures, and carefully coded conversations. You learn to read the subtle signs that indicate when cook is in a poor mood, when the butler has been sampling the wine, or when Mrs. Patterson is actually pleased with your work despite her stern expression. The hypocrisy becomes almost comical once you adjust to it. The same family that lectures their children about honesty will lie smoothly to social callers about their whereabouts. They'll preach Christian charity at Sunday dinner, then dock your wages for breaking a plate. They'll discuss the moral degradation of the working classes while running their household through a system that would make a medieval lord blush. Your fellow servants become your real family, united by shared exhaustion and mutual understanding of the absurdities you witness daily. Late-night conversations in the servants' hall create bonds stronger than blood, forged by the knowledge that you're all surviving the same bizarre social experiment together. Below stairs operates like its own small kingdom, complete with rigid social rankings, unspoken rules, and enough political intrigue to rival any royal court. Understanding your place in this hierarchy becomes crucial for survival, because stepping out of a line can make your already difficult life absolutely miserable. At the top of this domestic pyramid sits the butler, a man who carries himself with more dignity than most senators and considerably more authority than the average army general. He controls the wine cellar, manages the male servants, and serves as the family's public face when they are receiving guests. In his perfectly pressed uniform and white gloves, he glides through the house like he owns it, which, in many practical ways, he does. Cross him, and you'll find yourself assigned to the worst jobs until you either quit or learn proper respect. The housekeeper holds a dominant position among the female servants, dictating everything from uniform standards to room assignments. Mrs. Patterson may appear as a gentle grandmother to some, yet she manages her domain with the efficiency of a military commander and the meticulousness of a Swiss watchmaker. She keeps track of every towel, every bar of soap, and every minute of your day. Her approval means protection and slightly better assignments. Her disapproval means scrubbing floors until your knees bleed. Cook occupies her own special category, technically below the housekeeper in rank, but wielding enormous practical power because she controls the food. A skilled cook has the power to shape the social status of a wealthy family, inspiring both respect and fear in everyone, including the family members themselves. She rules her kitchen like a benevolent dictator, capable of creating masterpieces with one hand while boxing ears with the other. If you manage to gain her favour, you'll never face hunger. If you provoke her anger, you'll have to rely on bread crusts and regret. Ladies' maids and valets occupy the aristocracy of servant land. These personal attendants dress their employers, style their hair, and know intimate details about their daily lives. They earn higher wages, wear better uniforms, and often receive cast-off clothing worth more than your annual salary. They also tend to adopt an air of superiority, behaving as though they are somehow elevated above others simply because they assist affluent individuals in dressing rather than performing more menial tasks. Footmen represent the peacocks of the servant world, chosen more for their appearance than their skills. They need to be tall, handsome, and capable of standing motionless for hours while looking decorative. Their primary duties include opening doors, serving meals, and providing visual stimulation for the family's female guests. The beneficial news is they're often too pretty to be truly bright. The adverse news is they know they're pretty and act accordingly. You occupy the vast middle ground of general housemaids, along with your fellow soldiers in the war against dust, dirt, and disorder. You're above the scullery maid, who spends her entire existence washing dishes and scrubbing pots, and the boot boy, whose life revolves around making leather shine, but below practically everyone else. It's like being middle management in a company that specialises in thankless labour. Kitchen politics make international diplomacy look simple. Cook and the housekeeper maintain an uneasy alliance based on mutual respect and territorial boundaries that shift like desert sands. The butler considers himself above such petty concerns, which makes everyone else consider him an arrogant peacock. Personal maids gossip about their employers while somehow maintaining superiority over everyone who doesn't have access to such intimate information. Meals in the servants' hall follow protocols stricter than state dinners. At the head of the table, the butler and housekeeper receive the first service and consume the tastiest portions. Personal servants are seated next, then upper housemaids, then lower housemaids, and lastly, the truly unfortunate individuals who clean pots and polish boots. Conversation follows equally rigid rules: no discussion of family business, no complaints about working conditions, and absolutely no questioning of decisions made by your superiors. Romance below stairs provides endless entertainment and occasional heartbreak. Relationships between servants face constant scrutiny from both the staff hierarchy and the family upstairs. A housemaid dating a footman might find herself reassigned to less desirable duties if the housekeeper disapproves. Marriage usually means one partner must locate employment elsewhere, since most families won't employ married couples who might prioritise each other over their duties. The contrast between your circumstances and those of the family creates its own psychological challenges. You handle their money while earning a fraction of what they spend on a single dinner party. You maintain their beautiful clothes while wearing the same grey dress day after day. You prepare their luxurious meals while eating leftovers that wouldn't satisfy a prison inmate. The irony thickens to such an extent that it could be sliced with the silver knives you meticulously polish every day. Yet within this strange system, genuine friendships develop. Sarah, your snoring roommate, becomes your closest confidant. The scullery maid, despite her lowly status, possesses a wicked sense of humour that makes even the worst days bearable. Even Mrs. Patterson, for all her stern efficiency, occasionally shows flashes of motherly concern that remind you she was once young and overwhelmed too. Information becomes currency in this closed world. Knowing which family members are travelling, which guests are expected, or which social events require extra preparation provides you leverage and protection. The servant who overhears plans for a dinner party can prepare accordingly. The one caught off guard ends up working until midnight with no warning. Nothing tests a servant's endurance quite like the social season, when wealthy families transform from merely demanding employers into social climbing tornadoes that sweep through your life, leaving chaos, exhaustion, and occasionally broken china in their wake. From November through February, your employers shed any pretense of normal living and dive headfirst into a whirlwind of dinner parties, balls, and social events that would exhaust a professional athlete. Preparing for a dinner party feels like planning a military invasion. 2 days before the event, the house erupts into controlled pandemonium. Every piece of silver must be polished until it blinds anyone foolish enough to look directly at it. Crystal glasses get washed in special solutions that cost more per bottle than you earn in a week. Mrs. Patterson meticulously scrubs, polishes and inspects every surface in the dining room, a process typically reserved for operating theatres. The floral arrangements alone could drive you to drink, if you had access to anything stronger than Cook's cooking sherry. Flowers arrive from the florist in carefully packed boxes, each bloom worth more than your monthly wages. You'll spend hours arranging roses, lilies and exotic blooms, whose names you can't pronounce, creating centerpieces that will be admired for precisely 3 hours before being relegated to the servants' hall, where they'll brighten your dreary meals for the rest of the week. Planning the menu turns into a challenging exercise in culinary mathematics, comparable to that of a university professor. The family wants to impress their guests without appearing to try too hard, serve sophisticated food without being pretentious, and accommodate dietary restrictions that change daily based on the latest medical fads. Cook transforms into a temperamental artist, creating elaborate dishes while simultaneously managing a kitchen staff that multiplies mysteriously during party preparations. Your uniform gets upgraded for special events, a slightly better dress, a crisper apron, and shoes that haven't been resoled 3 times. You're expected to serve guests with the grace of a ballet dancer and the efficiency of a factory worker while remaining as invisible as furniture. Spill wine on a guest's gown, and you'll find yourself explaining to potential future employers why your last position ended so abruptly. The guest bedrooms become monuments to excessive hospitality. Fresh linens appear on beds that may not even be used, but the possibility that the Vanderbilt's cousin might need a place to rest between courses requires preparation worthy of visiting royalty. You'll arrange flowers, stock wash basins with the finest soaps, and ensure that chamber pots are spotless and discreetly positioned, because nothing ruins a social evening like inadequate bathroom facilities. Christmas season multiplies the insanity by roughly 10,000%. The family's gift-giving requires military-level logistics coordination. You'll spend December wrapping presents with paper that costs more than most people's winter coats, arranging elaborate displays that transform the house into something resembling a particularly expensive museum, and somehow maintaining normal daily operations while accommodating the constant stream of deliveries, social calls, and holiday preparations. Holiday entertaining reaches levels of absurdity that would impress Roman emperors. New Year's Eve parties stretch until dawn, requiring you to work shifts that would violate modern labour laws by several decades. You'll serve champagne that costs more per bottle than you earn in 3 months, clean up after revellers whose idea of fun involves considerable property damage, and somehow maintain a pleasant demeanour while running on 3 hours of sleep and pure caffeine. The laundry situation during the social season deserves its own chapter in the annals of human suffering. Evening gowns require special handling, with beading, lace and fabric so delicate that breathing on them wrong could cause irreparable damage. Men's formal wear involves starching shirt fronts to cardboard stiffness, pressing tailcoats that must hang perfectly, and managing white tie ensembles that require the precision of a Swiss clockmaker. Guest management becomes a diplomatic challenge that would stump professional ambassadors. Wealthy visitors arrive with their servants, creating temporary hierarchies and territorial disputes that make international border negotiations look simple. Sharing already cramped quarters with ladies' maids who consider themselves your social superiors, competing for kitchen space with visiting cooks who have strong opinions about proper techniques, and navigating personality conflicts that could destabilise small governments are all common experiences. The aftermath of large parties resembles battlefield cleanup. Wine stains on Persian carpets require immediate attention, with special cleaning solutions and techniques passed down through generations of servants. Broken crystal is collected with the reverence usually reserved for gathering fragments of religious relics. Leftover food will be redistributed through a complex system that ensures nothing edible goes to waste, though the definition of edible is stretched considerably after midnight. Your social life disappears entirely during party season. Any hope of personal time evaporates under the constant demands of preparation, service and clean-up. Letters from home pile up unread, friendships with other servants get reduced to exhausted nods in hallways, and your health becomes secondary to maintaining the family's social standing. Yet somehow, you develop skills that would impress modern event planners. You learn to coordinate complex logistics, manage multiple tasks simultaneously, and solve problems with creativity born from desperation. You can estimate quantities for 50 people, arrange flowers that would make professional florists weep with envy, and serve formal meals with precision that would satisfy military inspection. The strangest part is how normal it all becomes. After your first social season, you develop the stamina of a marathon runner and the organisational skills of a general staff officer. What once seemed impossible becomes merely exhausting, and what once seemed exhausting becomes just another Tuesday in the life of a Gilded Age housemaid. Finding space for your humanity within the rigid structure of domestic service requires the ingenuity of a master criminal and the stealth of a professional spy. Your personal life exists in fragments, stolen moments between duties, whispered conversations in hallways, and relationships that bloom in the shadows of other people's grand lives. Your correspondence becomes a lifeline to the world beyond the servant's door. Letters from home arrive sporadically, their contents both comforting and heartbreaking. Your mother writes about crops and weather and neighbours who've married or died, painting pictures of a life that feels simultaneously familiar and impossibly distant. You save your pennies to send money home, knowing that your wages might mean the difference between your younger siblings eating well or going hungry, even as you survive on kitchen scraps and leftover bread. Romance in service requires navigating obstacles that would challenge a diplomat. Meeting someone from outside the household means coordinating schedules that change daily, finding time when you're not exhausted from 14-hour workdays, and somehow maintaining a relationship when you can't predict whether you'll have an evening free until about 5 minutes before it happens. Dating fellow servants creates its own complications, workplace relationships under the constant scrutiny of superiors who view any personal attachment as a potential distraction from duty. Your half-day off becomes more precious than gold and twice as rare. Every other Sunday afternoon, from 2 until 10 in the evening, you're theoretically free to live your life. In reality, you're often too exhausted to do anything more ambitious than sleeping in a real bed or taking a bath without worrying about someone needing immediate service. When you do venture outside, the world feels foreign after spending weeks in the artificial environment of wealth and privilege. Friendships among servants develop their own peculiar intensity. Shared hardship forges bonds that might not otherwise exist. The scullery maid transforms into your confidant, the boot boy provides you with comedic relief, and Sarah becomes your sister beyond blood. These relationships sustain you through the worst moments and make the best moments worth celebrating, even if celebration means sharing a stolen apple tart in the servants' hall after midnight. Reading becomes a form of rebellion and escape. You squirrel away penny novels and yesterday's newspapers, reading by candlelight until your eyes strain and your candle budget disappears. Books transport you to worlds where women have choices, where love overcomes social barriers, and where hard-working people sometimes find happiness. The family's discarded magazines provide glimpses into fashions and lifestyles that seem as exotic as tales from distant countries. Your health suffers in ways both obvious and subtle. The constant physical labour strengthens your muscles but wears down your joints. Poor nutrition leaves you vulnerable to every passing illness. The lack of sunlight and fresh air creates a pallor that marks you as any uniform. Back pain becomes your constant companion, along with hands that crack and bleed from exposure to harsh cleaning chemicals and cold water. Personal hygiene presents its challenges in an era when hot water is a luxury, and privacy is non-existent. Your weekly bath becomes a cherished ritual, even if it takes place in a tin tub in the kitchen after everyone else has finished their evening duties. Washing your hair requires planning and coordination worthy of a military operation, since you need access to hot water, sufficient time for drying, and privacy that's rarer than diamonds. Your few personal possessions take on enormous significance. A locket from your mother, a pressed flower from your last walk in the countryside, or a photograph of family members becomes a treasure guarded more carefully than the family silver. These small tokens represent your identity beyond the grey uniform and white cap, reminders that you exist as more than just a pair of hands that scrub and clean. Dreams and aspirations are modified rather than abandoned. Instead of opening your shop, you dream of becoming a housekeeper with authority over your staff. Instead of marrying a prosperous farmer, you hope to locate a butler or valet, whose combined income might allow for a small apartment, and maybe even children someday. Your goals shrink to fit reality, but they don't disappear entirely. The seasonal rhythms of the household create their own calendar of anticipation and dread. Summer might bring opportunities to accompany the family to their country house, offering glimpses of different scenery and slightly modified routines. Winter social season means exhausting work, but also excitement, and the possibility of glimpsing famous guests. Spring cleaning represents weeks of back-breaking labour, but also the satisfaction of transformation and renewal. Small pleasures take on enormous importance. A compliment from Mrs. Patterson carries more weight than praise from royalty. An evening when cook shares leftover dessert feels like Christmas morning. A Sunday when you're healthy enough to walk to the park and sit under actual trees becomes a memory to sustain you through difficult weeks ahead. Your relationship with money becomes complex and contradictory. You handle more wealth daily than most people see in their entire lives, yet your own financial situation remains precarious. Every penny saved represents enormous sacrifice, less food, fewer letters home, and no small luxuries that might make your hard life slightly more bearable. Your bank account grows slowly while your hands grow rough and your back grows crooked. The strange intimacy of service creates its own emotional complications. You know details about your employers' lives that their relatives don't share, yet they remain strangers who could dismiss you without reference and barely remember your name. This one-sided intimacy breeds both affection and resentment, creating relationships that are simultaneously personal and completely impersonal. As the 1890s draw to a close, you've survived nearly a decade of service in the grand houses of America's wealthy elite, and the world around you is changing in ways both subtle and dramatic. From your perspective in the servants' quarters, these changes feel both impossibly distant and intimately personal. Technology creeps into the household like a slow-moving revolution. Electric lights begin replacing gas fixtures, transforming your morning routine of lamp cleaning but introducing new mysteries of switches and bulbs that sometimes work and sometimes don't. The telephone appears in the front hall like a magical device, bringing the outside world directly into the house while creating new responsibilities. Someone must answer it, and that person often turns out to be you. Your body tells the story of your service in ways that no employment record could capture. Your hands bear the permanent stains and scars of countless cleaning chemicals and burns from hot irons. Your shoulders curve slightly forward from years of bending over scrub brushes and laundry tubs. Your knees protest when climbing the endless flights of stairs that connect your basement world to the family's elevated existence. These marks of service will stay with you long after you've left domestic work behind. The skills you've developed would impress any modern efficiency expert. You can manage complex household logistics, coordinate multiple tasks simultaneously, and maintain impossibly high standards under constant pressure. You've learned to read people's moods and needs from subtle cues, mastered the art of diplomatic problem-solving, and developed the physical stamina of a professional athlete. These abilities will serve you well, whether you continue in service or venture into other forms of work. Daily proximity to extreme luxury and the labour required to maintain it has shaped your perspective on wealth and privilege. You've witnessed the ease with which one can spend money and the challenge of earning it. You've witnessed the isolation that wealth can create, even as you've experienced the exhaustion that poverty demands. This understanding of both sides of America's growing economic divide provides you insights that few people possess. The friendships forged in service carry a special intensity born from shared hardship and mutual dependence. Sarah, your long-suffering roommate, has become closer than any sister. Cook, despite her gruff exterior, has served as a mentor and mother figure. Even Mrs. Patterson, with all her stern efficiency, has shown moments of genuine care that transcended the employer-employee relationship. These bonds will outlast your employment and provide emotional support for decades to come. Years of separation and financial responsibilities have complicated your relationship with your own family. The money you've sent home has made real differences. Your youngest brother finished school instead of working in factories, your sister avoided an unfortunate marriage, and your parents kept their small farm despite several bad harvests. Yet the physical and emotional distance has created gaps that letters can't entirely bridge. You've become somewhat foreign to your origins, shaped by experiences your family can't fully understand. Marriage and family planning in service pose special difficulties that will influence your future choices. If you marry another servant, you'll understand each other's experiences but face continued economic uncertainty. If you marry outside domestic service, you'll need to explain a world that sounds almost fictional to people who haven't lived it. Children complicate everything. Servants with families obtain fewer employment opportunities and face the constant struggle of balancing parental responsibilities with professional demands. The broader social changes rippling through American society will eventually transform domestic service itself. Women are beginning to discover other employment opportunities in offices, shops, and factories. Labour movements are questioning the working conditions that you've simply accepted as natural. New technologies will gradually reduce the need for armies of servants to maintain wealthy households. Your generation represents the peak of an era that won't last forever. Your dreams have evolved through your years of service. The naive girl who first walked through the servants' entrance has been replaced by a woman who understands both her capabilities and the realistic limits of her opportunities. Even when your hard work remains largely unnoticed, you've learned to find satisfaction in it. You've discovered that dignity can be maintained even in situations designed to minimize it. The education you've received through observation and experience rivals anything offered in formal schools. You've learned about art by dusting priceless paintings, about music by overhearing private concerts, about literature by reading discarded books, and about human nature by witnessing how people behave when they think no one important is watching. This informal education has expanded your mind in ways that will continue paying dividends throughout your life. Looking back on your years in service, the experience defies simple categorization. It has been simultaneously degrading and ennobling, exhausting and educational, and isolating and community building. You've sacrificed your youth and health to maintain other people's comfort, yet you've also developed strengths and skills that you might never have discovered otherwise. You've lived through one of the most economically unequal periods in American history, not as a victim or a hero, but as a working woman doing what was necessary to survive and help your family survive. As you consider your future, whether continuing in service, marrying and starting your family, or venturing into the changing world of women's work, you carry with you the knowledge that you've already overcome challenges that would break weaker spirits. You've maintained your humanity in a system designed to reduce you to a function. You've found friendship in unlikely places, dignity in humble work, and strength in circumstances that seem designed to crush it. The Gilded Age is ending, taking with it some of the extreme social rigid structures that defined your working life. But the lessons you've learned about resilience, community, and the true nature of both wealth and poverty will serve you well in whatever comes next. You've been invisible to the wealthy families you've served, but your story, and the stories of millions of women like you, represents the real foundation upon which America's grandest era was built. Picture this. You're living in ancient Rome, around 50 AD. You've got your toga pressed, your sandals polished, and you think life is pretty good. Then you discover your spouse has been spending their afternoons with someone else, and suddenly your carefully ordered world feels about as stable as a house of cards in a windstorm. Now, If you were just any regular Roman citizen, you might have done what most people did back then. Maybe thrown some pottery, started a public shouting match, or plotted some elaborate revenge involving questionable seafood left in strategic locations. But you're different. You've been studying this new philosophy called Stoicism, and you're about to find out whether all those hours spent reading Epictetus were worth it. The Stoics proposed the radical notion that you could master your reaction to betrayal. The betrayal itself had already occurred, likely while you were occupied with rearranging your collection of scrolls, but your reaction, that was entirely up to you. And the issue wasn't just theoretical philosophy class nonsense. These were practical people dealing with real problems, just like you are right now, thousands of years later. Marcus Aurelius, who spent his days running an empire and his nights writing what essentially amounted to diary entries about not losing his mind, understood the circumstances better than most. He knew that people would do what they wanted, no matter what you wanted or expected. Your spouse choosing to be unfaithful wasn't really about you controlling them. It was about you controlling you. Taking a deep breath and asking yourself a simple question. What exactly can you control in this situation? Is the first thing a Stoic would advise. You can't control what your partner did yesterday. You can't control whether they'll do it again. You cannot influence the actions of your partner from yesterday, nor can you determine if they will repeat those actions. Additionally, you have no control over whether the individual with whom they were unfaithful possesses more appealing hair than you. However, you do have the power to decide how you will think about the situation, how you will respond, and what actions you will take moving forward. This may seem almost overly simplistic, but the Stoics held a strong belief in the value of straightforward truths. But you can control your thoughts, reactions, and next steps. These principles might sound almost ridiculously simple, but the Stoics were big believers in simple truths. They figured that most of human suffering came from trying to control things that were completely outside our influence, while ignoring the things that were actually within our power. It's like spending all your energy trying to change the weather while forgetting to grab an umbrella. Seneca, another famous Stoic who had plenty of experience with life's unexpected curveballs, would probably remind you that betrayal hurts precisely because we had expectations about how other people should behave. We create these elaborate mental contracts with the people in our lives, unspoken agreements about loyalty, honesty, and not sneaking around behind our backs. When someone breaks that contract, we feel violated not just by their actions, but also by the shattering of our assumptions about how the world should work. But here's where it gets interesting. The Stoics would suggest that those expectations were the real problem all along. It's not that your desire for faithfulness and honesty was incorrect. Those are entirely valid desires. Rather, it's because you mistakenly believed that your strong desire for faithfulness and honesty could ensure their fulfillment. So there you are, standing in your Roman villa or your modern apartment, holding the pieces of what you thought was your life, and some ancient philosopher is essentially telling you that this moment, this exact moment of discovering betrayal, is actually an opportunity. An opportunity to practice the most important skill any human can develop, the ability to respond rather than simply react. You know what's amusing about finding out you've been cheated on? Your brain immediately starts working overtime, like a detective who's had way too much coffee and is convinced they're about to crack the case of the century. You start remembering every little detail, how they seemed distracted last Tuesday, why they suddenly needed to work late on Fridays, and what that weird smile meant when they looked at their phone. Your mind becomes this relentless investigation machine, and honestly, it's exhausting. The ancient Stoics would have recognized this mental spiral immediately. The ancient Stoics referred to this mental spiral as getting carried away by your initial impressions, and they offered some surprisingly practical advice for addressing it. Epictetus, who understood a thing or two about life not going according to plan, would suggest starting by separating facts from the stories you tell yourself about those facts. Here's what he meant. The fact is that your partner was unfaithful. That's it. That's the actual event that happened in the world. But then your mind starts adding layers to this fact. Stories about what it means about you, about your worth, about your future, about whether you're attractive enough or interesting enough, or whether you should have seen it coming. What do all those additions mean? Those aren't facts. These are interpretations, and interpretations are something you can effectively work with. This does not imply that one should disregard the pain or minimize the significance of betrayal. The Stoics weren't advocating for becoming emotionally numb. They were way too smart for that. They understood that pain is a natural human response to loss and disappointment, but they also understood the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is what happens when something undesirable occurs. Suffering occurs when you take that pain and amplify it with narratives about how terrible everything is, how things will never improve, and how this validates all your deepest fears about yourself. Marcus Aurelius used to write himself little reminders about this distinction. He'd note that when something unpleasant happened, he had a choice. He could experience it as just that one unpleasant thing, or he could let it contaminate everything else in his life. Getting cheated on could be one of the worst things that happened, or it could prove that love is impossible, that you're unlovable, that you can't trust anyone, and that you should just get 17 cats and give up on human relationships. The Stoics were also surprisingly practical about the whole others are going to do what other people do thing. They weren't naive about human nature. Seneca, who lived through some pretty dramatic political times and saw plenty of betrayal up close, wrote extensively about how people often act out of their pain, confusion, or weakness rather than out of some calculated desire to hurt you specifically. This view doesn't lessen the pain or justify the betrayal, but it does take you out of the centre of someone else's bad choices. Maybe your partner cheated because they're going through something you don't understand. Maybe they cheated because they never learned healthy ways to resolve problems in relationships. Maybe they cheated because they're fundamentally selfish or scared, or they just make really poor choices when they're feeling overwhelmed. These reasons don't justify the betrayal, but they do lessen its impact on your humanity. And that's vital, as infidelity can make you doubt everything about yourself. The Stoics would remind you that someone else's poor choices are information about them, not about you. The really revolutionary part of Stoic thinking is how they approach the whole question of what you deserve from other people. Most of us operate with the underlying assumption that if we're good partners, loyal, loving and supportive, then we've somehow earned the right to be treated the same way in return. The universe owes us faithfulness because we've been faithful. But the Stoics would gently suggest that this entire framework is based on a misunderstanding of how the world actually works. Even the best partner can be betrayed. This isn't due to your deservingness or inadequacy, but rather because individuals possess their own free will, intricate inner lives, and the ability to make dreadful choices. Let's clarify that acceptance does not equate to being a doormat. This principle is probably one of the most misunderstood aspects of Stoic philosophy, and it's particularly important when you're dealing with betrayal. When Epictetus talked about accepting what you cannot control, he wasn't suggesting that you should just smile and nod when someone treats you badly. He was emphasizing a more practical point. Resisting reality is a futile struggle that depletes your energy and leaves you feeling helpless. But how do you accept reality? That's actually the first step toward figuring out what you can do about your situation. Think about it this way. As long as you're spending all your mental energy being outraged that this thing happened, trying to figure out how to make it not happen, or spinning elaborate fantasies about what you should have done differently to prevent it, you're not available to deal with what's actually in front of you right now. You resemble an individual standing in the rain, shaking your fist at the clouds and insisting that they cease being wet rather than seeking shelter or obtaining an umbrella. The Stoics understood that acceptance is actually a form of power. When you accept that your partner cheated, not that it was okay, not that you have to like it, but simply that it happened and you can't change the fact that it happened, suddenly you free up all that energy you were using to fight reality. And now you can use that energy for something useful, like figuring out what you want to do next. This is where the Stoic approach gets intriguing, because they were big believers in focusing on the future rather than the past. Marcus Aurelius used to remind himself that he couldn't change what happened yesterday, but he had complete control over what he chose to do today. And when you're dealing with infidelity, this perspective can be liberating. You can't make your partner not have cheated, but you can decide whether you want to try to work things out or end the relationship. You can't control whether they'll be faithful in the future, but you can decide what your boundaries are and what you're willing to accept going forward. You can't erase the hurt and betrayal you're feeling, but you can choose how to process your feelings and what to learn about yourself and your relationships. The Stoics were also remarkably practical about the whole forgiveness question. They didn't think you owed anyone forgiveness, especially not on someone else's timeline, but they did understand that carrying around anger and resentment is exhausting and ultimately self-destructive. Seneca wrote about how anger is like picking up a hot coal to throw at someone else. You're the one who receives burned. This doesn't mean you have to forgive and forget and pretend nothing happened. It means that at some point, for your own well-being, you might choose to let go of the anger, not because the person who hurt you deserves it, but because you deserve to not carry around that burden anymore. It's less about them and more about you reclaiming your peace of mind. The ancient Stoics also had some modern insights about self-worth. They understood that basing your sense of value on how other people treat you is essentially giving other people control over your emotional well-being. If your worth depends on your partner being faithful, then their infidelity doesn't just betray the relationship, it attacks your fundamental sense of self. But what if your worth was based on something more stable? What if it was based on your character, your values, your choices, and your growth as a person? What if it was based on how you treat others, how you handle difficulties, and how you show up in the world? These are all things that belong to you, regardless of what anyone else does or doesn't do. Epictetus, who had lived as a slave before becoming a philosopher, understood better than most that other people might control your circumstances, but they couldn't control your character unless you let them. Your partner's betrayal might change your relationship status, but it doesn't have to change who you are or what you're capable of or what you deserve in life. Here's something the Stoics understood that we're still figuring out today. Emotions are a lot more like weather than we usually admit. Emotions fluctuate in frequency and intensity, and attempting direct control is akin to attempting to halt the rain. Just as you can learn to read weather patterns and prepare for storms, you can also learn to work with your emotions instead of being completely at their mercy. When you first discover infidelity, the emotional storm is usually pretty intense. You might feel angry one minute, devastated the next, then maybe numb and furious again. If you're anything like most people, you probably also feel guilty about feeling so many different things. Shouldn't you just be angry? Or just be sad? Why are you cycling through emotions like you're trying on different outfits? The Stoics would tell you that this emotional chaos is completely normal and actually kind of useful information. Epictetus taught that emotions are signals. They tell you something about how you're interpreting what's happening to you. Your anger might be telling you that an important boundary was crossed. Your sadness might be telling you that you've lost something that mattered to you. Your fear might be telling you that you're worried about what comes next. None of these emotions are wrong or bad. They're just information. The issue arises when you either let them make all your decisions or try to shut them down. The Stoic approach is more like being a weather forecaster for your own inner climate. You observe what's happening, you acknowledge it, and then you make conscious choices about how you want to respond. Marcus Aurelius used to practice this kind of emotional observation. He'd notice when he was feeling frustrated or disappointed or hurt, and instead of immediately reacting, he'd pause and ask himself what story he was telling about the situation. Was he making it worse by adding layers of interpretation? Was he catastrophizing about the future? Was he taking someone else's behaviour more personally than he needed to? Such behaviour doesn't mean you should talk yourself out of legitimate feelings. When someone betrays you, it's understandable to feel hurt and angry. But there's a difference between feeling hurt and angry, and deciding that being hurt and angry means your life is ruined and you'll never be happy again, and you should probably start collecting ceramic cats and become suspicious of everyone you meet for the rest of your life. The Stoics were particularly adept at distinguishing between what they called first impressions and judgments. Your first impression when you discover infidelity might be something like, "This is terrible and painful." That's a pretty accurate first impression. But then your mind might add judgments like, "This means I'm not lovable," or "This proves that all relationships are doomed," or "I should have known better." Those judgments are where you have some choice. You can examine them, question them, and decide whether they're actually beneficial or true. Maybe the betrayal does indicate some problems with this particular relationship, but does it really prove that all relationships are doomed? You may wish you had seen some red flags, but does that mean you should have known better, or just that your partner got good at hiding things? Seneca wrote about this process as being like a judge in your own mental court. You can listen to all the different arguments your mind presents, the prosecutor who insists that this proves you're fundamentally flawed, the defense attorney who argues that none of this is your fault, and the witness who just wants to go over every detail again and again. But ultimately, you get to decide which arguments are convincing and which ones are just your pain and fear talks. This Stoic approach truly liberates you by restoring your control over your emotional life. You're not just a victim of whatever feelings happen to wash over you. You're an active participant in deciding what these feelings mean and how much power you want to exercise them over your choices. You know what's weird about major life crises? They have this uncomfortable way of showing you who you actually are underneath all the roles you play and the image you try to maintain. When your world becomes turned upside down by betrayal, all your usual coping mechanisms and social masks tend to fall away, and you're left face to face with your raw, unfiltered self. The Stoics actually thought that such vulnerability was one of the most valuable things about difficult experiences. Epictetus used to tell his students that every challenge was an opportunity to practice virtue. He did this not in a preachy or sanctimonious manner, but rather in a practical sense. When everything is going well, it's easy to think you're patient, forgiving, resilient, and wise. But when someone you love betrays you, that's when you find out what you're actually made of. And more importantly, that's when you begin to decide who you want to become. The Stoics identified 4 main virtues: wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. These weren't abstract ideals floating around in some philosophical cloud. They were practical skills you could develop through practice, especially during difficult times. And dealing with infidelity, it turns out, provides you opportunities to practice all 4. Wisdom involves seeing situations clearly, without the distortion of wishful thinking or catastrophic fear. When you've experienced infidelity, wisdom requires you to be truthful about the events without exaggerating or downplaying them. It means recognizing the difference between what you know for sure and what you're assuming. It means acknowledging your feelings without letting them completely cloud your judgment. Justice, in the Stoic sense, wasn't about revenge or punishment. It was about treating people fairly, including yourself. Justice means holding your partner accountable for their choices without turning them into a cartoon villain. It means protecting yourself from further harm without unnecessarily inflicting it on others. It means being fair to yourself about what you deserve and what you're willing to accept. Courage doesn't just mean being brave in the face of physical danger. It means being willing to face difficult truths, to have hard conversations, and to make changes that scare you. When you discover infidelity, courage might mean confronting your partner even though you're afraid of what you might learn. It might mean ending a relationship even though you're terrified of being alone. It may involve remaining in the relationship and striving to resolve issues despite uncertainties regarding your ability to trust once more. Temperance is about moderation and self-control. It's probably the most relevant virtue when you're dealing with the intense emotions that come with betrayal. Temperance means feeling your anger without letting it consume you. It means acknowledging your hurt without drowning in self-pity. It involves taking care of yourself without completely shutting down or going completely out of control. Marcus Aurelius used to write about how every difficult situation was like a training ground for these virtues. He'd remind himself that he couldn't control what other people did, but he could control whether he responded with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. And the more he practiced these responses, the stronger his qualities became. This perspective can be incredibly empowering when you're dealing with infidelity. Rather than viewing yourself as merely a victim of someone else's poor decisions, you can perceive yourself as an individual undergoing a comprehensive education in essential life skills. You're learning how to maintain your integrity under pressure. You're learning how to make difficult decisions with incomplete information. You're learning how to take care of yourself while still treating others with basic human decency. The Stoics also recognized that character development involves more than just persevering through challenging times. It's about consciously choosing to use those challenging times as opportunities to become the kind of person you want to be. Every time you choose to respond thoughtfully instead of just reacting emotionally, you're strengthening your capacity for thoughtful responses. Every time you choose self-care over self-destruction, you're building your ability to take care of yourself. This doesn't mean you have to be perfect or that you won't make mistakes. The Stoics were compassionate about human imperfection. They understood that developing wisdom and virtue is a lifelong process, and that setbacks and failures are part of that process. What matters isn't being flawless. It's being committed to learning and growing from whatever life throws at you. There's something almost magical about perspective. How the same situation can look completely different depending on how far back you step, and how much of the bigger picture you can see. The ancient Stoics were masters of this kind of mental zooming out, and they applied it to everything, including heartbreak and betrayal. Marcus Aurelius, who had plenty of experience with both personal loss and the broader challenges of human existence, used to practice what we might call the view from above. He'd imagine looking at his problems from a great height, first from across the city, then from high above the earth, and finally from the perspective of years, decades, or even centuries. He aimed to contextualize his problems, not to downplay his pain or deny their significance. When you're in the immediate aftermath of discovering infidelity, everything feels enormous and permanent. The hurt feels like it will never end. The anger feels justified and necessary. The whole situation feels like it defines everything about your life and your future. But the Stoics would gently encourage you to experiment with different time perspectives. What if you imagined looking back at this situation from 5 years in the future? What would matter most to you then? The fact that this painful thing happened, or how you chose to handle it? What would you want to tell your current self about getting through this period? What would you be proud of yourself for doing or not doing? Or what if you zoomed out even further and imagined the view from the end of your life? When you're old and looking back, how much of your life story will this betrayal take up? What other chapters will there be? What will you have learned? How will this difficult experience have contributed to your growth as a person? This isn't about minimizing the real pain you're experiencing right now. It's about remembering that this moment, however intense and overwhelming it feels, is just one in a much larger life. The Stoics understood that we suffer more when we lose perspective, when we let one painful experience eclipse everything else about our existence. Seneca wrote extensively about the temporary nature of all human experiences, both good and bad. He'd remind himself that periods of happiness don't last forever, but neither do periods of pain. Everything passes. Everything changes. The acute agony you feel right after discovering betrayal will not feel the same 6 months from now, even if the situation hasn't resolved completely. The Stoics also had a sophisticated understanding of how relationships work over time. They understood that people change, that love itself changes, and that expecting any relationship to remain exactly the same forever is unrealistic. This understanding doesn't excuse betrayal or suggest that you should accept poor treatment, but it does suggest that maybe some of our suffering around relationship problems comes from unrealistic expectations about permanence and control. Consider this. You are likely not the same individual you were at the onset of your relationship. You've grown, changed, learned new things, developed new interests, and maybe even discovered parts of yourself you didn't know existed. Your partner has probably changed too. Sometimes people change in compatible ways, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes people change in ways that make them better partners, and sometimes they change in ways that make them worse partners. The Stoic approach would be to acknowledge these changes without necessarily taking them personally. It is possible that your partner's infidelity reflects changes they have undergone or challenges they are facing. Maybe it says something about problems in your relationship that neither of you knew how to address directly. Maybe it doesn't say anything particularly meaningful about you at all. This perspective can be oddly freeing. You can view the betrayal as information about where things stand right now, rather than as proof of some fundamental flaw in yourself, your relationship, or love in general. And right now is just one point, not a permanent verdict on your worth or your future. The Stoics were also realistic about the fact that some relationships simply run their course. It's not because someone committed a heinous act or love faltered, but rather because individuals and situations undergo transformations that render the continuation of a relationship more detrimental than beneficial. Sometimes betrayal is a symptom of a relationship that has already ended emotionally, even if nobody has been willing to admit it yet. You may think the ancient Stoics had useful insights on betrayal, but you may also wonder how to apply this to your own situation. The beautiful thing about Stoic philosophy is that it was always meant to be practical, not just intellectual ideas to contemplate, but actual techniques you could use in daily life. The Stoics developed what they called spiritual exercises, regular practices designed to train your mind the same way you might train your body. These weren't religious or mystical practices, but practical mental habits that could help you respond to difficult situations with more wisdom, courage, and peace of mind. One of the most fundamental practices is what Epictetus called the dichotomy of control. Every morning, or whenever you're feeling overwhelmed, you can take a few minutes to sort your concerns into two categories: things you can control and things you can't control. When you're dealing with infidelity, your approach might look like acknowledging that you can't control what your partner did, what they're feeling now, or what they'll choose to do in the future, but you can choose how to care for yourself, set boundaries, converse, and interpret events. Another useful practice is what Marcus Aurelius called objective representation, trying to see situations as clearly as possible without the emotional colouring that can make everything seem worse than it actually is. Instead of thinking my life is ruined, you might practice thinking my partner was unfaithful and I'm feeling hurt and angry about it. Instead of saying, I'll never be able to trust anyone again, you might think, right now I'm having trouble trusting, and that makes sense given what I've just learned. The Stoics also practice something we might call negative visualization, not to make themselves miserable, but to build resilience and gratitude. Imagine what it would be like if the relationship ended completely. Instead of persuading yourself that the relationship should end, you should reassure yourself that you could endure it if it did. Often, when we're terrified of a particular outcome, half of our suffering comes from the fear itself rather than the actual situation. Seneca recommended keeping what he called a philosophical journal, a regular practice of writing about your experiences and examining your thoughts and reactions. When you're dealing with betrayal, writing can help you sort through the complicated mix of feelings and thoughts that tend to swirl around in your head. You might write about what happened, how you're feeling, what you're afraid of, what you're learning, and what you want to do next. The key to all of these practices is consistency rather than perfection. You don't have to become a perfectly wise, calm, rational person overnight. You just have to be willing to practice responding thoughtfully rather than just reacting emotionally. And every time you choose to pause and think before you act, every time you focus on what you can control rather than what you can't, and every time you treat yourself and others with basic decency despite being hurt, you're strengthening those mental muscles. The ancient Stoics understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern world. Wisdom isn't something you either have or don't have. It's something you develop through practice, especially through practicing during difficult times. Your current situation, painful as it is actually an opportunity to develop some of the most valuable life skills there are. The ability to stay grounded during a crisis, to make good decisions under pressure, to maintain your integrity when you've been wronged, and to take care of yourself while still treating others with compassion. These skills will serve you well beyond your current relationship drama. They'll help you navigate future challenges with more confidence and less suffering. They'll help you build better relationships because you'll know better what you need and what you're willing to give. They will assist you in cultivating self-trust, as you will recognize your ability to manage whatever challenges life presents. The Stoics believed that the goal of philosophy wasn't to eliminate all problems from life. That would be impossible and probably boring anyway. The goal was to develop the inner resources to meet whatever problems arise with wisdom, courage, and grace. In that sense, dealing with betrayal isn't just about getting through a difficult time. It's about becoming the kind of person who can get through difficult times, and maybe even grow stronger in the process. The man history would call Augustus was born Gaius Octavius on September the 23rd, 63 BCE, in a modest neighbourhood on the Palatine Hill. Though his lineage traced to a once influential equestrian family, few guessed he'd one day transform Rome from a republic steeped in centuries of tradition into something new. By heritage, he was Julius Caesar's grandnephew, but the link hardly guaranteed a grand destiny. As a child, Gaius Octavius was overshadowed by civil strife that had already scarred the Republic. Politicians feuded in the Senate, while distant generals, Sulla, Pompey, and eventually Caesar, vied for supremacy. Young Octavius lost his father early, leaving him under the care of a determined mother, Attia, and a circle of influential relatives. She recognized her son's potential, but also grasped the swirl of political tension that might devour him if he didn't maneuver cleverly. By adolescence, Octavius had gleaned that survival in Rome demanded alliances, strategic marriages, and unwavering loyalty, at least publicly. In private, one had to maintain a flexible mindset. He read oratory, studied Roman law, and learned to interpret the subtle power plays among senators. Observers described him as quiet, watchful, and possessed of a composure beyond his years. The biggest shift in his fortunes came in 46 BCE, when Julius Caesar, fresh from triumphs in Gaul and a decisive civil war victory, adopted Octavius as his posthumous son and designated heir. Caesar brought the teenager to Spain for a minor campaign, giving him a taste of military life. The young man's seriousness impressed Caesar's aides, though few predicted that this untested youth could ever fill Caesar's sandals. Indeed, Caesar himself was at the apex of power, proclaiming reforms and holding lavish triumphs. He restructured the Senate and extended citizenship to many. To some, he teetered close to monarchy. Rumours whispered he might declare himself king. Then came the Ides of March, 44 BCE. Caesar fell under 23 knife thrusts in the Senate, a betrayal orchestrated by supposed friends like Brutus and Cassius. While studying in a Greek city, Octavius received news of Caesar's assassination. At first, he reeled. The consequence was not only the loss of a powerful figure in his life, but also a potential threat to his security. He learned, however, that Caesar's will named him heir. It was an astonishing leap for someone barely out of adolescence. Many Roman elites dismissed him as a mere pawn. Mark Antony, Caesar's longtime ally, seemed the natural inheritor of Caesar's legacy, overshadowing the youth. But Octavius was no pawn. He returned to Italy with measured caution, adopting the name Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, commonly shortened to Octavian, flaunting that he was Caesar's son in every sense but blood. His presence ignited Roman politics. Antony, charismatic and bold, tried dismissing him as the boy, while the Senate, still reeling from Caesar's dictatorship, sought to exploit friction between Antony and Octavian. The entire city braced for another civil war. Octavian played a subtle game, forming alliances with Caesar's veterans, distributing funds from Caesar's estate, and projecting an image of filial piety. In the meantime, Octavian experimented with the Senate, suggesting that he might back them in their opposition to Antony's aspirations. A pivotal moment occurred when Cicero, the renowned orator who harboured animosity towards Antony, realised that Octavian could potentially serve as a useful instrument. Cicero's scathing speeches, known as the Philippics, lambasted Antony as a new tyrant. He portrayed Octavian as a necessary bulwark to restore the Republic. Perhaps Cicero believed he could guide this youth like a puppet. Yet Octavian's mild demeanour masked a decisive streak. Using the Senate's endorsement, he raised legions to confront Antony, culminating in skirmishes near Mutina Aschere in northern Italy. Though Antony survived, the scuffles burnished Octavian's reputation. He was no figurehead. But the alliance of convenience between Octavian and the Senate didn't last. The cunning youth recognised the Senate's hypocrisy. They wanted to destroy Antony, but had little interest in truly elevating him. So Octavian pivoted, forging the second triumvirate with Antony and Lepidus in 43 BCE. This formal pact was sealed with the legal authority to reshape the state. Through prescription lists, they purged enemies, including Cicero. The triumvirs divided the Roman world among themselves. Lepidus got Africa, Antony the East, and Octavian the West. The teenage upstart had ascended to the pinnacle of power in just over a year since Caesar's murder. Rome reeled, uncertain if this triumvirate would restore order or simply replicate the horrors of past civil conflicts. As Octavian settled into his portion of the empire, he realised the West, Italy, Gaul and Spain would test his capacity for governance. He faced rebellious legions, distrust from veterans, and a public exhausted by war. Meanwhile, Antony pursued campaigns in the east, forging ties with Cleopatra of Egypt. Lepidus drifted into irrelevance. The seeds for fresh rivalry were sown. Thus began a pivotal chapter in which Octavian would refine his political acumen, balancing brutality with promises of stability. From there, the path to becoming Augustus, the revered first citizen of Rome, would be paved by cunning, alliances, and a strategic mind that never blinked at compromise or confrontation. Having seized power in the second triumvirate, Octavian found himself juggling alliances with two older, more seasoned strongmen, Antony and Lepidus. Lepidus, though nominally part of their ruling coalition, soon revealed himself incompetent in handling the African provinces. Antony posed a far more formidable presence. He commanded legions loyal to Caesar's memory, yearned for glory in the east, and, more crucially, was forging a personal and political bond with Cleopatra VII, the charismatic queen of Egypt. This union combined Antony's martial reputation with Cleopatra's wealth and strategic position, an alliance that might overshadow anything Octavian could muster in Italy. In Rome, Octavian projected a measured calm, claiming to restore order to the western provinces. He oversaw land distributions to veterans, an often messy process that displaced countless small farmers and generated local resentment. He skillfully transformed these forced resettlements into acts of generosity, expecting each settled veteran to express gratitude. With each step, Octavian built a personal loyalty network, parting ways with older elites who stood in his way. This era remained soaked in the blood of proscriptions, though some historians note that the violence receded once the triumvirate had purged the most threatening opposition. By 41 to 40 BCE, tensions exploded between Octavian and Antony's supporters. In Perusia, near modern-day Perugia, Lucius Antonius, Antony's brother, and Fulvia, Antony's wife, led a revolt, hoping to reassert Antony's claims in Italy. Octavian's legions besieged Perusia, starving the rebels into surrender. The city's inhabitants suffered a cruel fate. The siege left them starving, and after victory, Octavian ordered harsh reprisals, while Antony himself was absent in the east. This event underscored the deepening rift within the triumvirate. Despite these skirmishes, Antony and Octavian patched things up temporarily at the Treaty of Brundisium in 40 BCE, dividing spheres of influence anew. To cement the deal, Antony married Octavian's sister, Octavia, a gesture meant to signal familial harmony. But the truce felt shaky. Those close to the corridors of power sensed a deeper competition for the ultimate prize, undisputed control of Rome. Indeed, as Antony returned east, resuming his romance with Cleopatra and planning campaigns against Parthia, Octavia lingered behind, a lonely testament to the alliance's fragility. Back in Rome, Octavian's attentions turned to naval struggles. Sextus Pompey, son of the famous Pompey the Great, controlled Sicily and menaced Italy's grain supply with a pirate fleet. With famine threatening Rome, Octavian recognized he needed a strong admiral. Enter Marcus Agrippa, his most trusted lieutenant and a brilliant naval mind. Together, they reconfigured Roman naval strategy, training fresh crews and building advanced ships. By 36 BCE, Agrippa defeated Sextus Pompey in a series of engagements, notably at Nolocus. This victory brought Sicily under Octavian's sway, securing vital grain routes to feed Italy's population. Meanwhile, Lepidus foolishly tried to flex power in Sicily, but his legions defected to Octavian. Lepidus was stripped of triumviral power and exiled to a minor religious post, leaving just 2 men left from the original triumvirate, Octavian and Antony, each commanding vast territories, each suspicious of the other's ambitions. Antony's eastern campaigns fared poorly. His attempt to conquer Parthia in 36 BCE ended in a costly retreat. Cleopatra, determined to preserve her influence, financed his next moves, forging a mutual interest in controlling the eastern Mediterranean. Antony openly acknowledged Cleopatra's children, one fathered by Julius Caesar, others by himself, and showered them with territorial grants. In Roman eyes, his donations of Alexandria looked scandalous. Bestowing Roman-conquered lands to Cleopatra's brood was borderline treason. Rumours proliferated in Rome that Cleopatra had bewitched Antony, or that he aimed to set up a parallel empire in the east with her as co-ruler. Octavian seized the propaganda advantage. He depicted Antony as a man enthralled by an Egyptian seductress, betraying Roman traditions. The Roman populace, weary of foreign entanglements and suspicious of queens from the east, responded to such rhetoric. Octavian skillfully spun Cleopatra as a threat to Rome's sovereignty and Antony as a traitor lost to Oriental decadence. To formalise the break, Octavian had the Senate revoke Antony's powers in 32 BCE, spurred by the revelations that Antony's will recognised Cleopatra's children as heirs. The final countdown to civil war was underway. Octavian, though lacking Antony's battle-hardened image, had Agrippa. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation loomed off the coast of Greece. The site would be Actium, where Antony and Cleopatra mustered their combined fleet against Octavian's forces led by Agrippa. The stage was monumental, 2 massive fleets jostling for strategic advantage in the Ionian Sea, and the outcome was set to determine the fate of the Roman world. With Cleopatra by Antony's side, everything was on the line. Victory might reshape the Mediterranean power map, but if Antony fell, so might Cleopatra's dream of an Eastern Empire. In the lead-up to Actium, desertions plagued Antony's ranks, Morale sank as men realised Cleopatra's presence overshadowed purely Roman concerns. In contrast, Octavian's message was crisp: preserve Rome from a foreign queen's grasp. The families of legionaries pinned their hopes on his victory for stability. Clouds of tension gathered, poised to break in the greatest naval showdown Rome had seen in generations. By now, Octavian's transformation from an underestimated youth to a political colossus was unmistakable, yet he still had to seize final legitimacy from the swirling chaos of war. Actium, September 2nd, 31 BCE. Rome's future hinged on the Ionian Sea's choppy waters. Antony's fleet, bolstered by Cleopatra's Egyptian squadrons, faced off against Octavian's ships under Agrippa's command. Many expected an even fight. Both sides fielded formidable war galleys, but intangible factors loomed large: morale, discipline, and the stark difference in leadership unity. By midday, the swirling melee erupted. Agrippa's nimble vessels employed better tactics, staying mobile and exploiting the heavier, less manoeuvrable designs of Antony's ships. Cleopatra lingered in the distance, her presence more symbolic than militarily decisive. In a dramatic twist, Cleopatra abruptly withdrew her squadron mid-battle, perhaps panicked by the unfolding chaos or following a secret plan. Seeing her sail away, Antony, torn between loyalty to his Roman forces and devotion to Cleopatra, abandoned the fight to chase after her. With their commander gone, the remaining ships collapsed in confusion. Agrippa snatched a decisive victory. The battered remnants of Antony's fleet either surrendered or burned. The news rapidly disseminated. Antony and Cleopatra had absconded, condemning thousands of soldiers to an unwinnable battle. This victory altered Rome's destiny. Actium wasn't just a naval triumph, it shattered the last credible threat to Octavian's ascendancy. Over the following months, Octavian pursued Antony and Cleopatra to Egypt. By August 30 BCE, with his forces surrounding Alexandria, their fate was sealed. Upon discovering the rumoured death of Cleopatra, Antony collapsed onto his sword, overcome with despair. Cleopatra, witnessing the city overrun and refusing to be paraded as a captive in Rome, reportedly took her life. Her method, a venomous asp pressed to her breast, became legendary. With that, Ptolemaic Egypt, the last Hellenistic kingdom, ended. Falling under Roman control, having neutralised every rival, Octavian returned to Rome in 29 BCE, triumphant. The gates of Janus, symbolising war's presence, re-shut, indicating peace across the empire for the first time in ages. The Senate, exhausted by decades of civil strife, pinned their hopes on this young victor. They hailed him as Imperator, commander, and showered him with honours. But Octavian realised the critical lesson from Caesar's demise. Openly brandishing monarchical power risked stirring republican resentment. He needed a new blueprint for dominance, something that would calm old fears while granting him absolute authority. This balancing act would define his next steps. In 27 BCE, Octavian performed a grand gesture. He ceremoniously returned power to the Senate and people of Rome, an act broadcast as humility, even though the real levers of control remained in his hands. The Senate, keen to maintain stability, bestowed upon him the name Augustus, meaning revered or venerable. This moment signalled the official birth of the Principate, a veneer of republican tradition cloaking a de facto monarchy. Augustus accepted titles carefully: Princeps, first citizen; Imperator, commander-in-chief; Pontifex Maximus, chief priest, and others. Combined, these roles gave him unassailable control over the army, religion, and state. A wave of reforms followed. Augustus reorganised the legions, stationed them in provinces under long-term command, ensuring their loyalty was to him personally. He restructured provincial governance, reducing corruption by rotating officials more often. The Senate oversaw peaceful provinces, while the emperor kept direct rule over trouble spots. Professional civil service emerged, staffed by freedmen and equestrians, loyal to the emperor's system. This team quietly undercut the old aristocratic networks that once jockeyed for magistracies, diminishing potential rebellion from senatorial upstarts. Culturally, Augustus recognized the power of propaganda. He sponsored monumental building projects, proclaiming he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Temples were restored, public baths constructed, and aqueducts extended, visible tokens of a new golden age. Poets like Virgil, Horace, and Ovid flourished under imperial patronage, weaving narratives of Rome's glorious heritage and the necessity of a singular leader. The Aeneid recast Trojan myth to bolster the idea of a divine destiny culminating in Augustan rule. Yet not all were content. Some whispered that this restored republic was merely subjugation under a cunning autocrat. Traditionalists bemoaned the end of the truly free consuls and tribunes. Others, recalling the terror of endless civil wars, found solace in the Pax Romana that Augustus offered. Occasional conspiracies flared, typically from disillusioned nobles or neglected generals. Augustus handled them discreetly, exiling troublemakers or co-opting them with honours. Rarely did open rebellion form, a testament to how thoroughly he'd integrated power. In everyday life, a sense of renewal pervaded. Farmers returned to fields, trade routes revived, and legionaries redeployed to secure frontiers from Germany to Syria. The border wars never ceased entirely, but within the heart of the empire, travellers found roads safer and commerce steadier. The younger generation, lacking first-hand memories of the Republic, simply accepted that Rome's fortune lay in a stable principate. Indeed, many became ardent supporters, naming children Gaius or Lucius after Augustus's chosen heirs. By the close of the 20s BCE, Augustus was effectively king in all but name. The Senate still convened, magistrates still took office, but real decisions were funneled to him. Some historians label the period the dawn of the Roman Empire, though Augustus himself stuck to republican slogans. He had forged a new political order that would endure for centuries, bridging the fierce independence of old Rome with the pragmatic necessity of a single guiding hand. The cost? The cost lay in the fleeting illusions of republican liberty. But after generations of civil conflict, many Romans gladly paid that price. As Augustus consolidated authority, he turned to ensuring the stability of his succession. No small feat in a state once steeped in the tradition of elected magistracies. With no biological son from his marriages, Augustus tried weaving a family dynasty through strategic adoptions and marriages. His only child, Julia, became a political pawn, married off to potential heirs to cement alliances. First came Martellus, Augustus's nephew, then Agrippa, his trusted general and companion, and later Tiberius, his stern, capable stepson. The empire watched these unions with fascination, hoping that a suitable successor might emerge to prolong the Pax Romana. Meanwhile, Augustus took a hands-on approach to moral and social reforms. He championed legislation encouraging marriage and childbirth among Rome's elite, penalising adultery and childlessness. Publicly, these laws aimed to revive traditional Roman virtues, populating the empire with upright citizens. Privately, they served as a moral anchor for the new regime, contrasting with the preceding decades of bloody infighting and public decadence. Critics grumbled that Augustus meddled too far into personal lives, yet many recognised the sense of direction and unity he sought to impose. On the frontiers, the empire's expansion seesawed between triumph and tragedy. Along the Rhine, Augustus installed garrisons to keep the Germanic tribes at bay. In the east, stable alliances with client kings prevented major upheavals, yet not all expansions succeeded. The infamous Varian disaster in 9 CE saw 3 Roman legions annihilated in the Teutoburg forest by Germanic warriors under Arminius. Rome reeled at the blow, losing about 15,000 men. Augustus, shattered by the news, was said to roam his palace, crying, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." The defeat forced him to abandon major conquests in Germania, shifting the boundary to the Rhine. This trauma proved the empire had limits. Augustus recognised that consolidating existing provinces might matter more than indefinite conquest. Politically, the Principate's outward face promoted consensus. The Senate passed glowing decrees, awarding Augustus tribunician power for life, letting him veto or propose legislation. He used these powers sparingly, at least in the public eye. Freed of immediate threats, Augustus's reign embraced pageantry, grand triumphal arches, elaborate religious festivals, and coinage bearing his image with the title Father of the Fatherland. Roman aristocrats vied to outdo each other in praising the imperial household, sometimes exaggerating their devotion to secure favour. Meanwhile, the populace revelled in the improved city infrastructure, circuses, and public banquets. Bread and circuses indeed, though Augustus prided himself on not indulging in personal extravagance. He lived relatively simply in a house on the Palatine, not in a gilded palace. Yet within his family, strife simmered. His daughter Julia, stuck in strategic marriages, rebelled through scandalous conduct. She partied with younger patricians. Rumour said she engaged in affairs that ridiculed Augustus's moral edicts. Ultimately, he exiled his own daughter, a move he found deeply painful but saw as necessary to preserve the regime's moral authority. The public gossiped, concluding that even Augustus, the paragon of virtue, couldn't tame personal scandal in his household. Another blow came when favoured grandsons died young, fracturing the carefully plotted succession line. Tiberius, austere and aloof, gradually emerged as the likely heir, though father and stepson had an uneasy dynamic. In the realm of culture, a golden age flourished, or so the retrospective label claimed. Patronage from Augustus and his confidants, like Maecenas, supported literary talents who produced enduring works. Virgil's Aeneid wove Trojan legends into Rome's destiny, subtly legitimizing Augustan rule as fate. Livy wrote monumental histories praising Roman virtues, carefully tiptoeing around the civil wars that had cemented the Principate. Ovid's verses charmed readers with witty takes on love and mythology, until his exile for unspecified indiscretions, or perhaps for offending the imperial moral code. The tension between creative freedom and political lines became a hallmark of the era's art. Master sculptors and architects harnessed Greek influences, producing distinctive Roman designs that still grace surviving ruins. The Ara Pacis, celebrating Augustan peace, stands as a prime example. By the dawn of the 1st century CE, Augustus's principate had reigned over 2 decades of relative stability. Children grew up knowing no civil war, a remarkable shift from older generations. The memory of the Republic's freedom drifted into nostalgia for some, while others believed that a single guiding figure was the best bulwark against future chaos. Indeed, many equestrians and senators quietly recognised they were better off under predictable central rule than risking the unpredictability of competitive elections that often spiralled into assassinations or civil conflict. Yet the question of the empire's longevity remained. If Augustus died unexpectedly, would Tiberius or another figure hold the empire together? Could the Principe outlast one man's lifetime? In the twilight of his reign, Augustus orchestrated subtle transitions of authority to Tiberius, conferring powers gradually. He hoped to avoid the abrupt vacuum that had ensnared Caesar. Whether the Roman world was truly ready for a dynastic monarchy, a concept so alien to its older republican ethos, was an open question, but there was no turning back. The age of Augustus had irreversibly shaped a Roman identity now intertwined with a single ruler's guiding hand. By 14 CE, Augustus was an aging figure. His hair had greyed, his health grew frailer, yet his grip on power remained firm. He'd spent decades refining the Principate's mechanics, ensuring his direct or indirect control over the military, legal, and religious spheres. Mentally, he pondered the last acts of his storied life. If the Principate was to endure, he needed Tiberius, his designated successor, to seamlessly assume control. Some suspected Tiberius possessed neither Augustus' charisma nor compassion, but there was no other candidate left with enough legitimacy. That summer, Augustus embarked on a journey with Tiberius to southern Italy. Perhaps it was a symbolic handover, or perhaps it was simply a final inspection tour. Along the way, his health deteriorated quickly. Near Nola, the place of his father's death decades prior, he lingered in bed, occasionally conversing with Tiberius and others from his retinue. According to tradition, his last words carried a hint of the theatrical flourish, comparing life to a play and imploring them to applaud if he had performed well. On August 19th, 14 CE, Augustus passed away. He was 75, having ruled the empire effectively for over 4 decades, longer than anyone had predicted. News of his death spread swiftly. In Rome, a tide of mourning ensued. The Senate declared him a god, Divus Augustus, continuing a trend that had begun with Caesar's deification. The city's populace, which had never experienced an adult life without him as a guiding presence, faced uncertain times. Rituals, eulogies, and processions offered the veneer of continuity. Tiberius stepped into the role of princeps, observing the formalities that Augustus had established. Among the masses, grief mingled with apprehension. No single figure had done more to shape the new era of Pax Romana. In the subsequent months, the city of Rome processed Augustus's memory in different ways. Loyal senators commissioned arches and statues. Families recounted how their grandparents had lived through civil wars until Augustus restored order. Freedmen who had worked in his administration wept or exploited the transition to jockey for new positions. Across the provinces, local elites who had thrived under Augustan patronage worried whether Tiberius would maintain the same approach. Despite the news unsettling the legions, they remained loyal to the new emperor. Some among the legions expected bonuses or reforms, leading to brief mutinies in the Rhine and Pannonia, but Tiberius and his capable nephew, Germanicus, resolved them. As time passed, historians began weaving Augustus's reign into grand narratives. Some, like Livy, had already praised him in near mythic terms. Others were more subdued, acknowledging that while Augustus ended civil strife, he had also strangled the old republican liberties. A new generation born under Pax Romana, however, only understood the Republic through ancestral stories. They took for granted that a single figure guided state policy, minted coins with their face, and overshadowed the Senate. The heritage of civil wars receded into second-hand accounts, leaving Augustus as an almost fatherly figure in the Roman psyche, the man who brought peace. The deeper subtleties of his rule, his cunning manipulations, the purges that built the Principate, the clandestine power plays, were overshadowed by the public facade of piety, tradition, and moderation. Indeed, the final version of his life story, shaped by his supporters, cultivated an image of a reluctant ruler who accepted power only for the public good. Detractors existed, but they rarely had a platform to challenge the official line. Over centuries, subsequent emperors embraced or distanced themselves from Augustan ideals. Some attempted to emulate his delicate balance, while others failed, allowing cruelty or extravagance to overshadow statesmanship. An essential Augustan legacy was the ongoing Pax Romana, a relative peace that spanned from Britain to the Euphrates. Though wars on the frontiers never vanished, Germanic raids, revolts in Judea, tensions with Parthia, the empire's core heartlands prospered. Trade routes thrived, carrying goods from across the Mediterranean and beyond, while Roman law codes extended deeper into newly integrated communities. This stability boosted population growth, urban development, and cultural exchange, fostering an environment where future historians, philosophers, and architects found the resources to flourish. In subsequent centuries, Christians, when they emerged in the empire, pointed to the stable Roman roads built under Augustan expansions as an inadvertent gateway for their missionaries to travel. Even mundane aspects, standardized coinage, consistent administrative provinces, owed much to the Augustan blueprint. Emperors like Trajan and Hadrian, centuries later, recognized that forging a stable rule required a delicate dance, not entirely different from Augustus's approach, securing the loyalty of armies, appeasing the Senate, and wooing the populace. The memory of Augustus, therefore, served as an archetype for the good emperor. Never mind that the path to his power was littered with cunning and bloodshed. Ultimately, Augustus's success lay in a melding contradictory impulses. He revived old festivals, yet rewrote the political structure. He promised the Senate respect, yet controlled them with cunning. He championed moral reforms, yet exiled his daughter due to a scandal. The story of his life remains a mosaic of ambition, altruism, caution, and ruthlessness. Without him, Rome might have shattered under repeated civil wars. With him, the Republic mutated into an empire anchored by one man's authority. That delicate compromise, monarchy dressed in republican costume, carried Rome forward for generations, shaping Western history in ways no one in the smoky Senate halls of yesteryear could have fully foreseen. Long after Augustus' death, the Roman world recited legends of his early days, from the moment he claimed Caesar's inheritance to the final quieting of civil strife. Poets retold how he found Rome in chaos and forged a new dawn of order. Even ordinary citizens, travelling along roads lined with his milestones, felt the echoes of an emperor who merged subtlety with power. Yet historians then and now debate whether Augustus truly believed in the facade of republican restoration or simply harnessed it to quell potential opposition. The notion of restoring the Republic was more than political spin, it was a psychological necessity. Romans had long prided themselves on hating kings since the Etruscan monarchy was expelled centuries earlier. By adopting titles like princeps, first among equals, and parading virtues such as modesty, Augustus defected the spectre of tyranny. He decorated official ceremonies with illusions of senatorial collaboration. In practice, though, every key office and province was under his watchful eye. By centralising the means to wage war, i.e. controlling legions, he rendered any senator-led rebellion almost impossible. This system had its share of paradoxes. Freed from the cycle of civil wars, the Senate could resume its dignified debates on laws, awarding triumphs or passing judgments, but only so far as it aligned with the emperor's overarching interests. Younger senators, who never experienced the chaotic republic, found comfort in the Principate's security. They advanced in a structured career path, quaestor, praetor, consul, under Augustan oversight. Freed from the anxiety of violent contests, they pivoted to administrative tasks like refining legal codes or sponsoring public games. These changes drained some vitality from senatorial life, but also eliminated the lethal rivalries that once stained Roman politics in blood. Religious transformations also underscored his reign. The imperial cult, venerating the emperor's family, took root in the provinces. Temples to Divus Julius, the deified Julius Caesar, dotted Asia Minor and Gaul, bridging local traditions with Roman identity. Augustus carefully navigated the line between piety and blasphemy. He never outright demanded worship of himself in Italy, but in distant provinces, cult centres proclaiming his divine status arose. This practice fostered unity, as local elites built shrines to Augustus to curry favour, blending indigenous gods with Roman imperial reverence. On a personal level, Augustus's household dramas had shaped his paternalistic posture toward the empire. The heartbreak with Julia, the succession fiascos, and the manipulative marriages taught him that absolute power came at the cost of familial strain. Ancient gossip lines claimed he was cold or unfeeling to those who fell out of favour. But gleaning from the letters that survive, we see glimpses of a man torn between fatherly instincts and political necessity. He exiled those he loved to maintain the moral facade he'd cultivated for the public. Real or staged, that posture anchored the moral authority behind his social reforms. Nor were the provincial expansions always peaceful. In the Spanish interior, Augustan generals waged campaigns to quell tribes that refused Roman oversight. The Alpine passes were brought under direct Roman control to secure transalpine trade routes. Fortress lines sprung up along the Danube to repel or monitor the restless Dacians. These expansions weren't often accompanied by grand triumphal processions. Augustus himself rarely took personal credit, preferring to let generals hold subdued ceremonies. He recognised that the empire needed no flamboyant displays reminiscent of earlier warlords. Instead, stable frontiers, a robust commerce network, and the Pax Romana's sense of normalcy proved enough to maintain public favour. When Tiberius finally stepped into the imperial role, most people expected continuity. The new emperor inherited not just the institutions, but also the attitudes Augustus had sown. Tiberius adhered to many Augustan precedents, though his personal style was more reclusive and severe. The senatorial class realised that Augustus's blueprint, an emperor overshadowing the facade of a free republic, would continue. No major push to resurrect a purely republican system emerged. Some die-hard republicans still existed in the shadows, but after decades of peace and the empire's continued growth, the majority accepted the Principate as the new normal. Across centuries, Augustus's memory soared to near mythic. Emperors from Nero to Constantine either invoked or reshaped Augustan tropes. On coinage, they displayed genealogical ties or spelled out slogans reminiscent of Augustan virtues. Augustus itself became more than a name. It was an honorific for all subsequent emperors, signifying the same revered status. Writers compiled accounts of his reign, both praising his modesty and hinting at cunning. The next generations faced their crises, Caligula's mania, the Jewish revolts, or the year of the four emperors, yet Augustus's era stood out as a time of relative harmony, even if precariously balanced. Looking back from a vantage point centuries later, historians see Augustus as the pivot from a fractious republic to a stable, if autocratic, empire. Freed from crippling civil wars, the Mediterranean world blossomed in trade and culture. The seeds of an architectural revolution took root in Rome's new monuments, bridging Greek artistry with Roman engineering. and though the Principate eventually shifted toward more overt emperors like Caligula or Domitian, the Augustan model never vanished. The notion of a first citizen, quietly sustaining the illusions of senatorial dignity, underpinned the empire's structure until the West crumbled centuries later. Augustus's example, subtle, multifaceted, and deeply embedded in Roman tradition, remains a testament to how a single individual can reshape the trajectory of an entire civilization. Now, with millennia gone since Augustus's death, we possess a panoramic view of his life and legacy, a vantage point that reveals both the glimmering heights and the murky corners. His youthful cunning, harnessed after Caesar's assassination, established a pattern of strategic alliances and relentless ambition. That fierce drive paved his ascent from an underestimated heir to the architect of Rome's first imperial system. But behind the luminescent facade of the Pax Romana, one notices the ashes of republican liberties, countless casualties of proscriptions, and a well-managed propaganda machine smoothing over the sharp edges of absolute power. Modern scholars often debate whether he was a benevolent autocrat, or a sly manipulator who exploited war weariness to install a monarchy in all but name. The truth likely straddles a delicate boundary. Augustus's reforms, streamlining taxation, professionalizing the army, and encouraging moral and cultural revival, point to a genuine desire for a robust, enduring order. However, he did not hesitate to use lethal measures when they strengthened his position. For every temple he built, there was a political rival he sidelined or a province subjugated under Roman authority. In rhetorical terms, Augustus was no flamboyant orator, but his mastery lay in setting the narrative. He let others speak extravagantly on his behalf: poets, loyal senators, provincial allies, and rarely contradicted the glowing accounts that cast him as Rome's saviour. Over time, this cultivated persona sank deep into Rome's collective psyche. Even the Senate, once proud and fractious, resigned to his overarching presence, content to pass decrees endorsing him as father of the fatherland. The city's plebeians, exhausted by previous turmoil, embraced the peace and spectacle, grand gladiatorial games, public feasts, and the distribution of grain. With daily life less precarious, who dared demand the intangible freedoms of an older era? Augustus's family tragedies, especially around succession, highlight the precarious nature of hereditary rule. The difference between the Principate's carefully curated facade and personal heartbreak ran stark. The exiles of Julia and Ovid, along with the disgraced heirs who died prematurely, pointed to a regime that valued moral discipline and uniformity over personal indulgence. This was the official narrative. In private, some cunning courtiers thrived, whispering half-truths to maintain favour. This dynamic would plague future emperors, from Tiberius's suspicious watchfulness to Nero's flamboyant paranoia. Archaeologically, we see Augustan footprints across the empire. The city of Rome was adorned with the Forum of Augustus, the Temple of Mars Ultor, and the Ara Pacis, each a testament not just to religious devotion, but to the synergy between art and political messaging. In provincial cities from Spain to Asia Minor, local elites mirrored Augustan styles, erecting temples to the imperial cult and adopting Roman architectural motifs. This cultural assimilation contributed to the forging of a Roman identity that transcended narrow, tribal or local loyalties. Even in the Greek East, where Hellenic culture had once overshadowed Rome's, the Augustan age catalyzed a new synthesis, merging Greek traditions with Roman rule under the notion of a shared Pax Romana. When analysing Augustus's reign, one can't ignore the question of how it impacted future governance. The next 4 centuries of Roman history revolve around the tension between the illusions of Augustan modesty and the realities of emperors who demanded worship or indulged capricious whims. The 5 good emperors, from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius, tried to echo Augustan virtues, focusing on Stoic administration and public works. Others, like Caligula or Commodus, abandoned the pretenses, exposing the empire to the rawness of untempered autocracy. Through all these fluctuations, the concept of the princeps never truly vanished, only mutated, eventually morphing into the openly acknowledged dominus by the time of Diocletian. In popular imagination, Augustus remains a figure akin to a sculptor who took the shards of a fractured republic and moulded them into something new. He didn't just pacify Rome, he re-envisioned its institutions so thoroughly that later Romans struggled to imagine returning to the old ways. Even centuries after the Western Empire fell, echoes of his centralized governance influenced medieval and modern states. His name, Augustus, became shorthand for a just but firm overlord. The weight of that transformation cannot be overstated. Rome grew from city-state to world empire under the shadows of the triumvirates and the many civil wars, culminating in a regime that, for better or worse, outlasted 1,000 nuances of politics. Ultimately, Augustus's greatest triumph was forging a stable system where once only warlords contended. His greatest cost was the republican spirit that withered in the process, replaced by an empire reliant on one man's judgment. Whether that trade was worthwhile depends on the lens of perspective. Those craving order and prosperity, or those lamenting lost civic freedoms. Even now, his story stands as a masterclass in political reinvention of how flexible ambition, tempered by paternal imagery, can reconstruct a government from ashes. And so ends the tale of Augustus, the understated youth turned imperator, who quietly slipped a monarchy into Rome's heart while draping it in the garments of tradition. With that cunning, he forever reshaped the course of Western civilization. Have you ever been looking through old photo albums and come across a picture that makes you stop and think? There are hints of stories you have never heard but somehow recognise in the faces, the clothing, and the way the light falls. When you venture into the realm of ancient myths, that is precisely what occurs. These are not merely dusty stories from long-gone societies. Rather, they are family portraits of the human spirit, glimpses of the things we have always feared, hoped for, and wondered about. Well, before there were textbooks, documentaries, or that one friend who always has the Wikipedia page open, there were storytellers. Imagine this. You're sitting around the first campfire in history when someone asked the question that started it all. So, how exactly did we get here? They had a lot of imagination too. The Enuma Elish is a wonderfully chaotic creation story that was told by the ancient Babylonians. Imagine the universe beginning with a family dispute that went totally wrong rather than with a big bang. Consider Tiamat, a primordial water goddess, to be the epitome of the helicopter parent who genuinely detests her children growing up and moving out. The younger gods, her children, are acting like teenagers with the ability to create universes, making too much noise and hosting cosmic parties. Tiamat literally becomes a nuclear parent after deciding that enough is enough. She makes monsters, and not just any monsters, but the kind that would make a director of a horror film cry with jealousy. They have serpent heads, scorpion tails, and dispositions that would drive a honey badger to retreat. Her scheme? Get rid of the young gods and bring some tranquility back to the universe. As is always the case with family drama, this is where things start to get interesting, and a little ridiculous. Marduk, her great-great-grandson, takes over. Young, ambitious, and equipped with divine weapons that would make any superhero envious, he is essentially the family's golden child. He has a net that can catch anything and winds that can topple mountains. If nature documentaries featured magic weapons and failed family therapy, the conflict between Tiamat and Marduk would be like watching a documentary about cosmic forces. Marduk defeats Tiamat not only by using physical force, but also by outwitting his elderly grandmother. He turns her body into the earth and the heavens by using her own chaotic waters against her. In divine real estate development, nothing is wasted. It's recycling on a global scale. The conflict between traditional and novel concepts, between the familiar chaos and the unpredictability of the order we could establish, is what makes this story so charming. Every family has a Tiamat, someone who recalls a time when everything was easier, even if that meant total chaos. The beginnings of the Norse people are delightfully strange in that specific Scandinavian way. Ginnungagap, which sounds like a dental procedure but is actually a cosmic void, existed before anything else. Imagine it as the universe's awkward adolescence, when it was unsure of its own identity. Muspelheim, a world of fire that would make a July Arizona day seem like a pleasant fall day, lay on one side of this emptiness. Niflheim, a world of ice and mist that would make a Canadian winter appear tropical, lay on the opposite side. You get what you would expect when fire and ice collide in the middle of these two extremes. There was a lot of steam, and Ymir, the first giant, came out of this cosmic sauna. Now, Ymir wasn't exactly a model citizen. He was more akin to that neighbour who lets his yard run amok and somehow manages to turn it into an ecosystem. He sweated a lot while he slept, and more giants emerged from his perspiration. It's disgusting, but strangely effective. Old-fashioned sweating suffices in the primordial world. Dating apps are not necessary. Since Ymir was taking up too much room and, let's face it, the hygiene situation was getting out of control, the gods finally decided he had to leave. His flesh became the earth, his blood the seas, his bones the mountains, and his skull the sky, and they killed him and used his body to create the world. It's the quintessential do-it-yourself project and explains why the Norse were so adept at maximising scarce resources. The Dreamtime, a concept that is a combination of geography, history, and an endless family reunion, is perhaps the most endearingly realistic creation story told by Aboriginal Australians. The Dreamtime is about the moment the world was created, but it's also about the moment it's constantly being created. Imagine the landscape as a living library, with each hill, rock and water feature representing a chapter in a continuous narrative. One of the most significant Dreamtime creatures, the rainbow serpent, not only made valleys and rivers, but she also drew up the rules for coexisting peacefully with the land. Like a cosmic interior decorator, she traversed the continent, locating water sources, establishing holy locations, and laying out guidelines for how people should interact with their surroundings. This viewpoint is lovely because it allows you to actively participate in the creative process. Every time you step outside, you're walking through the story itself, not just witnessing the outcomes of some cosmic event that happened ages ago. Every sunrise is the first sunrise of the day, as well as the sunrise of today. Each tree has a connection to both the original tree and all subsequent trees that will sprout from its seeds. There is a profound commonality among these creation stories. They acknowledge that beginnings are messy, complex, and frequently involve far more chaos than we would like. They acknowledge that making anything valuable, be it a universe or a good lasagna, involves getting your hands dirty, making mistakes, and occasionally beginning from scratch. Let's talk about heroes now that we've figured out how it all began, and what a delightfully messy affair that was. But not the kind that you see in superhero movies, where everything is expertly sculpted and they have the amazing ability to save the world without breaking a nail. Ancient heroes were more akin to that well-meaning friend who constantly breaks things and puts people in awkward situations, but somehow, by a combination of good fortune, obstinacy, and occasional genius, manages to save the day. Consider Gilgamesh. If you haven't heard of him, consider him the first action hero in history, complete with the emotional baggage and bad judgment that would define the genre for centuries to come. He ruled over Uruk, which was essentially the ancient world's equivalent of a large city. Impressive, but not without its share of urban issues. Gilgamesh possessed all the qualities a king could desire: wealth, power, magnificent architectural feats, and the assurance that comes from being two-thirds divine. However, he also possessed the social skills of a teenager who drinks a lot of coffee. He was that boss who shows up at parties without invitation, micromanages everything, and generally adds unnecessary complexity to everyone's lives. After growing tired of his antics, the people of Uruk complained to the gods, as anyone would in their circumstances. The gods, displaying the sort of divine wisdom that leaves you wondering how they were able to get their positions in the first place, decided that speaking with Gilgamesh about his actions and perhaps offering some management training was not the answer. Instead, they made someone who was as strong and unyielding as Gilgamesh, in the hopes that they would battle each other and leave everyone else alone. Enkidu came into the picture in this way. Enkidu was the antithesis of Gilgamesh. Whereas Gilgamesh was refined but annoying, Enkidu was wild but sincere. He knew the language of nature, lived among animals, and had never known the unique stress that comes with handling building permits or a city budget. When these two eventually crossed paths, they engaged in an epic wrestling match that likely damaged property across multiple city blocks, as you might expect from two alpha personalities. Then, however, an intriguing event occurred. They became best friends rather than destroying one another. Seeing two hurricanes collide and somehow create a nice breeze was like that. Both of them were changed by their friendship. Gilgamesh gained empathy and realised that, perhaps just possibly, being the strongest person in the room does not necessarily make you the best candidate for every position. Enkidu gained knowledge of civilization, but he remained sceptical of some of its more absurd features, such as the requirement to dress formally for formal meetings, or the social pressure to act as though small talk matters. They embarked on adventures together that were equal parts ridiculous and heroic. Indeed, they battled monsters, but they also faced the issues that arise in any friendship between two individuals who are accustomed to being the centre of attention. They argued over priorities, strategy, and, most likely more than a few times, whether they would be better off returning to their simpler, earlier lives. When they encountered Humbabe, the protector of the cedar forest, their friendship was truly put to the test. The ancient equivalent of a security system created by someone with severe trust issues, Humbaba wasn't just any monster. He had many faces, a roar that could be heard for miles and breath that could kill at great distances. In addition to being risky, fighting him was the kind of foolishness that leaves you wondering what they were thinking. The problem with heroes in ancient tales, however, is that they don't act in ways that are simple or logical. They perform them because no one else is willing to do so, and someone has to. Instead of using superior weaponry or cunning tactics, Gilgamesh and Enkidu defeated Humbaba by working together and displaying the kind of resolve that comes from having a loved one look out for you. Though life has a way of defying narrative conventions, the victory should have been the story's conclusion. The two friends were becoming too strong and self-assured, according to the gods, who apparently had not learned from their earlier interventions. In the most unjust and unheroic manner imaginable, they killed Enkidu, not in combat, not valiantly, but through illness. One of the most relatable scenes in all of ancient literature is Gilgamesh's response to his friend's passing. He didn't take it with stoic nobility, or use his sorrow to act morally. He completely collapsed. He was unable to eat, sleep, or comprehend how someone so vibrant could just vanish. He developed an obsession with figuring out how to bring Enkidu back, or at the very least, why death had to be involved. His quest to locate Utnapishtim, the keeper of the secret of immortality and a survivor of the Great Flood, was motivated by this obsession. The trip was lengthy, risky, and full of the kinds of challenges that make you wonder if the final destination is worth the journey. Driven by the simple, desperate hope that perhaps, just possibly, there was a way to undo the unfixable, he traversed underworlds, climbed mountains, and crossed deserts. He eventually located Utnapishtim, who listened to his story before telling him something that was precisely what he needed to know, but wasn't what he wanted to hear. According to Utnapishtim, death is what gives life purpose, and is neither a punishment nor an error. There wouldn't be any pressure to love, create, or make the most of our time if there were no endings. However, Utnapishtim also told Gilgamesh about a plant that could bring back youth, because ancient tales recognize that wisdom without hope is simply depression. Not exactly immortality, but the opportunity to begin anew, to apply the lessons he had learned to a new phase of his life. The plant was discovered by Gilgamesh. He had the ability to turn back time, regain his youth, and have another chance at everything. Then, in a moment of utterly human negligence, he put it down during a bath, and a serpent took it from him. You might anticipate that this will be the last crushing blow, the point at which our hero surrenders. Gilgamesh, however, laughed instead, the rueful chuckle of someone who has finally figured out the punchline to a cosmic joke, rather than the bitter laugh of defeat. He came to the realization that he had been searching in the wrong places for immortality. He was immortal because of his tale, his friendship with Enkidu, and his quest to comprehend life and death. Long after his physical body was gone, they would be remembered and cherished, told and retold. You should see what our ancestors had to deal with if you think dating is difficult now, with its apps and algorithms and the never-ending debate over who should pay for coffee. Classic love tales make the drama of contemporary relationships seem like a friendly argument about who gets to do the dishes first. These were not merely stories about a boy meeting a girl, falling in love and leading a happy life. These were epic tales of passion that had the power to literally alter the terrain, jealousy that could spark conflicts, and romantic actions that needed either divine intervention or extremely high insurance. The world's first tragic love song, Orpheus and Eurydice, was brought to us by the Greeks. Orpheus was no ordinary musician. He was the type of artist who could persuade rivers to alter their course, cause trees to uproot themselves in order to follow his music, and most likely persuade animals to harmonize with his melodies. He was essentially the result of combining all of the greatest musicians in history and endowing them with superhuman powers. Because she understood the music behind the music, the silence between the notes that gave his art meaning, Eurydice was his ideal match, not because she was a passive recipient of his talent. They seemed to communicate in their own private language of glances and half-formed sentences, the kind of love that makes other people feel both jealous and a little queasy. Their happily ever after should have started on their wedding day. Rather, it served as the prelude to the sort of tragedy that makes you want to shout at the characters to just stay home and get takeout. Eurydice stepped on a snake while strolling across a meadow, doing just the kind of naive romantic thing that ancient story heroines ought to know better by now. Not just any snake, but the kind that only shows up in stories to sabotage idyllic moments. She was instantly killed by the bite, and Orpheus realised that all of his musical ability was useless if he couldn't use it to save the one person who meant the most to him. His grief wasn't the kind of subdued, quiet sadness you see in films. It was the unadulterated, desperate kind that pushes you to do things you never would have imagined you could. He made the decision to go to the underworld in order to retrieve her, something that no living person had ever tried. According to Greek mythology, the underworld was more than just a place of punishment. It was the cosmic counterpart of the most exclusive club on Earth, with a strict admissions policy that required death before one could enter. With only his lyre and the resolve that comes from having nothing left to lose, Orpheus appeared at the entrance, either the most romantic gesture in history or the most spectacular example of failing to know when to give up occurred next. The entire underworld wept when Orpheus performed for Hades and Persephone, the king and queen of the dead. His music was so exquisite, so full of real love and loss. The eternal punishments paused, the rivers of the dead ceased to flow, and death itself appeared to listen for a brief moment. Hades, who was presumably unmoved by anything in his life, struck a bargain. There was a requirement that Orpheus lead Eurydice out without turning around before she could return to the world of the living. He was unable to look over his shoulder for confirmation, to see if she was following, or even to catch a glimpse of her reflection. When someone you love is guiding you while you're walking in the dark, you have to have complete faith in them. Orpheus made it through the majority of the journey. He listened for the sound of her footsteps behind him as he walked steadily upward while guiding her with his lyre. Doubt, however, began to creep in as they got closer to the entrance to the world above. What if all of this was a cruel ruse? What if she wasn't actually present? What if the gods hadn't been moved by his love after all? Orpheus turned around at the last second, when freedom appeared within reach and sunlight was visible ahead. He saw Eurydice, real and beautiful, reaching for him, and then he saw her go away forever. There would be no second chances, no pleas for divine pity, and no cunning deals this time. They had lost everything because of his lack of faith at the last crucial moment. The narrative might conclude there, with Orpheus receiving a severe lesson in trust and living out the remainder of his days writing gloomy ballads. Simple morals, however, are insufficient to satisfy the love stories of the ancient world. Broken by his mistake and loss, Orpheus travelled the world performing melancholy music that moved people to tears for no apparent reason. The Maids, Dionysus's followers, eventually killed him because they were offended by his loyalty to his deceased wife and his unwillingness to move on. But the love story went on even after death. Still singing, Orpheus's head drifted across the sea and down the river to the island of Lesbos, where it turned into an oracle. Even when death triumphs, some bonds are stronger than death, as demonstrated by the fact that his love for Eurydice literally outlasted his physical life. Norse love stories were similar to relationship counselling conducted by people who use axes to solve problems. If Greek love stories were complex, consider the tale of Sigurd and Brynhild, which somehow incorporates misidentification, memory loss, family conflicts, and the sort of magical meddling that leaves you wondering why the gods didn't have more enjoyable pastimes. As a typical Norse hero, Sigurd was strong, courageous, skilled with a sword, and exuded the confidence that comes from having divine ancestry and great publicity. He killed the dragon Fafnir, claimed a treasure that was cursed in its own way, and essentially made himself into the type of man that mothers warn their daughters about, but secretly hope will ask them to dance. One of Odin's choosers of the slain, Brynhild was a Valkyrie, a sort of warrior, psychopomp, and career advisor for fallen heroes. Odin had cursed her to sleep until a hero courageous enough to brave a ring of fire woke her up because she had erred by assisting the wrong person in a battle. It was similar to Sleeping Beauty, but it placed less focus on home arts and more on fighting skills. It was love at first sight, or at least at first awakening. When Sigurd discovered her, encircled by flames and looking strikingly beautiful in her enchanted sleep, with all the fervour and conviction of those who have never had to deal with the difficulties of truly cohabitating on a daily basis, they committed themselves to one another. However, complications arose because this is a Norse tale, and the gods get anxious when people are happy. A potion that completely erased Brynhild was administered to Sigurd, who married King Yuki's daughter, Gudrun, while under its influence. Try explaining magical memory loss to someone whose heart you just broke, even though it wasn't exactly his fault. In the meantime, Brynhild, who still thought Sigurd loved her, was duped into marrying Gudrun's brother Gunnar by means of a complex ruse in which Sigurd pretended to be someone else and obtained her hand in marriage on Gunnar's behalf. It's the sort of plot that makes you appreciate the relative simplicity of contemporary dating apps and necessitates a flowchart. The situation went from complicated to disastrous when the magic wore off, and everyone realised what had truly happened. Gudrun learned that her husband's heart belonged to someone else. Sigurd recalled his true love. Brynhild realised she had been duped, and Gunnar found himself married to a woman who was planning to murder his brother-in-law. Everyone died, but they did it with dignity and style, which is a quintessential Norse resolution. In order for them to die together, Brynhild planned Sigurd's murder and then took her own life. Gunnar lost both his brother-in-law and his wife. Gudrun was left a widow, and the entire tragic mess became the focus of epic poems that are still told today. Let's face it, the majority of these old love stories don't have happy endings, which isn't what makes them so captivating. It's their understanding that love is both the most potent and the most perilous force in human experience. Love has the power to motivate people to do unthinkable bravery and devotional deeds, but it can also lead them to make incredibly bad choices that have an impact on entire kingdoms in addition to themselves. Ancient storytellers recognise something that contemporary romance occasionally overlooks, that the intensity of love is directly correlated with its capacity for both creation and destruction. These weren't sterile fairy tales about meeting your true love and leading a conflict-free life. They were candid admissions that love is a complex, messy, often illogical and fundamentally human experience. Every family has that one relative who unexpectedly attends events, makes offensive jokes, breaks something priceless, somehow adds interest to the event, and leaves you wondering if you should give them a hug or keep the nice china for yourself the next time. These characters are known as tricksters in mythology. They're also more than just stories about bad behaviour or comedic relief. They are the changemakers and cosmic comedians who serve as a reminder that sometimes the most surprising answers lead to the best answers. Thanks to recent motion pictures, Loki is arguably the most well-known trickster of all time, but the Hollywood adaptation hardly captures his complexity. A villain with good cheekbones and daddy issues wasn't all that the Norse Loki was. He was the god of necessary complications, the divine representation of the idea that sometimes things must be broken in order to be properly fixed. Loki's relationship with the other gods was similar to that of a friend who always comes up with the most absurd solution to any issue, and somehow succeeds so frequently that people continue to listen to him. He wasn't inherently bad. Rather, he was the type of person who brings up awkward topics during family gatherings and calls out hypocrisy. When the gods decided that Asgard needed more security, they hired a builder who said they could create an impregnable wall in a single season. The cost? The goddess Freya, the moon, and the sun. The gods agreed because they were certain the builder couldn't possibly meet the deadline, even though it was clearly a bad deal. The kind of contract that makes you wonder if anyone actually reads the fine print. Naturally, the builder had a secret weapon, Svadilfari, a magnificent stallion capable of moving stones that should have taken an entire crew of workers. The gods realised they were going to lose some of their most precious possessions to what was effectively an extremely costly construction project, as the deadline drew closer and the wall got closer to completion. Loki's unique approach to problem-solving was helpful in this situation. In a typically unorthodox move, he changed into a mare and enticed Svadilfari away just in time to prevent the builder from completing the wall. The plan was successful, but it had an unintended consequence. Loki gave birth to Sleipnir, an 8-legged horse that became Odin's mount, and possibly the most peculiar addition to any family tree in mythological history. Tricksters are willing to pay personal costs to solve problems that everyone else is too proud, too dignified, or too traditional to handle, as the story demonstrates. Not only did Loki save the gods from a bad deal, but he also effectively and strangely embodied the solution. Tricksters, however, are not exclusively Norse. Of all the Chaos agents, Anansi the Spider, a West African custom, is arguably the most endearing. Anansi was more of a purpose-driven strategic troublemaker than Loki, whose tricks frequently had unexpected repercussions that descended into cosmic drama. He redistributed resources, power and knowledge from those who hoarded them to those who needed them, rather than causing chaos for its own sake. Not merely a family tragedy, the story of Osiris's death and resurrection became a model for comprehending how life can emerge from death, how chaos can be brought back to order, and how love can overcome destruction with perseverance, wisdom, and truly amazing magical abilities. In addition to reviving her husband, Isis changed the Egyptians' perception of death and what possibilities lay beyond it. Compared to the gods of the Greeks and Egyptians, the gods of the Hindu tradition were both more cosmic and more intimate. These were not merely strong creatures with human-like personalities. They were facets of a divine reality so vast and intricate that it needed to take on several forms in order for human minds to understand it. Depending on which story you were hearing and what lesson needed to be taught, Krishna, one of the most adored Hindu gods, was able to be a cosmic principal, a mischievous child, a romantic hero, a wise teacher, and a divine warrior all at once. During his childhood, he gained notoriety for stealing butter, concealing clothing from women who were bathing, and generally acting like the most endearing young criminal in the world. As an adult, he served as the warrior Arjuna's charioteer and spiritual mentor in the Bhagavad Gita, imparting some of the most profound philosophical lessons in human history as arrows flew past them on a battlefield. Krishna stories are lovely because they cover the whole range of human experience. He is more than just a distant divine being giving advice from above. As a grown teacher, he is aware of the weight of duty and moral responsibility, the complexity of love and relationships as a young man, and the joy of stealing candy as a child. He literally possesses multitudes, and his tales serve as a reminder that, if we know how to seek it out, divinity is woven throughout every moment of life and is not distinct from the everyday human experience. The Celtic Bridget, however, is arguably the most intriguing deity from any tradition. She was able to be both a pagan goddess and a Christian saint without anyone seeming to find this particularly odd. She was the goddess of healing, smithcraft, and poetry, three disciplines that may not seem connected until you consider that they are all about transforming raw materials into something more complete, beautiful, or useful than they were before. Bridget's forge was more than just a place to shape metal. It was a place to pound words out of inspiration, to strengthen broken objects, and to turn the commonplace materials of life into something that could be used for both utilitarian and religious purposes. She realized that when spiritual work and daily work are done with love, skill, and attention, there is no real difference between the two. The stories of Bridget did not vanish when Christianity arrived in Ireland. Rather, they changed somewhat. The goddess was transformed into St. Brigid, and for centuries nuns cared for her sacred fires in convents, though they were no longer regarded as the abilities of an ancient Celtic deity. The talents she bestowed, poetry, craftsmanship, and healing, were now recognised as gifts from the Christian God. It was the pinnacle of cultural adaptation, respecting both traditional knowledge and contemporary insights without asking anyone to give up what had always worked for them. Let's now discuss monsters, which are essential to any good story and were present in some genuinely amazing ancient mythologies. However, these weren't merely arbitrary frightening objects meant to give people nightmares. They were fears given shape, anxieties disguised as scales, claws, and multiple heads, and issues that needed heroes, magic, or at the very least, excellent running shoes, because they couldn't be resolved with common sense. The Sphinx, a riddle with wings and a very short fuse, was a gift from the Greeks. Imagine what would happen if someone asked a committee of nightmare designers to create the most challenging client. Imagine a creature that has the head of a woman, the wings of an eagle, and the body of a lion. In addition to eating people, the Sphinx required them to pass a test, and failing it meant they would perish. Not only was her well-known riddle, what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? A clever wordplay exercise. It was a question about the state of humanity, how we evolve over time, and the phases of life that everyone must experience if they are fortunate enough to live that long. The monster was defending a basic reality about life, not just a city. The Sphinx became so irate at having her riddle solved that she threw herself off a cliff when Oedipus gave the right response, that humans crawl as infants, walk upright as adults, and use canes in old age. Although it's a dramatic response, you have to respect her dedication to her work. She was more than a monster who enjoyed riddles. She was the embodiment of the questions that haunt people at night, and her mission was accomplished once those questions were resolved. But Medusa, whose tale has been repeated and reinterpreted so many times that it's easy to forget the original tragedy, was perhaps the most psychologically complex monster in Greek mythology. She was not born a monster. Rather, she was made into one as retribution for being attacked in the temple of Athena. Rather than punishing her assailant, Athena punished the victim by transforming her lovely hair into snakes and cursing her with a look that would make anyone who saw her turn to stone. Take a moment to consider the horror of Medusa's existence. She was isolated in a way that most people can't comprehend, rendered literally untouchable and unable to look at another person without killing them. She became the embodiment of both female anger and female helplessness. She was dangerous to everyone who came into contact with her, but she was unable to turn that danger into anything positive. It took cunning and divine help for Perseus to kill her in the end, not bravery or strength. He effectively turned her own power against her by using a mirror shield to get close to her without looking into her eyes. However, Medusa was not helpless even in death. Her blood turned into a poison that killed, and a medicine that healed, and her image became a symbol of protection, reminding evil that some types of suffering give one strength that is unbeatable. Like everything else in Norse mythology, the Norse had their own unique perspective on monsters, and it was more nuanced and ethically dubious than you might think. One of Loki's children was the world's serpent, Jörmungandr, which was so big that it encircled the entire world and held onto its own tail. It wasn't intentionally malevolent, it was simply so massive that its very existence posed an inherent threat to the stability of the universe. The god of thunder, Thor, was destined to battle Jörmungandr at the end of the world, Ragnarok. Both would perish in the conflict, the serpent from Thor's hammer and Thor from the serpent's poison. It was a perfect illustration of the Norse understanding that sometimes there are no winners in conflicts, and that the best course of action is to make sure that destruction serves a greater good. However, Fenrir, the wolf and one of Loki's offspring, was arguably the most fascinating Norse monster. Knowing from prophecy that Fenrir would ultimately kill Odin, the gods chose to bind the wolf with an unbreakable chain, rather than attempting to stop this fate with wisdom or kindness. It took cunning to bind him. They persuaded Fenrir that it was a test of his strength, and then wouldn't let him go when he demonstrated that he couldn't escape. The tale of Fenrir is the ideal example of how attempting to avert a future that is feared can actually bring it about. Even though the wolf had done nothing wrong, the gods' treatment of him, chaining him, was precisely the kind of injustice that would incite the wrath required to carry out the prophecy. Because they were afraid of him, they made their own enemy, demonstrating that sometimes the most dangerous monsters are the ones we create for ourselves. The Banshee, arguably the most psychologically complex monster of all, has Celtic roots. She was grief personified, the embodiment of loss that some families experience over many generations, but she wasn't evil in the traditional sense. Death was announced by her wailing, but she did not cause it. She only recognised it, gave it a voice, and made it impossible to downplay or ignore. The Banshee recognised a crucial aspect of human nature. We require our sorrows, losses and pain to be seen as genuine and noteworthy. She was dreadful not because she brought death, but rather because she made people face their mortality, and the knowledge that everyone they cared about would eventually pass away. However, she was also consoling in her own way. Her presence demonstrated that death had purpose, that the universe did not disregard loss, and that there was someone whose responsibility it was to grieve for the deceased in a dignified manner. She was the cosmic counterpart of the friend who attends funerals, brings casseroles to bereaved families, and ensures that no one must go through life's darkest times alone. As our journey through the world of ancient stories draws to a close, it is worthwhile to pause and reflect on the kind of magic that didn't require heroic quests or divine intervention. Commonplace enchantments that made everyday life a little more bearable, a little more meaningful, and a little more connected to the greater mysteries of existence. The most significant magic occurs in the pauses between the dramatic moments, in the everyday rituals that bind us to one another and to the cycles of nature. This is something that ancient peoples understood, but we occasionally forget in our haste to separate the logical from the miraculous. This is beautifully illustrated by the Japanese concept of kami. Often translated as gods or spirits, kami are actually more like the divine essence that permeates everything, including every tree, rock, river, mountain, well-made tool, act of kindness, and instance of flawless attention to a straightforward task. The word itself implies something above or superior, but not in the sense of being far away or unreachable. Instead, it's the characteristic that, when experienced with the appropriate level of awareness, elevates ordinary things to extraordinary. A master potter does more than simply mould clay. They work with the fire, the kami of the earth, and their own hands to create something useful and beautiful. By learning to work with weather, soil, and seasons in ways that respect both ecological balance and human needs, a gardener engages in the continuous dialogue between human intention and natural processes. This insight transforms every activity into a possible spiritual practice, every beautifully crafted item into a form of prayer, and every encounter with nature into a chance to connect with something greater than personal worries. It's transformation without the drama, magic without the fireworks, and transcendence found in giving whatever task at hand your whole attention. Through its understanding of thin places, places where the line separating the everyday world from the other world becomes permeable, where magic is not only possible but nearly inevitable, the Celtic tradition provides a similar viewpoint. These could be ancient groves or stone circles, but they could also be wells, crossroads, or even specific times of day when the light falls in a particular way and everything seems more significant, alive, and interconnected. The realization that thin places aren't merely specific places but rather states of consciousness that can be developed anywhere, however, was the most significant realization in Celtic spirituality. When you learn to approach everyday situations with the same level of reverence and attention, typically reserved for formal religious practices, the real magic happens. Taking care of a fire becomes a means of taking part in the cosmic dance between order and entropy. Cooking becomes an offering to the spirits of the home, and washing dishes becomes a meditation on the element of water. The knowledge that everything, location and creature, has a spirit and a story of its own, and that wisdom arises from learning to listen to these stories with humility and respect, is derived from Native American traditions. A rock is more than just a mineral formation. It is an elder who has seen innumerable seasons and has its own wisdom about patience, endurance, and the gradual change of landscapes over time. This viewpoint completely changes how people interact with nature. You start to see yourself as a part of a continuous dialogue that has been going on for thousands of years before you arrived and will continue long after you leave, rather than as a collection of resources to be used or challenges to overcome. Finding your place in this conversation and adding your voice while paying attention to everyone else's is more important than trying to control or dominate it. Something similar but even more thorough is encapsulated in the Aboriginal Australian concept of country. The living system of relationships between land, water, plants, animals, ancestors and descendants defines your identity and responsibilities. It is not just the place you happen to live, in the sense that your identity is inextricably linked to the network of relationships that supports all life. You are country, not just from it. Because everything you do has an impact on the overall system's balance and health, this knowledge makes every action meaningful. Taking water from a spring is more than just a practical issue. It's a way to communicate with the water spirits and calls for appreciation, acknowledgement, and close attention to reciprocity. Foraging is only one aspect of gathering food plants. Another is engaging in a relationship that necessitates understanding the seasons, migration patterns, soil conditions, and the requirements of all other organisms that share resources. Developing the sensitivity and wisdom to live in harmony with all the forces, both visible and invisible, human and more than human, that enable life is what all these traditions have in common, rather than gaining control over the world. They acknowledge that, rather than existing independently of nature, humans are merely one species within a complex web of interdependence that necessitates ongoing care, support, and care. Supernatural abilities or drastic changes are not promised by this type of commonplace magic. Rather, it provides something perhaps more valuable, a way of life that acknowledges the sacred aspect of everyday life, that finds connection and meaning in the most basic activities, and that turns everyday life into a continuous spiritual practice, without requiring anyone to give up their obligations or withdraw from society. You may be wondering what exactly we're supposed to do with all these stories of gods and heroes, monsters and tricksters, tragic love stories, and creation myths that start with chaos, as our journey through these old tales comes to an end. These aren't merely amusing artifacts from the early days of humanity. They are inheritance records, psychological maps, and guides to navigating the intricacies of life that haven't evolved as much as we may believe. The ancient storytellers recognized something that our modern culture occasionally finds difficult to grasp. Wisdom isn't just about learning new things or using cunning to solve problems. It involves cultivating the ability to live with uncertainty, to find purpose in flaws, to hold on to hope when loss is unavoidable, and to acknowledge the sacred aspects of everyday life. Think about the beginnings described in the creation stories. They make no guarantees about the neatness, orderliness, or predictability of beginning anything worthwhile, be it a new way of life, a relationship, a universe, or a creative endeavour. Rather, they recognise that all significant creations come from some kind of chaos, necessitate the dismantling of earlier plans, and entail some trial and error that cannot be prevented by better planning. According to the Babylonian tale of Marduk and Tiamat, sometimes progress necessitates a direct confrontation with the past, not to destroy it out of resentment or impatience, but to respect what it has given us while making room for new opportunities. We are reminded that every beginning entails letting go of something else, and that this letting go is a necessary part of the process rather than a result of poor planning, by the Norse understanding that creation necessitates sacrifice, that Ymir's death was required for the world's birth. Perhaps the most advanced interpretation of all is provided by the Aboriginal concept of the dream time, which holds that creation is ongoing, present, and occurring in every moment of focus and intention, rather than occurring once in the distant past. Your decisions, focus, and relationships are all a part of the cosmic creative process, and you're not merely living in a created world, you're actively contributing to its continuous creation. The hero tales offer equally useful advice for dealing with the difficulties of adulthood. They are not guides to immortality or enduring happiness, quite the contrary in fact. They are sincere admissions that in order to grow, you must confront things you would rather avoid, that courage is the choice to act in spite of fear rather than the lack of fear, and that the most significant successes are frequently hidden from everyone but the person who achieves them. We learn from Gilgamesh's journey that while the desire to resist change and loss is normal and understandable, it is ultimately pointless. His desire for immortality isn't realized in the way he envisions, but his readiness to love profoundly, grieve openly, and live on in spite of death's inevitable conclusion produces a different kind of immortality. The kind that endures in tales, in our impact, and in the transformations we bring about in other people's lives. The love stories provide guidance that is both transcendent and useful. They recognize that love is the most potent and perilous force in human history, able to inspire both the most amazing creations and the most spectacular catastrophes. They contend that cultivating the wisdom to love well in spite of difficulties is more important than finding a love without problems. We learn from Orpheus and Eurydice the value of faith in things we cannot see or control, the necessity of trust in relationships, and how doubt can sabotage even the strongest bonds. They also teach us how love transcends physical proximity, and how caring for someone profoundly alters you in ways that last long after they are gone. Perhaps the most useful advice for surviving in the modern world can be found in the trickster stories. They remind us that the best solutions sometimes come from those who aren't invested in keeping the status quo, that change typically comes from unexpected directions, and that those in charge don't always know what they're doing. Coyote, Loki, and Anansi all show how important it is to challenge authority, to be prepared to break rules that don't really benefit anyone, and to acknowledge that every solution leads to new issues. They acknowledge that change is messy and unpredictable, but they also highlight how resilient, creative, and humorous people can be in the face of adversity. Power, responsibility, and the human propensity to establish authorities and then berate them for their flaws are all explored in the tales of gods living among humans. With all of their trivial jealousies and bad judgment, the Greek gods serve as a reminder that those in charge of significant matters are frequently just as perplexed and conflicted as the general populace, and that power does not always translate into wisdom. However, the stories also imply that the divine is not something distant and unfathomable, but rather is interwoven with everyday life in ways that become apparent when we look closely. The Hindu conception of Krishna as both a butter-stealing child and a cosmic principle suggests a spirituality that accepts the whole range of human experience, rather than attempting to transcend it. Perhaps the most advanced psychological advice of all is found in the monster stories. Although they admit that fear is a natural part of the human experience, they also contend that our monsters frequently reveal crucial details about the things we need to confront, the things we're avoiding, and the things we haven't yet figured out how to integrate, even when that power seems more like a curse than a gift. Medusa serves as a reminder that some types of suffering can give rise to power. The Sphinx implies that rather than being adversaries that must be vanquished, the monsters we face are frequently questions disguised as puzzles that must be solved. Fenrir shows us how fear can produce the very futures we're trying to avoid, and how treating someone as dangerous can actually make them dangerous. Most significantly, these old tales have a deeper understanding of time than our culture does. They don't have an obsession with linear progress, which is the belief that things are always improving, that issues can be resolved once and for all, or that better methods or technologies can radically alter human nature. Rather, they acknowledge that human existence is cyclical, that the same basic problems arise in every generation, and that wisdom is not in finding a permanent solution to these problems, but rather in creating the abilities, viewpoints, and behaviours that enable each generation to face them with dignity, ingenuity, and support from one another. We are reminded that destruction and creation are partners in an eternal dance, that loss and renewal are part of the same process, and that every ending contains the seeds of new beginnings by the seasonal cycles that occur in so many mythologies, from Persephone's yearly journey between worlds to the Norse understanding of Ragnarok as both ending and beginning. Compared to our achievement-oriented culture, this cyclical view of time offers a different relationship to both success and failure. It implies that difficulties frequently precede periods of growth, that setbacks are not irreversible defeats, but rather organic components of larger patterns, and that the objective is not to reach a perfect state, but rather to acquire the fortitude and insight necessary to face whatever lies ahead. When you close this collection of stories and go back to your own life, with its unique blend of routine tasks and sacred moments, ordinary responsibilities and extraordinary possibilities, you take with you the wisdom of thousands of generations who have grappled with the same basic questions you do. How do you find meaning in an uncertain world? How can you accept loss and still love deeply? How do you remain hopeful when you recognise the challenges? In the vast network of relationships that binds all life together, how do you find your place? The solutions these tales provide are neither straightforward nor definitive. Rather, they are moulded by the wisdom of innumerable individuals who have persevered in facing the unavoidable difficulties of human life and have been tested by time. They serve as a reminder that we are not alone in our difficulties, that the same questions that keep us up at night are the same ones that have always kept people up, and that participating in such an age-old discussion can be both humbling and consoling. The knowledge that the journey itself is significant, that the questions are just as significant as the answers, and that each generation has the chance to contribute its own voice to the grand ongoing narrative of what it means to be human in a mysterious and great universe, are perhaps the things that the myths offer more than simple answers or happy endings. You can therefore rest in the knowledge that you're surrounded by stories as well as blankets as you turn off the light and go to sleep. These stories are held in place not only by your immediate surroundings, but also by the collective wisdom of all those who have ever gazed at the same stars, pondered the same mysteries, and managed to turn their confusion and longing into stories that continue to comfort and guide those who follow them. Your life, with all its everyday magic and everyday heroism, is one of the newest chapters in this timeless book. The ancient stories are still being written. Rest easy knowing that you are a part of something far more expansive and exquisite than you could have ever dreamed when you first opened these pages. Sweet dreams, fellow human being on the eternal journey. Word count. About 7,000 words. Anansi's strategy of stealing fire from the sky god is a prime illustration of it. Nyame, the sky god, owned fire and kept it locked away for his exclusive use. Humans had to fumble around in the dark after the sunset, were cold, and were unable to properly prepare their food. Niam simply didn't understand why anyone else needed access to something so potent and potentially hazardous. It wasn't that he was intentionally cruel. The obvious solution to this problem, in Anansi's opinion, was to steal the fire and give it to humanity. He thought hoarding useful items was essentially foolish, not because he harboured any particular animosity toward Niami. Instead of being left unused in some cosmic storage unit, fire was intended to be shared and improve everyone's quality of life. The actual theft was a masterwork of preparation and creativity. Among other things, Anansi was one of the greatest storytellers in history, and he persuaded Niame to allow him to visit by promising to share some of his well-known tales. Anansi was able to smuggle some fire into a tiny pot he had concealed in his web, while Niame was preoccupied with an especially captivating story about why mosquitoes buzz in people's ears. For a spider, even a magical one, crossing the sky to get the fire to earth was no easy task. Anansi had to use ingenuity for navigation, transportation, and maintaining the fire throughout the trip. Additionally, he had to stay out of Niame's sight when the sky god eventually found out about the theft and came to look for his belongings. However, Anansi was successful, and fire spread like, well, fire among people. Cooking, staying warm, working after dark, and generally improving one's quality of life were all made possible. Initially incensed, Niame was forced to acknowledge that fire was far more beneficial when it was being used as opposed to being stored. In fact, the theft increased rather than decreased the value of the gift. The way that Anansi stories reinterpret stealing and breaking the law as acts of social justice is fantastic. Anansi redistributes resources because he sees a world where good things are kept from those who need them, not because he is avaricious or malevolent. He resembles a cosmic Robin Hood, but he has better jokes and more legs. Another example of the art of necessary mischief is Coyote, the trickster of many Native American traditions. Whereas Anansi was endearing and determined, and Loki was complex and occasionally destructive, Coyote, however, was like that friend who has good intentions but no sense of proportion. He would flood a valley while watering your garden, then move mountains to help you find a misplaced earring. There is a common pattern to Coyote stories. Coyote sees a problem, devises what appears to be a clever solution, enthusiastically puts the solution into practice, and then faces consequences that are typically far more significant and bizarre than anyone could have predicted. He is the divine representation of both the necessity of trying new things, even when you are unsure of how they will turn out, and the law of unintended consequences. His attempt to introduce salmon to the Columbia River's inhabitants is among the most charming of Coyote's tales. According to this version, a family of creatures had constructed a dam across the river and was hoarding all the salmon, refusing to share them with anybody else. Coyote determined that people's hunger was intolerable. As usual, he offered a straightforward solution. He would break the dam and release the salmon. Easy, efficient, and sure to lead to complications he hadn't yet considered. Coyote was skilled at the destructive aspect of problem-solving, so the dam breaking itself went without a hitch. The salmon, however, had to be equitably shared with all the various communities along the river once they were free. This was the point at which Coyote's lack of administrative abilities clashed with his good intentions. Immediately overwhelmed by the logistics, he appointed himself coordinator of salmon distribution. They couldn't agree on seasonal schedules, had different fishing traditions, and wanted different numbers of fish. The world's first fisheries management crisis resulted from what should have been a straightforward resource-sharing issue. Coyote ultimately resolved the issue by essentially stating that salmon would migrate in cycles, arriving in large quantities for a portion of the year before departing to spawn. Although it wasn't the sophisticated long-term fix he had hoped for, it did the trick. Everyone received salmon. The salmon was able to procreate and carry on the cycle, and Coyote gained insight into the distinction between destroying and repairing things, the understanding that change is messy. Progress frequently comes from unexpected directions, and sometimes the best solutions come from people who aren't invested in maintaining the status quo, is what makes trickster stories so timeless. Tricksters don't use meticulous planning and risk assessment to solve problems the way experts and authorities do. When they're tired of the status quo and open to trying something new, they solve problems the same way regular people do. They also acknowledge that good intentions do not always translate into successful outcomes, that every solution leads to new issues, and that sometimes it is more important to simply start the process of change, even if you have no control over its direction. Trickster energy, the willingness to ask questions, try new things, and break rules that need to be broken, feels more relevant than ever in a world that frequently feels trapped in patterns that don't benefit anyone. Ancient people's conceptions of their gods have a wonderfully human quality. These were not the far-off, unfathomable beings of later theology, emanating perfection from some inaccessible celestial throne, with the ability to transform their negative emotions into natural calamities. These divine beings shared all of our problems, small grievances, and dubious decision-making abilities. Specifically, the Greek gods were like a dysfunctional family that just so happened to govern the natural forces. Mount Olympus was not so much a place of God, as it was the most exclusive gated community in the world, inhabited by beings with limitless power and the emotional maturity of reality TV contestants. They had sibling rivalries that could literally change the landscape, harboured resentments for centuries, and fell in love in inappropriate ways. As the alleged ruler of the gods and universe, Zeus devoted most of his time to resolving issues that he had caused. His solution to his attraction to mortal women was to change into different animals and entice them, which resulted in a constant flow of demigod offspring with complex parental problems. When the king of the gods chose to court the women in the form of a bull or a swan, his wife, Hera, spent just as much time being enraged about these affairs and exacting revenge on the women as if they had any say in the matter. It was like watching a soap opera with characters who could throw lightning bolts when they were angry. When the next crisis arose from precisely the same pattern of behaviour, everyone would act shocked. Zeus would have an affair, Hera would discover it, and innocent people would be cursed with terrible fates or turned into trees. Of all the Greek gods, Hades was arguably the most relatable since he was forced to hold the position that no one wanted, that of ruler of the underworld. Hades received the basement office of the cosmos, while his brothers Zeus and Poseidon were given the exciting realms of the sky and the sea, complete with dramatic weather patterns and amazing power displays. Although his work managing the dead was significant, it wasn't exactly the kind of thing that attracted a lot of favourable press. It's possible that Hades received the least glamorous assignment because he was the most responsible of the three brothers. He managed his realm effectively, kept to himself most of the time, and showed up for work every day. Even that story becomes more likeable when you consider that he was likely just lonely, and didn't know how to ask someone out when your job required you to spend all of your time with dead people. His biggest PR disaster was kidnapping Persephone to be his wife. Given that it was negotiated by those who had the authority to wipe out all life on Earth if they didn't get their way, the solution to Persephone's predicament, where she spends part of the year underground with Hades and part of the year above ground with her mother Demeter, was actually a fairly reasonable compromise. Hades received company during the dark months, humanity received an explanation for the seasonal changes, and Demeter received her daughter back for the spring and summer. If you don't consider the kidnapping aspect too much, everyone kind of won. The gods of Egypt approached divine behaviour differently. The Egyptian gods were more like cosmic principles with personalities than the Greek gods, who were basically immortal humans with superpowers. They were more than just strong creatures. They represented the basic elements of life, such as death, rebirth, order, chaos, the flooding of the Nile, and the sun's journey across the sky. Making sure the sun rose each day was perhaps the most significant duty performed by the sun god Ra in the Egyptian pantheon. To do this, he had to travel across the sky every day in a solar bark, and then go through the underworld every night to defeat the serpent Apep, who stood for chaos and truly didn't want the sun to rise again. It wasn't as simple as flipping a cosmic switch. Take a moment to consider the weight of that responsibility. Ra was required to successfully navigate celestial waters, lead a crew of divine beings, and then engage in a cosmic battle against the forces of entropy on a daily basis. The sun wouldn't rise and civilization would come to an end if he had a bad day, became ill or distracted, or simply didn't feel like putting up with Apep's nonsense. What's amazing is that Ra was able to stick to this routine for thousands of years without ever taking a day off. He either needs to learn about work-life balance or is the most dependable employee in the universe because of his commitment to routine. However, the interconnectedness of existence was also something that the Egyptian gods understood. Every element of Egyptian cosmology was affected when Set killed his brother Osiris out of jealousy, a family drama that makes Greek divine dysfunction seem mild. Set ruled over chaos in the desert, Osiris became the god of the dead and the afterlife, and their sister wife Isis became the goddess of healing and magic as she sought to protect their son Horus and bring her husband back to life. The narrative of Harry S. Truman's roots trace to the quiet farmlands of western Missouri worlds removed from the polished corridors of Washington he'd one day inhabit. Born on May 8, 1884 in the small town of Lamar, he was the first child of John Anderson Truman and Martha Ellen Young. Modest beginnings shaped his earliest sensibilities. The family moved frequently, chasing opportunities across hard-scrabble farmland and short-lived ventures. Even so, the young Truman absorbed a relentless work ethic from dawn to dusk chores and gleaned an unvarnished sense of people's struggles. Little about his childhood forecasted the presidency that would thrust him into global crises. His boyhood was peppered with a penchant for reading. a borrowed copy of Plutarch's Lives, or perhaps a Mark Twain novel capturing the spirit of Middle America. Unlike many peers, Harry devoured thick tomes about history and political philosophy. The spectacles perched on his nose earned him occasional teasing from schoolmates, but he shrugged it off. His father's farm demands forced him to develop stamina in a literal sense, wrangling mules or stacking hay, even as he contemplated the larger world beyond county lines. With no prestigious family name or wealth, further education was never assured. After finishing high school in an Independence college seemed an unreachable dream. Family finances and obligations rerouted him to an array of odd jobs: timekeeper for the Santa Fe Railroad bank clerk and farmhand. By his early 20s, Truman's curiosity about public affairs solidified. The world was chineping. Horse-drawn wagons met shiny new automobiles. The economy swelled and new technologies whispered of unstoppable progress. Yet southern Missouri's conservative climate rarely promised fast social or political transformation. Politically, a swirl of party machines, especially the Pendergast faction in the Kansas City, state of Missouri, dominated local elections. Established dynasties overshadowed the notion that ordinary citizens could break into politics. Truman, while not outspoken about these realities, observed them closely. In the year 1905, the young man ventured to Kansas City, the state of Missouri, but his father's declining health compelled him to return to the Grandview farm due to family obligations. The life of a farmer was tough on body and spirit, especially in an era lacking modern machinery, but these years on the farm, some might argue, lay the foundation for Truman's later authenticity. He saw the cyclical nature of crops, the unpredictability of weather, and the straightforward handshake culture of small-town trades. The stoicism gleaned from failed harvests or broken equipment taught him resilience, a trait he'd lean on heavily decades later under unimaginably higher stakes. Then came 1917 and America's entry into World War I. Like many patriots, Truman enlisted. At 33, he wasn't a typical fresh-faced recruit, but his earnestness and unwavering sense of duty propelled him forward. Commissioned as an artillery officer, he found a surprising gift for leadership. Men who initially dismissed him as a four-eyed farm boy discovered a commanding presence. He enforced disciplines, but listened to grievances, forging an efficient battery that ultimately saw action in the muddy, shell-scarred fields of France. Under withering artillery, Truman kept his battery steady and morale intact. That success fueled a new self-confidence. If he could manage the emotional storm of war, maybe leading men, and later constituents, was not so implausible. Returning stateside in 1919, Truman married Bess Wallace, his longtime sweetheart from Independence. She was known for a steady temperament and a gentle reluctance for public life. Their union would provide her emotional grounding through the political turbulence ahead. At first, they tested civilian ventures. He tried opening a men's clothing store in Kansas City, but the post-war economy sank into recession. The store failed, leaving him in debt that took years to repay. Despite the financial strain, he refused to declare bankruptcy, demonstrating his adherence to the moral code of meeting obligations. Around this time, the Pendergast political machine offered a lifeline. Tom Pendergast, a powerful Democratic boss, recognized Truman's war hero reputation and unwavering loyalty. He suggested a run for county judge, a role more administrative than judicial in Jackson County. Truman, initially hesitant, realized politics could merge his sense of civic duty with a means to provide for his family. In 1922, he stepped onto the ballot. The campaign demanded he mingle with rural neighbours, chat in dusty general stores, and knock on thousands of doors. Over time, he honed an everyman approach. Direct, warm, unpretentious. Though overshadowed by bigger city names, Truman won. He soon discovered that politics demanded compromise. The press sniffed at him as a Pendergast puppet, but he set about improving county roads and public buildings, focusing on practical governance. It didn't make headlines in Washington, but local folks started trusting that Judge Truman might be the rare politician who balanced machine loyalty with genuine public benefit. This vantage from county-level duties, juggling budgets, awarding contracts, meeting local taxpayers, would form the bedrock of his pragmatic style, later defining how he navigated the halls of Congress and eventually the White House. Harry Truman's position as a Jackson County judge provided him with an intimate view of the political dynamics that shaped Kansas City and its surrounding areas. Contrary to modern assumptions, judge in that era didn't always require a law degree. The role resembled a county commissioner, managing budgets, overseeing infrastructure, and mediating local disputes. Truman's approach was straightforward: keep roads maintained, ensure budgets balanced, and minimise corruption where possible. Yet the Pendergast machine that backed him thrived on patronage, awarding contracts to friendly bidders. For Truman, the challenge was upholding integrity while not alienating the very network that had placed him in office. Throughout the 1920s, Truman earned a reputation for honesty that set him apart. He rarely indulged in the nepotism that others accepted as routine. Journalists covering local government perceived Judge Truman as a unique individual, a devoted member of the Pendergast team who genuinely aimed to promote the public welfare. He developed a method: maintain civil relationships with boss Tom Pendergast, but quietly push for efficient administration. This precarious balance drew occasional disapproval from reform-minded critics who felt he should break with the machine entirely. Truman reasoned that, from within, he could do more for constituents. In private, he admitted the tension gnawed at him, yet no obvious alternative route existed. The machine was the only ladder for local Democratic politicians. By the early 1930s, the Great Depression rattled every corner of America. Kansas City, state of Missouri, faced bank closures, mass unemployment, and breadlines. Truman, re-elected as a presiding judge in 1930, used New Deal funds to jumpstart local projects, bridges, public buildings, and new highways, attempting to pump lifeblood into the local economy. His sincere empathy for ordinary families, grounded in his experiences of economic hardship, coloured every decision. He oversaw a county relief program that, while not free of cronyism, often delivered real help to needy citizens. This bolstered Truman's standing as a conscientious official, though overshadowed by the iconic New Deal initiatives championed by President Franklin D. Roosevelt at the national level. The year 1934 brought a new opportunity. Pendergast decided to push Truman as the Democratic candidate for the US Senate. Though overshadowed by more prominent figures in state politics, Truman's quiet perseverance appealed to rural voters. On the campaign trail, wearing his trademark wide-brimmed hat and thick glasses, he visited farmhouses and small-town gatherings. He promised to back Roosevelt's programs, praising the impetus behind them. Meanwhile, suspicious voices hammered him as a Pendergast stooge. The boss's endorsement sealed the nomination, but winning the general election was no guarantee. Nonetheless, national frustration with the Republicans' handling of the Depression gave the Democrats a strong tailwind. Truman eked out a victory, heading to Washington at age 50. In the Senate, he was a small fish in a pond teeming with established whales like a Huey Long, Carter Glass, and Robert La Follette Jr., eager to prove his worth. Truman initially found himself overshadowed by Southern Democrats who dominated key committees. He stuck to the Commerce and Interstate Regulation Committees, quietly gleaning how legislative deals were forged. Mindful that he needed to rid himself of the Pendergast stigma, he tackled issues with a methodical zeal. One such moment arrived in 1939, when he chaired a subcommittee investigating railroad reorganization. Applying his county-level budgeting lessons to a national stage, colleagues noticed his meticulous approach. He seldom boasted, rarely sought headlines, but delivered results. The mid-1930s to late 1930s also saw the unravelling of Pendergast's empire. Accusations of tax evasion and corruption soared. In 1939, Tom Pendergast was convicted of tax fraud and imprisoned. Headlines implicated him and his associates in a massive graft. Truman, facing re-election in 1940, braced for the blowback. His opponents painted him as the senator from Pendergast, but Truman countered that he too disapproved of corruption and that his record stood independent. Voters, evaluating his actual performance, decided to give him another term. The tight race confirmed that his margin of victory lay in trust built by actual service, overshadowing the old machine label. In his second term, Truman's name surfaced more often, especially as storm clouds gathered in Europe. World War II erupted in 1939. By 1941, America was edging closer to involvement. Roosevelt's Lend-Lease policies and the ramp-up of defense industries demanded close oversight. Truman, sensing billions of tax dollars swirling into new factories, spearheaded a Senate committee to monitor war profiteering. The Senate Special Committee to investigate the National Defense Program, more famously known as the Truman Committee, set out to ensure that war contracts were legitimate. Factories produced quality goods, and unscrupulous profiteers were exposed. This gave Truman a national spotlight. He visited defense plants incognito, scrutinizing paperwork. The committee earned praise for saving taxpayers giant sums. Press coverage portrayed him as a bulldog for accountability, not a grandstander but someone truly outraged by waste or exploitation. By 1943, the Truman Committee had propelled the senator from Missouri into the national consciousness. Pundits who once dismissed him as a backroom functionary now viewed him as a champion of good governance amid a massive global war. The White House noticed, too, Roosevelt, seeking to unify the Democratic Party for the 1944 election, faced the question of who should serve as vice president. His current VP, Henry Wallace, was viewed as too radical by party conservatives. Could Harry Truman, a moderate, pro-defense, corruption-fighting senator, be the compromise pick? The party bigwigs thought so. The stage was set for a twist in Truman's life, from being a steady second-term senator to possibly occupying the second highest office in the land, perched precariously near the centre of a global conflict. Harry Truman never aggressively pursued the vice presidency, but in the swirl of 1944 politics, he emerged as a near-consensus choice. Franklin D. Roosevelt, seeking an unprecedented fourth term, recognised that in a fractious Democratic Party, Henry Wallace polarised too many. Conservative Democrats demanded a replacement, and Truman's unassuming loyalty and his credibility in the war proved to be a suitable fit. When the Democratic National Convention convened that July in Chicago, backroom dealings sealed the arrangement. Truman famously claimed he woke up one morning as a senator and went to bed that night as the party's vice presidential nominee. Even then, he expressed reluctance, famously quipping that the role was largely ornamental, a spare tyre on the automobile of government. The Roosevelt-Truman ticket triumphed in November 1944, riding on FDR's record as a wartime leader. The margin was narrower than earlier Roosevelt victories, reflecting war fatigue among Americans, but a victory was still a victory, and in January 1945, Truman took the oath as vice president. Within weeks, the Allies advanced on Nazi Germany, the Battle of the Bulge had ended, and the liberation of concentration camps approached. Meanwhile, the Pacific Theatre raged on, with US forces inching closer to Japan. Truman found himself at the periphery of top-level discussions. Roosevelt, his health failing, still dominated the administration's strategic deliberations. Truman's main tasks involved presiding over the Senate and fulfilling ceremonial roles. He was rarely looped into the secrets of the Manhattan Project or the exact shape of post-war negotiations. Everything changed abruptly on April 12, 1945. Roosevelt died in Warm Springs, Georgia, after months of visibly declining vitality. A stunned Truman was summoned to the White House and took the oath of office as president in a small tent ceremony. He later recalled, "I felt like the moon, the stars, and all the planets had fallen on me." The man who had been in the dark about critical aspects of the war, particularly the atomic program, now became commander-in-chief of a global superpower in waiting. Advisors scrambled to brief him on ongoing strategies, secret weapons research, and the complexities of Allied negotiations with Stalin and Churchill. Truman's earliest decisions revolved around ending World War II. In Europe, victory seemed imminent, with Hitler's regime collapsing. VE Day, Victory in Europe, arrived on May 8, 1945, overshadowing the raw sense of Roosevelt's absence. Meanwhile, the Potsdam Conference in July saw Truman meet Winston Churchill, later replaced by Clement Attlee mid-conference, and Joseph Stalin. With the war in Europe settled, the conversation pivoted to dividing Germany into zones, shaping Eastern Europe's future, and extracting concessions from the Soviet Union about joining the war against Japan. Truman, a novice in the high-stakes diplomacy that Roosevelt had navigated, approached Stalin with caution. He gleaned that the Soviet leader had ambitions in Eastern Europe, a harbinger of post-war friction. Simultaneously, Truman faced a moral and strategic quandary in the Pacific. The Manhattan Project had succeeded, the atomic bomb was ready. Military planners estimated an invasion of Japan's home islands could cost a catastrophic number of Allied and Japanese lives. The question was whether dropping the bomb might force a swift surrender. Truman wrestled with the ethics, but ultimately authorized using atomic weapons, believing it would end the conflict more quickly. On August 6, 1945, a B-29 dropped the first bomb on Hiroshima. 3 days later, Nagasaki was hit. Japan announced surrender on August 15th. The effect was as unprecedented as it was terrifying. The world recognized a new era of nuclear capability. Truman justified his choice to the American public as a necessary evil, one that, in his view, saved more lives than it cost. Others debated the morality for generations to come, but the immediate aftermath was a wave of relief that the war was over. Emerging from the war's conclusion, Truman found an altered planet. The Soviet Union and the US stood as rival superpowers. Europe lay in ruins. Asia wrestled with new independence movements, and the nuclear age overshadowed all. Many Americans wanted a return to domestic normalcy, hoping to spend energy on economic revival. But the unravelling alliance with Stalin's USSR hinted at a new conflict in the making, a Cold War of ideologies, spies, and proxy battles. Truman, the accidental president, would have to craft policies that shaped this precarious world. In 1946, as the rest of the Allied powers demobilised, the Soviets entrenched in Eastern Europe. Winston Churchill, no longer Britain's Prime Minister, visited the US and declared an Iron Curtain had descended across the continent. Truman recognised the need for a doctrine to counter Soviet expansion, albeit short of direct warfare. The seeds of the containment strategy took shape, culminating in what would be known as the Truman Doctrine, pledging support to countries threatened by the communist subversion. With minimal foreign policy background, he relied on seasoned figures like George Marshall, Dean Acheson, and others to devise new frameworks for the global stability. Meanwhile, on the domestic front, the challenge of reconverting the economy from wartime production to peacetime soared. Labour strikes in Flecken and demands for civil rights tested Truman's leadership. As 1947 approached, Truman's tenure had only begun. The decisions about nuclear arms, the aid programs for war-ravaged allies, and the looming confrontation with Soviet policies in Europe and Asia, these would define not just his presidency, but the entire global order. Once a quiet senator overshadowed by Roosevelt's magnetism, Truman had stepped into the spotlight. He was about to introduce a new vocabulary to American statecraft, the Marshall Plan, the Berlin Airlift, and the seeds of NATO, forging an era where the United States embraced superpower responsibilities unthinkable a mere decade earlier. In the tumultuous post-war climate, Harry Truman found his presidency pivoting on two broad fronts: foreign policy crises and domestic upheaval. Fresh from the euphoria of victory over fascism, Americans soon recognized that a new tension with the Soviet Union dominated world affairs. Eastern Europe lay under communist influence, and Stalin's grip tightened across Poland, Hungary, and others. These developments spurred Truman's administration to articulate a more defined stance. In March 1947, he presented to Congress what became known as the Truman Doctrine. The United States would aid nations resisting subjugation by armed minorities or outside pressures. Though triggered by crises in Greece and Turkey, the doctrine signalled a broader commitment to containing communism. Skeptics worried about entangling America in endless foreign struggles, but Truman insisted that inaction would yield greater perils. Soon after, Secretary of State George Marshall proposed the European Recovery Program, colloquially the Marshall Plan. War-ravaged Europe faced famine and economic collapse, conditions ripe for communist infiltration. Marshall's plan offered massive financial aid to rebuild infrastructure, revitalise industries, and stabilise currencies. Truman championed this approach as simultaneously humanitarian and strategic. Western Europe's swift reconstruction under the plan created an economic boom, forging stable democracies less vulnerable to Soviet influence. This bold initiative reshaped America's global role. No longer isolationist, it was now the engine of a nascent Western alliance. Domestically, Truman encountered an equally formidable challenge. Millions of veterans returned, seeking jobs and affordable housing. Labour unions, having postponed strikes during the war, now pressed for raises in an inflationary climate. The Republican resurgence in the 1946 midterms gave the GOP control of Congress, complicating Truman's legislative ambitions. He advanced what he dubbed the Fair Deal, a suite of proposals aiming to expand upon Roosevelt's New Deal, national health care, civil rights measures, aid to education, and a higher minimum wage. Yet these ran headlong into congressional opposition, with Republicans and conservative Southern Democrats blocking large segments. The result? Incremental progress, overshadowed by persistent gridlock. Matters of race also percolated. Despite Roosevelt's colorblind rhetoric during the war, African Americans faced persistent discrimination. In 1948, Truman issued an executive order to desegregate the armed forces, a bold move that outraged many Southern politicians but signalled a new federal stance on civil rights. He also called for an end to poll taxes, and for legislation banning lynching, though those proposals stalled in Congress. Civil rights leaders applauded him as the first modern president to make such a stand, though it carried political risks in the upcoming election. The 1948 presidential race shaped up as a daunting one for Truman. Many believed he was doomed to defeat. Even within his party, Southern Dixiecrats broke off, championing Strom Thurmond in the protest of civil rights, while Henry Wallace, a former vice president, led the Progressive Party from the left. The Republican nominee, Thomas Dewey, exuded confidence. Pollsters and newspapers predicted a sure Republican victory, but Truman embarked on a legendary whistle-stop campaign across the country by train, hitting small towns and big cities with fiery speeches. He hammered the Do-Nothing Congress for blocking his Fair Deal measures, championed the average citizen's needs, and exuded an underdog energy that resonated with voters. On election night, the Chicago Tribune famously printed its "Dewey defeats Truman" headline prematurely. The actual result? A surprise Truman victory, securing his place in the White House for a full term. Historians still marvel at this upset, attributing it to Truman's relentless grassroots appeal and Americans' preference for continuity in uncertain times. Even after this triumph, the Cold War's drumbeat intensified. In 1949, the Soviets tested their first atomic bomb sooner than Western intelligence had anticipated. China's civil war ended with Mao Zedong's communist victory, another blow to US hopes of containing communism. Within the US, paranoia about Soviet infiltration soared, prompting investigations of alleged spies in government. Accusations by Senator Joseph McCarthy of communist sympathizers in the State Department gained traction, fueling an era of blacklists and loyalty oaths. Truman, initially dismissive of McCarthy's claims, found the climate overshadowing more moderate approaches to subversion. The so-called Red Scare impacted the national mood, making Americans suspicious of any perceived left-leaning activity. Simultaneously, the Berlin crisis escalated. In 1948 to 1949, Stalin blockaded West Berlin, hoping to force the Allies out. Truman answered with the Berlin Airlift, a logistical marvel ferrying supplies by air to 2 million Berliners. Round the clock, cargo planes soared over Soviet-occupied zones, bringing food and coal. The operation's success showcased Truman's willingness to stand firm without triggering direct war. By mid-1949, the blockade ended, proving Western unity triumphant. Yet Germany's formal partition into East and West underscored that the global divide was no fleeting spat. It crystallized an iron curtain across Europe. Truman's presidency thus served as the crucible forging NATO, established in 1949, to unify Western defense. By 1950, the stage was set for the next major conflict. In Korea, Communist North invaded the South, prompting UN-led intervention. Truman, fervent to stop aggression, but wary of another world war, authorized forces under General MacArthur. The Korean War would define his final years in office, intensifying domestic debates over how to contain communism without triggering nuclear catastrophe. So, from the vantage of the early 1950s, Harry Truman, once a relatively obscure senator, had become the architect of containment, the man behind the Fair Deal, and the figure bridging FDR's global legacy with a precarious new order. His next steps would further test both his presidency and the tolerance of a public increasingly fatigued by unending conflicts abroad. June 1950 jolted the Truman administration when North Korean forces, under Kim II-sung, surged across the 38th parallel, overwhelming the ill-prepared South Korean army. Within days, Seoul fell. The UN Security Council swiftly condemned the aggression, a rare instance where the Soviet Union's absence from the Council, due to boycotting over China's seat, allowed a unanimous resolution to pass. Truman responded promptly. He committed US air and naval support, soon dispatching ground troops. Technically, the conflict was a police action rather than a declared war, but thousands of American servicemen found themselves in brutal combat across the Korean peninsula. General Douglas MacArthur, a decorated World War II figure, assumed command of UN forces. At first, the situation was dire. Allied lines shrank to a small defensive pocket around Pusan. Then came the bold Incheon landing in September 1950, a brilliant amphibious operation that outflanked North Korean supply lines. MacArthur's troops recaptured Seoul, reversing North Korea's gains. Buoyed by success, MacArthur pushed north, crossing the 38th parallel with Truman's tentative endorsement. The objective evolved from merely repelling the invasion to toppling the Kim regime entirely, or so the general believed. Yet a new threat loomed. Communist China warned it would not tolerate foreign armies on its border. Truman's advisors debated whether unifying Korea by force was feasible or wise. Crossing into the far north could lead to Chinese intervention, many warned. MacArthur, brash and confident, discounted such warnings. By late 1950, Chinese volunteers poured across the Yalu River, launching a massive counter-offensive. American and Allied forces reeled southward in a grim winter retreat. Public shock at this sudden reversal battered Truman's popularity. As casualties mounted, a rift yawned between MacArthur, who demanded expanded war, potentially bombing Chinese bases, and Truman, who insisted on avoiding a broader conflict. MacArthur, disregarding presidential directives, publicly criticised Washington's caution, effectively undermining Truman's authority. In April 1951, Truman made a fateful decision. He relieved MacArthur of command. The uproar was immediate. MacArthur was a national hero, welcomed home by throngs chanting his name. Meanwhile, critics accused Truman of weakening the war effort, but Truman, committed to civilian control of the military, stood firm. He believed that letting a general define foreign policy threatened the very core of democracy. Despite the controversy, the Korean War ground on. Armistice talks started in mid-1951 but dragged on for months, even as battles flared along entrenched lines near the 38th parallel. While US public support for the war waned, Truman's White House wrestled with spiralling defense costs, anxious to avoid overextension. Some saw parallels to the frustration in World War I trenches, minimal territorial gains, high casualties, and endless negotiations. By 1952, many Americans had grown disillusioned. The war overshadowed domestic progress on the fair deal. Political opponents hammered Truman for what they saw as a stalemate in Asia, tying it to claims of infiltration by communist sympathizers at home. Fed by these tensions, the 1952 presidential election shaped up. Truman, battered by criticism, decided not to run for another term. He had served nearly 8 years after Roosevelt's death, plus the partial term. Instead, the Democratic Party nominated Adlai Stevenson II, who faced Dwight D. Eisenhower, the popular general from World War II. Eisenhower's promise to go to Korea and end the war resonated deeply with a weary public. Truman, overshadowed, simply hoped the conflict might find resolution. In January 1953, he left office with approval ratings near historic lows, overshadowed by the drawn-out Korean struggle and the McCarthy-era's relentless accusations of communist infiltration in the government. Yet even as he vacated the White House, Truman insisted that the containment strategy was correct. He recognized that waiting passively would yield expansions of Soviet or Chinese communism, which he believed threatened global stability. The Berlin airlift, the Marshall Plan, the formation of NATO, and aid to Greece and Turkey stood as cornerstones of what he considered necessary steps. The Korean War, while painful, in his view had halted a potential chain reaction of communist conquests in Asia. The public and policy circles fiercely debated whether the high cost justified the war. Returning to Independence, Missouri, Truman embraced private life without many of the trappings modern presidents would later enjoy. He had minimal pension, no Secret Service detail initially, and took up everyday routines, morning walks, visits to his library, and lively discussions with passers-by. Over time, Americans softened toward him. The same man once reviled for MacArthur's firing and for the loss of China found belated appreciation as a symbol of plain-spoken decency. Journalists occasionally visited his modest home to chat about world events. He deflected speculation about regrets, typically remarking that under the same conditions, he'd do much the same. The aging man, in his signature fedora, projected an air of calm that belied the turmoil he once navigated. In the broader sense, the years following 1953 revealed that the Cold War strategies Truman helped pioneer would endure across presidencies, shaping US foreign policy for decades. The notion that America must lead alliances, prop up threatened governments, and maintain a robust military footprint owed much to the architecture he and his advisors sketched. Controversies over nuclear arms, covert interventions, and moral trade-offs would continue to swirl. Meanwhile, the so-called Truman Doctrine in simpler times evolved into myriad forms, from Vietnam to the Middle East. Whether favourable or unfavourable, The boundaries Truman established during the initial years of the Cold War established a superpower's worldwide stance. After leaving the presidency, Harry Truman quietly returned to the same unpretentious Independence neighbourhood he'd left behind. Reporters marvelled that, unlike many political figures who retreated into comfortable consultant gigs or lavish perks, Truman strolled us about as though unchanged. He personally answered the phone at his home, penned his letters at a small writing desk, and took daily constitutionals through the neighbourhood. When neighbours encountered him, he was as likely to talk about local weather as global affairs. However, his historical decisions carried significant weight, despite the sense of normalcy. In 1953, the Korean War's armistice took effect, largely shaped by his successor, Eisenhower, who carried forward negotiations that Truman's administration had begun. Though the conflict remained technically unresolved, the ceasefire established the demilitarized zone, freezing the peninsula's division. Critics contended that a final peace was never achieved under Truman's watch, yet defenders argued that halting North Korean advances preserved South Korea's future. As years passed, the ongoing partition cemented a legacy of tension in East Asia, intimately linked to Truman's stand against communist aggression. In the realm of civil liberties, the McCarthy era's fervour gradually subsided. Senator McCarthy overreached and was eventually censured by his colleagues. Retrospective analyses revealed the climate of fear had led to blacklists and ruined careers with scant evidence of actual subversion. From his vantage point, Truman felt vindicated about firing MacArthur and resisting extremes. He had insisted that constitutional processes matter more than a general's personal convictions or a demagogue's accusations. Yet the climate had left scars on the Democratic Party. Truman's own brand of moderate liberalism, heavy on foreign policy hawkishness and domestic incremental reforms, had receded under the weight of political realignments. Truman's financial situation post-presidency was precarious. At that time, ex-presidents received no pension. Except for a small army pension from his service in World War I, he faced burdensome living costs. A modest book deal for his memoirs helped, but it was not extravagant. He refused to cash in on corporate lobbying or serve on boards he considered morally dubious. Eventually, Congress passed the Former President's Act in 1958, partly spurred by Truman's circumstance, providing a pension and resources for office staff. He disliked taking charity, but recognised the policy served future ex-presidents more than himself. Meanwhile, he poured energy into his presidential library, determined that the story of his administration, warts and all, be accessible to scholars. His memoirs, published in 2 volumes, 1955 and 1956, revealed a candid, plain-spoken narrative of events. He offered no apologies for the atomic bomb decisions, emphasising that the abrupt end to the Pacific War saved countless Allied and Japanese lives. On the controversies surrounding recognition of Israel, Truman's swift acknowledgement of the new state in 19 was a watershed moment in Middle East politics. He insisted it was the moral path despite opposition from key advisers. Indeed, this quiet, steadfast approach characterised his recollections. He may have been overshadowed by FDR or disliked by flamboyant generals, but in times of crisis, he did what he believed was necessary. Over time, public perception of Truman shifted from unremarkable caretaker to gutsy decision-maker. Revisionist historians started praising the Truman Doctrine's clarity, the Marshall Plan's success in rebuilding Europe, and the pragmatic approach to containing Soviet influence. They noted how he integrated civil rights stances into mainstream democratic ideology, setting the stage for the more comprehensive reforms of the 1960s. Younger politicians, from John F. Kennedy onward, acknowledged a debt to Truman's legacy, that the presidency was about forging alliances, championing domestic fairness and preserving a stable global order. Not all revered him. Some leftist critics hammered the extremes of anti-communist actions, while others on the right called the stalemate in Korea evidence of half-hearted war. Yet a nostalgic sentiment gradually emerged, painting Truman as a leader of a simpler, more honest era. Truman's personal life in his later years revolved around devotion to Bess, who remained reclusive, preferring not to appear in public. The couple's daily routine included quiet breakfasts, visits to the library, and an occasional drive. Grandchildren brought new joy. Sometimes foreign dignitaries or scholars would drop by, seeking the older man's perspective. He offered unvarnished answers, peppered with plain-spoken Missourian humour. There were no illusions or frills in his answers, journalists noticed that he rarely exploited the spotlight, preferring to let official archives and librarians handle big historical queries. By the 1960s, the Cold War had escalated to new crises: the Berlin Wall, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and Vietnam's deepening conflict. Truman watched with concern. He occasionally wrote letters to current officials, carefully disclaiming that he was not meddling, merely offering the wisdom gleaned from the post-World War II crucible. Presidents of both parties recognised the significance of a living repository of post-war policy decisions, sometimes hosting him at White House gatherings. Though not an official advisor, Truman's moral authority soared. People perceived him as the final figure from a crucial period of transition: the establishment of the atomic age, the emergence of containment, and the delicate balance between social justice and political realism. In December 1972, at the age 88, Harry Truman passed away. The state funeral in Independence was modest, reflecting his personal style. Presidents, foreign dignitaries, and ordinary Americans paused to salute a man whose improbable journey took him from a Missouri farm to the White House's epicenter. Eulogies recalled him as the champion of the Marshall Plan, the father of containment, the unlikely victor of 1948, and the president who integrated the military. Over time, his name became shorthand for fortitude under pressure. Though buck stops here, in his own famous phrase, it stands as an emblem of personal accountability that, for better or worse, shaped the modern presidency and the free world post-war order. Fast forward to the present, and Harry Truman's memory stands as a fascinating study in leadership. He was a product of small-town America, shaped by the unvarnished realities of farm labour and local politics. He lacked formal college degrees or aristocratic lineage, initially seeming an improbable figure to guide the world's most powerful nation. Yet guided by personal ethics and a knack for directness, he navigated global crises unmatched in scale. Historians often place him among the near-great presidents, an honour marking how significantly he steered the US in the aftermath of World War II. One of the most potent lessons gleaned from his presidency lies in how he approached big decisions. Truman rarely wallowed in indecision. Faced with the atomic bomb's moral quagmire, he concluded swiftly to use it. Faced with Soviet expansion, he launched the Truman Doctrine. Even the firing of General MacArthur, a national hero, illustrated a principle: no individual stands above civilian authority. Many leaders might waffle or fear public backlash, but Truman's style was to weigh advice, pick a course, and then bear the consequences. That unwavering approach still informs discussions about how leaders handle emergency powers. His era also cements the notion that personal authenticity can matter more than rhetorical polish. Unlike FDR's patrician confidence or JFK's glamour, Truman's persona was straightforward, sprinkled with folksy phrases. Critics at times derided his style as hickish or unrefined, but millions of Americans identified with it, seeing in him a mirror of their anxieties and aspirations. Political culture in the 21st century, saturated with scripted soundbites, often yearns for that raw sincerity, even if the complexities are far more complicated than a single personality trait can address. Another dimension of Truman's story pertains to the permanent changes in US governance. He presided over the creation of the National Security State, CIA, NSA, and the mushrooming Defense Department. He also oversaw the near-permanent mobilization of the economy to feed the Cold War's demands. This shift from a more isolated republic to a globally engaged superpower was not wholly his alone, but he carried forward the impetus. The ongoing debate about how much government surveillance or global policing is justified owes a debt to the structures built under Truman. His own personal discomfort with certain expansions, such as loyalty oaths, testifies to the moral dilemmas entwined with these transformations. Civil rights also saw impetus under his watch, though this took decades for the full effect to unfold. His desegregation of the armed forces in 1948 was one of the earliest executive acts dismantling institutional racism. Though overshadowed by the more dramatic battles of the 1950s and 60s, it laid a crucial precedent. Black veterans who served in integrated units carried new expectations for equal treatment, fueling the civil rights movement. This example underscores that incremental changes, championed even by leaders not known primarily as civil rights crusaders, can pivot historical momentum in ways invisible at the time. Modern presidents, from both parties, occasionally invoke Truman's name when justifying bold stances. They highlight his willingness to buck popularity for principle or highlight how, under crisis, he harnessed executive power to contain threats. Some hail him as the father of American internationalism, forging alliances and frameworks like NATO. Others cringe at the memory of the bombings and the loyalty purges. That duality, heroic to some, morally fraught to others, mirrors the complexity of the 20th century itself. For the typical American family, though, the memory of Truman might conjure images of that iconic 1948 photo with the newspaper headline, "Dewey defeats Truman," or the black and white footage of him announcing Japan's surrender. Libraries across the country preserve diaries from grandparents who felt uncertain about sending their sons to Korea, reading day-by-day news of the Truman War. The narrative resonates. A low-profile man confronted with outsized responsibilities, forging a path that was neither perfect nor doomed, but shaped by moral convictions and a refusal to shirk tough calls. In the end, Harry Truman's life serves as a testament to the unexpected emergence of leadership and the resilience and determination of common men in the face of extraordinary events. For a generation battered by depression and war, he was a reassuring presence. For modern society grappling with new global threats, from climate crises to cyber conflicts, his blueprint of strategic alliances, unwavering moral lines, and willingness to face unpopularity might hold valuable lessons. Indeed, his story stands as a testament to how the unassuming can transform into pivotal figures once fate thrusts them into the spotlight. As the decades roll on, the modest Missourian who saw himself simply as a public servant remains emblematic of how steadfast character can guide a nation through perilous times and reshape the very meaning of American leadership. Picture this. You're standing on a wooden dock somewhere along the Norwegian coast around 950 AD, watching 30-odd bearded men load supplies onto what looks like an oversized canoe with delusions of grandeur. This ship is your ride for the next several months. A Viking longship that's about as comfortable as sleeping on a park bench during a thunderstorm. You'd probably expect something impressive, right? Perhaps you were expecting a majestic vessel with towering masts and spacious quarters. Well, surprise! Your new home measures roughly 75 feet long and maybe 15 feet wide at its broadest point. That's smaller than most modern two-bedroom apartments, and you're sharing it with 30 other people who haven't discovered deodorant yet. The whole thing sits so low in the water that you could practically drag your fingers in the sea while sitting on the side. The ship itself is actually a marvel of engineering, though your back won't appreciate that fact after the first week. Built from overlapping oak planks held together with iron rivets, it's designed to flex with the waves rather than fight them. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of a yoga instructor, incredibly flexible. But that doesn't mean you want to spend months pressed up against one. Your sleeping arrangements would make a college dorm room look luxurious. There are no beds, no hammocks, just a thin layer of animal hide between you and the wooden deck. Everyone sleeps wherever they can obtain space, which usually means curled up next to the guy who's been eating nothing but salted fish and onions for 3 weeks. The ship rocks constantly, even in calm weather, creating a gentle swaying motion that sounds romantic until you realise it never, ever stops. These longships are both very strong and very fragile, which is their most interesting feature. They are capable of manoeuvring through enormous waves and rough seas, effortlessly gliding across the water. However, a misstep on a loose plank can quickly lead to an unexpected immersion in the North Atlantic. The Vikings built these ships to be fast and manoeuvrable, not comfortable, which becomes painfully obvious the moment you try to find a spot to sit that doesn't involve someone's elbow in your ribs. Storage space is at such a premium that every inch matters. Your personal belongings, assuming you have any beyond the clothes on your back, get stuffed into whatever tiny gap you can discover. Most of your fellow passengers have brought along weapons, tools and trading goods, all of which take precedence over luxury items like extra clothing, or anything resembling comfort. The ship's sides are lined with shields when you're not rowing, which serves the dual purpose of protection and decoration. It looks impressive from a distance, like a floating rainbow of war gear. Up close, however, you realise these shields also double as dinner tables, cutting boards, and makeshift pillows, medieval multitasking at its finest. What strikes you most about life aboard is how exposed everything feels. There's no privacy, no escape from the elements, and absolutely nowhere to hide when that person who brought the fermented shark starts opening his lunch. The ocean stretches endlessly in every direction, and your tiny wooden world feels both insignificant and miraculous, floating on all that vastness. The crew moves around the ship with practiced ease, stepping over sleeping bodies and ducking under ropes with the grace of dancers who've perfected their routine through sheer necessity. You, meanwhile, spend most of your time trying not to trip over the various bits of rope, sail, and humanity scattered across every available surface. As you settle in for your first night aboard, listening to the creak of wood and the slap of waves against the hull, you begin to understand that this journey will test every assumption you've ever had about comfort, privacy, and personal space. Welcome to Viking travel, where the journey truly is the destination, mainly because you'll spend so much time getting there. Morning aboard a Viking longship arrives whether you're ready or not, usually announced by someone stepping on your leg while heading to the side of the boat for their morning constitutional. Privacy, as you quickly discover, is a concept as foreign to Vikings as indoor plumbing, which is to say, completely non-existent. Your daily routine begins with the delightful realization that everything you own is damp. The North Sea has a way of making itself known through every gap in the ship's construction, and moisture becomes your constant companion. Your clothes feel perpetually clammy. Your bedding squelches when you move, and even your thoughts seem to develop a thin layer of condensation. Breakfast, if you can call it that, consists of whatever dried, salted, or pickled provisions haven't gone stale overnight. The Vikings were masters of food preservation, mainly because they had to be. Fresh food deteriorates rapidly in an environment dominated by salt water, and there are no convenient options for dining, such as a medieval fast food establishment. You'll become intimately acquainted with hardtack, a biscuit so tough it could probably stop an arrow in battle, and frequently serves double duty as both food and construction material for emergency ship repairs. The ship's fresh water supply lives in wooden barrels that take up precious space, but represent the difference between life and a very uncomfortable death. Water is rationed carefully, and you learn to appreciate every slightly stale, wooden-flavoured sip. Beer also makes an appearance in these barrels, not because the Vikings were party animals, but because fermented beverages stayed safe to drink longer than plain water. Alcohol's miraculous ability to ensure food safety during the medieval era is truly remarkable. Personal hygiene becomes an exercise in creativity and compromise. You might get to wash your face and hands with seawater, which leaves your skin feeling like you've been rubbing it with sandpaper, but at least removes some of the accumulating grime. Hair washing happens when it rains, assuming you can position yourself to catch the runoff. The remainder of the time, one can only hope that others share a similar level of odour as oneself. The toilet situation deserves special mention, if only because it's so memorably awful. The head consists of a bucket or a hole cut in a plank that hangs over the side of the ship. Using it requires timing the waves correctly, maintaining your balance, and praying that the wind doesn't shift direction at an inopportune moment. Privacy means hoping everyone else is politely looking the other way, which they usually are, having been through this awkward dance themselves. Clothing serves multiple purposes beyond basic modesty. Your cloak doubles as a blanket, your boots work as pillows, and your belt holds everything from eating utensils to emergency rope. Vikings dressed in layers, wool and linen primarily, which sounds practical until you realise that wet wool smells like a combination of wet dog and regret, and takes forever to dry in the perpetually humid ship environment. Medical care consists mainly of hoping nothing goes seriously wrong, because your options are limited to whatever herbal remedies someone thought to bring along, plus the time-honoured tradition of walking it off. Minor cuts are treated with whatever cleanish cloth is available, while more serious injuries require creative problem-solving and a lot of optimism. The ship's rhythm dictates everything. When the wind picks up, everyone not actively sailing tries to stay out of the way of the crew, managing the sail and steering. When it dies down, you might discover yourself grabbing an oar and contributing to the collective effort of making the boat move forward through sheer muscle power. There's no such thing as a passenger on a Viking longship. Everyone contributes something, even if it's just staying quiet while other people work. Weather becomes your constant obsession. You learn to read clouds like ancient scriptures, watching for signs of storms that could turn your already uncomfortable journey into a genuinely life-threatening situation. The ship handles rough seas remarkably well, but remarkably well still means getting thrown around like laundry in a washing machine while trying to keep your meagre possessions from disappearing overboard. Living in close quarters with 30 other people for months at a time requires a delicate social balance that would challenge even the most experienced diplomat. Imagine your least favourite family reunion, except it never ends. Everyone's armed, and there's nowhere to escape for a breather. The ship operates under a strict but unspoken hierarchy that keeps things from descending into complete chaos. The captain, usually the ship's owner, and the one who organised this particular adventure, sits at the top of the food chain. His word is law, mainly because he's the one who knows how to navigate, and everyone else would prefer not to die horribly at sea. Below him, experienced sailors and warriors command respect through competence and the occasional display of superior arm wrestling ability. Your social standing aboard ship depends on a complex mix of factors: your fighting ability, your usefulness in sailing the ship, how much you contributed to funding the expedition, and whether you've managed to annoy everyone within the first week. Respect gets earned through actions, not birth, though being related to someone important certainly doesn't hurt your cause. Conflict resolution happens through a combination of peer pressure, practical necessity, and the ever-present threat of being thrown overboard. Minor disputes get settled through negotiation, major ones through combat, and really serious problems through the captain's absolute authority. Democracy has its place, but not when you're trying to outrun a storm or navigate through unfamiliar waters. The ship develops its own culture within days of departure. Inside jokes emerge from shared misery, nicknames get assigned based on embarrassing incidents or distinctive habits, and informal rules develop about everything from who gets to sleep, where, to how long someone can spend at the ship's limited washing facilities. These unwritten laws become as important as any formal code of conduct. Storytelling serves as both entertainment and social glue during the long, boring stretches between exciting moments of terror. The Vikings were master storytellers, and evenings often featured elaborate tales of heroic deeds, mythical creatures, and adventures both real and imagined. These stories serve multiple purposes. They pass time, preserve cultural knowledge, and provide a socially acceptable way for people to brag about their accomplishments without seeming too obnoxious about it. Gambling provides another outlet for social interaction and tension release. Dice games, contests of strength, and betting on everything from weather patterns to wildlife sightings help break up the monotony. Vikings would bet on practically anything, partly for entertainment, and partly because small-stakes competition helps establish social dynamics without resorting to actual violence. Personal space becomes a negotiated commodity. Your designated sleeping spot is sacred territory, but everything else is open for communal use. Learning to respect others' few possessions while protecting your own requires diplomatic skills that would impress modern, United Nations peacekeepers. The golden rule aboard ship is simple: don't mess with other people's stuff, and they probably won't mess with yours. Food sharing follows strict protocols based on contribution, status, and practical necessity. Everyone eats from common stores, but portion sizes and food quality reflect your position in the ship's hierarchy. The captain eats better than the newest crew member, but everyone gets fed because a hungry crew member is a dangerous crew member. Despite the cramped conditions, romance occasionally blossoms, albeit with considerable creativity and absolute discretion. Most ships are all male affairs, but mixed expeditions do happen, especially for trading voyages or family migrations. Any romantic entanglements need to stay extremely low-key to avoid disrupting ship dynamics, because jealousy in close quarters can turn deadly fast. The constant proximity means that everyone learns everyone else's habits, both good and deeply annoying. You discover who snores, who talks in their sleep, who has digestive issues, and who insists on sharpening their weapons at dawn every single day. Tolerance becomes a crucial survival skill, just as important as mastering knot tying or reading the wind. Arguments, when they happen, tend to escalate quickly in the confined space, but they also resolve faster because there's literally nowhere to go to nurse grudges. You learn to apologise quickly, forgive readily, and pick your battles cautiously, because the person you're fighting with today might be the one hauling you back aboard tomorrow when you fall overboard. Finding your way across thousands of miles of open ocean without GPS, compass, or even accurate maps requires skills that border on the supernatural. Viking navigators, called sea-wise for good reason, relied on a combination of experience, observation, and what modern people might generously call educated guessing. Your navigator watches everything. The colour and behaviour of waves, the direction of wind patterns, the flight paths of seabirds, and the position of stars when they're visible through the perpetual cloud cover. He's memorised the location of every landmark along familiar coasts, and can estimate distance travelled by the feel of the ship's motion through the water. It's like being guided by someone who's turned environmental awareness into a superpower. The sun compass, when you can see the sun, provides basic directional guidance, but cloudy skies, which describe about 80% of your sailing time, require more creative navigation techniques. Your navigator might use a sunstone, a piece of Iceland spar that can locate the sun's position, even through heavy clouds by analysing polarised light. It sounds like magic, and honestly it is. Predicting the weather becomes crucial, not just for comfort. Storm clouds building on the horizon might give you a few hours warning to find shelter or prepare for rough seas. Your navigator reads cloud formations like other people read newspapers, interpreting subtle changes in colour, shape, and movement to predict what's coming next. He's right more often than modern meteorologists, mainly because his life depends on accuracy. Coastal navigation relies heavily on pilotage, the art of recognising specific landmarks, watercolours, and geographical features. Your navigator has spent years memorising the appearance of coastlines from specific distances and angles. That distinctive headland, the particular shade of green water near a river mouth, or the way mountains line up in the distance all serve as navigational signposts on the medieval maritime highway. Open ocean navigation challenges these skills to the utmost extent. Without land references, your navigator estimates position through dead reckoning, calculating distance and direction travelled from a known starting point. It requires constant attention to speed, wind direction, and the subtle clues that indicate current and drift. One small error in calculation, compounded over days or weeks, can leave you hundreds of miles from where you think you are. The ship's shallow draft, while uncomfortable for passengers, provides crucial navigational advantages. You can sail in waters too shallow for most other vessels, follow coastlines closely, and pull up on beaches for overnight stops. This ability to hug the shore whenever possible reduces the need for pure open ocean navigation and provides regular opportunities to correct course using familiar landmarks. Sea conditions tell experienced sailors volumes about location and weather patterns. The size, spacing, and direction of waves indicate proximity to land, depth of water, and approaching weather systems. Your navigator can estimate distance from shore by observing how waves behave. Larger swells suggest deep water and distance from land, while shorter, choppier waves often indicate shallow areas or nearby coastlines. Wildlife serves as another navigational tool. Certain seabirds range only specific distances from shore, so spotting particular species tells you roughly how far you are from land. The direction birds fly in the evening often points toward their nesting areas on shore. Even floating debris provides clues. Freshly broken branches suggest proximity to rivers or storm-damaged coastlines. Time measurement relies on natural rhythms rather than clocks. The navigator tracks days by sunset and sunrise, estimates hours by the sun's position when visible, and gauges travel time by familiar reference points when following known routes. It's imprecise by modern standards, but adequate for navigation, that focuses more on reaching general areas than specific coordinates. When everything goes wrong, storms blow you off course, clouds obscure celestial navigation aids, and you lose track of your position, survival depends on the navigator's ability to make educated guesses and gradually work back toward known waters. Your task might involve following bird flight patterns toward land, watching for changes in watercolour that indicate shallow areas, or simply maintaining a consistent direction until you encounter recognisable coastline. The psychological pressure on navigators is enormous. Everyone's life depends on their expertise, and there's no backup system if they make serious errors. Most navigators train for decades before attempting major voyages, learning their craft through apprenticeship with experienced seawise captains who pass down knowledge accumulated over generations of maritime exploration. The common perception of Vikings as mindless barbarians ravaging Europe overlooks the fact that they were among the most sophisticated traders and entrepreneurs of their era. Your longship serves as both transportation and a mobile warehouse, carrying goods that will be traded, sold, or occasionally acquired through less diplomatic means across a commercial network spanning from Greenland to Constantinople. Trade goods packed into every available inch of ship space represent months of planning and investment. amber from the Baltic coast, walrus ivory from the Arctic, silver from Arabic coins, iron weapons and tools, fur from northern animals, and slaves captured in raids all jostle for storage space with your personal belongings. The ship resembles a floating department store specialising in luxury goods and human misery. Your trading expeditions follow established routes connecting Scandinavia with the rest of the medieval world. The eastern route takes you down Russian rivers to Constantinople and the Byzantine Empire, where Nordic amber and furs are exchanged for silk, spices, and Byzantine gold. The western route leads to Britain, Ireland, and France, where Viking goods meet Roman-influenced markets hungry for northern specialties. Each route requires different navigation skills, trade languages, and diplomatic approaches. Raiding, despite its dramatic reputation, often serves as just another form of aggressive business negotiation. Many raids actually begin as trading expeditions that turn violent when negotiations break down or when the Vikings realise they can take what they want more easily than they can buy it. The line between trader and raider shifts depending on circumstances, opportunity, and the relative strength of potential trading partners. The economics of Viking expeditions require careful calculation of risks and rewards. Ships, crew, provisions, and trade goods represent significant upfront investment, often requiring multiple investors pooling resources for major expeditions. Profits get divided according to complex formulas based on investment, participation, and predetermined agreements that would impress modern venture capitalists. Your crew includes specialists in various forms of commerce beyond simple muscle-powered intimidation. Some members speak multiple languages and understand foreign customs. Others have expertise in evaluating precious metals and trade goods, and a few possess the diplomatic skills necessary for negotiating with foreign merchants and local rulers. Successful Viking expeditions require as much business acumen as martial prowess. Markets in foreign ports operate according to local customs that your crew has learned through experience and cultural exchange. Understanding religious taboos, social hierarchies, and seasonal trading patterns makes the difference between profitable commerce and diplomatic disasters. Vikings develop remarkable cultural adaptability, adjusting their approach based on whether they're dealing with Christian monasteries, Islamic merchants, or pagan tribal leaders. Currency varies dramatically across your trading network. Arabic silver coins circulate widely and provide a relatively stable medium of exchange, but many transactions rely on barter systems, where goods are exchanged directly for other goods. Your navigator might trade amber for silk in Constantinople, then exchange that silk for silver in Kiev, then convert silver into iron tools in Norway. It's medieval international finance at its most complex. Slave trading, unfortunately, represents a major component of Viking commerce. Captives taken in raids become valuable trade goods, especially in markets where labour shortages create demand for workers. The Vikings' geographic position between slave-producing regions and labour-hungry markets makes them natural middlemen in this horrific but economically important trade. Quality control becomes crucial when your reputation affects future trading opportunities. Diluted silver, inferior weapons, or slaves who die in transport damage relationships with trading partners and reduce profitability of future expeditions. Successful Viking merchants maintain quality standards not because of altruism, but because repeat business requires satisfied customers. Competition comes from other Viking crews, local merchants, and established trading networks that predate Viking involvement. Success requires finding market niches, developing reliable supply chains, and building relationships with key trading partners. Some Vikings specialise in particular routes or goods, becoming known for specific expertise that commands premium prices. Weather and navigation delays can destroy profit margins by missing seasonal markets or arriving after competitors have saturated demand. Your trading expedition operates on tight schedules dictated by sailing seasons, market cycles, and religious festivals that affect local commerce. Timing becomes as important as the quality of goods being traded. Investment diversification spreads risk across multiple expeditions and trade goods. Wealthy Vikings rarely put all their resources into single ventures, instead participating in multiple expeditions with different destinations and objectives. It's medieval portfolio management designed to maximise returns while minimising the chance of total financial ruin. Life aboard a Viking longship reduces existence to its most basic elements. Staying warm, staying fed, staying dry, and staying alive. The small victories that punctuate your journey, a successful fishing expedition, a day of favourable wind, or simply waking up without someone's foot in your face, become monumental celebrations in the context of your floating hardship. Fishing provides both food and entertainment during the long stretches of ocean travel. Lines trail behind the ship constantly, tended by whoever isn't actively sailing or rowing. Catching fish means fresh protein to supplement the monotonous diet of preserved foods, plus the excitement of successfully outwitting sea creatures with medieval technology. The entire crew celebrates when someone lands a particularly large specimen, not just because it means better eating, but because it breaks the tedium of another identical day at sea. Cooking happens over a small fire contained in a sand-filled metal box. The ship's kitchen, dining room and social centre, all rolled into one cramped, smoky space. The fire provides warmth, light, and the ability to prepare hot food, making it arguably the most important feature of the ship besides the hull itself. Keeping the fire going in rough weather requires constant attention and no small amount of skill, since a stray wave or sudden gust of wind can extinguish your only source of cooked food and warmth. Water collection becomes an obsession during rainy weather. Every available container gets pressed into service to catch precious fresh water, from cooking pots to empty helmets. You learn to position containers strategically to catch runoff from the sail, and everyone develops an almost supernatural ability to wake up when rain starts falling, no matter how exhausted they are. Fresh water tastes like the most luxurious beverage ever created when you've been rationing stale barrel water for weeks. Entertainment relies heavily on human creativity and social interaction. Riddles, word games, and contests of memory help pass time during calm weather. Physical competitions, arm wrestling, balancing contests, or games of skill with weapons provide excitement and help maintain fighting fitness. Music, when someone has brought along an instrument, transforms evening gatherings into something approaching civilization. Maintenance tasks occupy much of the crew's attention during daylight hours. The ship requires constant care, bailing water that seeps through the hull, adjusting rigging, and repairing equipment damaged by salt spray and constant use. These tasks provide structure to otherwise formless days and give everyone something productive to do. The ship becomes like a needy pet that requires constant attention to keep it healthy and functional. Personal rituals and superstitions develop to cope with the psychological stress of prolonged ocean travel. Some crew members develop elaborate morning routines. Others create personal ceremonies around meals or navigation checks. These behaviours, while sometimes appearing irrational, provide psychological anchors in an environment where every day blends into the next. Sleep becomes both escape and challenge. Despite cramped conditions and constant motion, exhaustion enables sleep, but regular interruptions from weather changes, navigation emergencies, or natural calls interrupt rest. You learn to fall asleep quickly when opportunity presents itself, and to function effectively on fragmented sleep patterns that would leave modern people completely dysfunctional. Weather protection requires constant adaptation and creativity. Your clothing layers are adjusted throughout the day as conditions change, adding garments when wind picks up, removing them when physical work generates heat, and rearranging everything when rain starts falling. Staying reasonably dry and warm becomes a full-time occupation that requires as much attention as any other survival skill. Small luxuries take on enormous psychological importance. A piece of preserved fruit, a drink of wine, or even a few minutes of privacy become treasured experiences that provide disproportionate happiness. You learn to savour tiny pleasures because they represent the only breaks from an otherwise relentlessly austere existence. Social bonds strengthen through shared hardship and mutual dependence. The people you might have ignored or disliked on land become crucial allies in the struggle for daily survival. Helping someone repair their gear, sharing food during shortages, or simply providing companionship during particularly difficult weather creates relationships that last long after the voyage ends. Negotiation, tradition, and occasional force resolve territorial disputes over sleeping space, storage areas, and access to the fire. Your personal space shrinks to whatever you can physically defend, but everyone understands the necessity of respecting others' minimal claims to shipboard real estate. Violating these unspoken agreements threatens the social fabric that keeps the entire enterprise functional. The sight of familiar coastline after months at sea triggers emotions that landlubbers struggle to understand. Your home shores, previously taken for granted, now appear as the most beautiful landscape ever created. The simple prospect of sleeping on solid ground, eating fresh food, and enjoying privacy becomes almost overwhelming in its appeal. Landfall requires careful planning and execution. Your shallow draft longship can beach almost anywhere, but choosing the right spot involves considering tides, weather, local politics, and the condition of your crew and cargo. A successful landing represents the culmination of months of navigation, survival, and teamwork. But it's also when many expeditions face their greatest risks from local authorities or competing Viking groups. Unloading transforms the ship from a cramped living space back into a cargo vessel. Trade goods that have been carefully protected throughout the journey now get evaluated, sorted, and prepared for local markets. The amber that seemed so precious during storms now faces the harsh reality of market prices and trading negotiations. Some goods may have deteriorated during the voyage, turning expected profits into disappointing losses. Your crew disperses according to predetermined agreements and personal relationships developed during the voyage. Some members came aboard as hired hands and departed with their wages, others invested in the expedition and await their share of profits, and a few have become close companions who will maintain relationships long after the ship returns to harbour. The social bonds forged in hardship often prove more valuable than the material gains from trade. Reintegration into land-based society requires psychological adjustment almost as significant as the original departure. Months of communal living, shared hardship, and constant motion leave you changed in ways that become apparent only when you try to resume normal life. Your tolerance for petty complaints and minor inconveniences has increased dramatically, while your patience for people who haven't experienced real hardship may have decreased proportionally. Stories from your voyage become valuable social currency in your home community. Tales of storms you survived, strange lands you visited, and dangers you overcame entertain audiences and establish your reputation as someone who has seen the world beyond the familiar. Repetition refines these stories, gradually transforming them from raw experience into polished narratives that may bear only a passing resemblance to actual events. The practical skills learned aboard ship, navigation, seamanship, trading, combat, and survival make you more valuable to your community and more attractive for future expeditions. Knowledge of foreign languages, customs, and market conditions acquired during your travels opens opportunities for employment with other expeditions or local merchants engaged in long-distance trade. Physical changes from months of difficult living become visible to friends and family. Your hands are more calloused, your face more weathered, and your body adapted to the physical demands of life at sea. These changes serve as permanent reminders of your journey and mark you as someone who has endured what many people cannot imagine attempting. Financial outcomes vary dramatically depending on the expedition's success, your initial investment, and market conditions at journey's end. Some crew members return wealthy enough to buy farms or ships of their own, others barely cover their expenses, and a few face financial ruin if the voyage encounters serious problems. The Viking economy rewards success handsomely but punishes failure harshly. Planning for future expeditions often begins before the current voyage is completely finished. Successful trips generate demand for repeat journeys, while lessons learned suggest improvements for next time. The ship requires maintenance and modifications, crew members need replacement or recruitment, and trade goods must be selected based on experience with foreign markets. Your transformed perspective on risk, comfort, and human relationships affects decisions about future life choices. Some people observe that land-based existence feels limiting after experiencing the freedom and intensity of ocean travel, while others discover that one major expedition satisfies their desire for adventure permanently. The voyage changes everyone, but not always in predictable directions. The cycle of departure, journey, and return that defines Viking expeditions reflects larger patterns in medieval life, where travel was dangerous, expensive, and transformative. Your months aboard the longship represent not just a business venture or adventure, but a rite of passage that separates those who dream about distant places from those who have actually seen them. Years later, when the pain is gone and the profits are spent, all that remains is the knowledge that you succeeded in one of the hardest endeavours of your time. You crossed vast oceans in a wooden ship, survived storms that could have killed you, traded with foreign peoples in distant lands, and returned home to tell the tale. In a time when the majority of people rarely venture more than a few miles from their birthplace, This accomplishment alone distinguishes you as a unique individual, someone who chose the extraordinary over the ordinary and persevered to share the story.